Third Book, Chapter 19.
It will be found comprehensible, indeed praiseworthy, that I have devoted not merely an entire chapter to the foregoing extraordinary episode, but have also concluded with it the second part of these confessions with no small degree of solemnity. It was, as I may well say, an experience for life, and the intimate entreaty of the heroine that I should never forget her would scarcely have been necessary. A woman as in every sense exquisite as Diane Hupfley, and the wonderful encounter with her are not of such a nature as ever to be forgotten. This is not to say that the situation in which the reader was permitted to overhear us both, considered simply as a situation, stands entirely isolated in my career. Not always are ladies traveling alone, and particularly older ones, nothing more than appalled at the discovery that a young man has been making himself at home in their bedroom by night. Not always is it, or remains it, their only impulse in such an unexpected case to raise the alarm. But if I have had experiences of this kind, and I have had them, they nevertheless stood far behind that night's in point of significant singularity, and at the risk of crippling the reader's interest in my further confessions, I must declare that in all that followed, however high I rose in our society, I never again experienced being addressed in so-called Alexandrine verse. For the love's loot and thieving goods which had remained in my hands thanks to the extravagant whim of a poetess, I received from Maître Pierre Jean-Pierre, who could not clap me on the shoulder enough, 6,000 francs. But since Diane's commode drawer had also offered the stealing god hard cash, namely 4,000-franc notes stored beneath the linen, I was now, together with what I had previously possessed, a man of 12,350 francs, the master, therefore, of a capital which I naturally did not carry about on my person for long, for as few days as possible, but which at the first opportunity I deposited with the Crédit Lyonnais under the name of Armand Krull in a check account, deducting only pocket money of a few hundred francs for the purpose of meeting my expenses on free afternoons. The reader will take note of this behavior with approval and a sense of relief. One could easily imagine a young coxcomb who, having arrived at such means through fortune's seductive favor, would immediately abandon his unpaid post, take a charming bachelor's flat, and make merry days for himself in Paris, which offers every pleasure, until the admittedly foreseeable exhaustion of his treasure. I gave it no thought, or if I did think of it, I rejected the notion as quickly as it had arisen, with moral decision. To what would its realization lead? Where should I stand when, sooner or later, depending on the vivacity of my mode of life, the lucky windfall should be spent? I preserved within me far too carefully the words of my godfather Schimmelpriester, with whom I now and then exchanged picture postcards with a brief text. His words concerning the hotel career and the fine goals to which it could lead, both in direct advancement and along this or that branching bypath, to have to master swiftly the temptation to show myself ungrateful toward him and to throw away the opportunity which his wide connections had offered me. To be sure, while I held fast with good character to my starting post, I thought little or not at all of the direct
Advancement it represented, and did not see myself ending as head waiter, concierge, or even reception manager. The more did the fortunate branches occupy my mind, and I had only to take care not to mistake the first convenient blind alley, such as now presented itself, for a trustworthy bypath to happiness. Even as the holder of a checkbook, therefore, I remained a lift boy at the Hotel St. James and Albany, and it was not without a certain charm to cut this figure against a secret financial background, which in truth transformed my becoming livery into a costume, just as my godfather might once have put it on me by way of rehearsal. My secret wealth, for as such did my savings, snatched from fortune's dream appear to me, made this garb, along with the service I performed in it, into a pretense, a mere exercise of my costume head. Indeed, if I later gave out with dazzling success that I was more than I was for the present giving out that I was less, and it remains an open question as to which deception afforded me the greater inward amusement, the greater joy in the enchanted and fairy tale quality of things. Poorly fed and poorly housed was I in this establishment that offered itself so lavishly to the spending power of its guests. That is true, but in both respects I was at least provided for without cost, and even if I still received no wages, I could not only husband my resources, but small new ones flowed in as well in the form of pourboires, or, I prefer to say, douceurs, with which the travelling public continuously furnished me as well as my colleagues in the lift service, or, to be precise, somewhat more readily than them, somewhat more willingly, with a certain preference that simply expressed the human sense for finer material, and which was for that reason perspicaciously, not even enviously resented by those coarser companions. 1 franc, 2 or 3, even 5, in isolated instances of stealthy excess, actually 10 francs. These were slipped into my hand by departing guests, or by those who, at intervals of 8 to 14 days, wished to show appreciation, into my hand held not raised in the least, but hanging with unassuming lowness, with averted face, or with a smiling glance into the eyes, from women and even from gentlemen who, to be sure, as husbands were more often than not required to be prompted to it by their ladies. I recall many a little domestic scene which I was not meant to observe, and of which I gave the appearance of not observing. Small nudges in the side of the cavalier, accompanied by a murmur such as, "Mais donnez donc quelque chose à ce garçon. Give him something, he is nice." Whereupon the husband would draw out his purse under a counter-murmur and still have to hear, "Non, c'est ridicule, that's not enough, don't be so stingy." I always brought it to 12 to 15 francs per week, a pleasant contribution to the entertainment expenses of the fortnightly half-days off which, meagrely enough, the management of the establishment granted. It sometimes happened that I spent these afternoons and evenings together with Stanko, who had long since returned from his sick-bed to his cold dishes in the garde-manger, that arrangement of delicacies for grand buffets. He was well disposed toward me, and I too could tolerate him, and allowed myself to enjoy his company in cafes and places of entertainment, although his company was not exactly an ornament. He looked rather flashy and ambiguously exotic in his civilian clothes, whose taste ran too much toward bold checks and gaudy colours, and he appeared without question far more advantageously in his white working dress, the regulation tall linen cap of cooks on his head. So it is. The working class ought not to dress up, not after the urban bourgeois pattern. It only does so awkwardly and confers no favour on its reputation thereby. In this sense, I have heard my godfather Schimmelprester express himself on more than one occasion, and Stanko's appearance reminded me of his words. The degradation of the people, he used to say, through adaptation to the refined, as the standardization of the world through the bourgeois brings with it, is to be deplored. The festal folk costume of the peasant, the guild procession of the craftsman of former times, were doubtless more pleasing than the feathered hat and trailing skirt for the clumsy maidservant who on Sunday attempts to play the lady, and the equally awkward Sunday best of the factory worker, striving as ineptly toward the refined. But since the time was past and gone when the estates stood apart from one another in picturesque self-dignity, he was in favour of a society in which there were no estates at all, neither maidservant nor lady, neither the refined gentleman nor the unrefined any longer, and everyone wore the same thing. Golden words spoken from my own soul. What, I thought, would I myself have against shirt, trousers, belt, and full stop? It should suit me well enough, and it would become Stanko better too than his wide-of-the-mark finery. On the whole, everything suits a person. Only the perverse, the stupid, and the half-and-half does not. So much in passing and as an apropos. With Stanko, then, now and again, for a time, I visited the cabarets, the café terraces, above all that of the Café de Madrid, where at the hour of the theatre's closing, things are very lively and instructive, but once in particular also the gala soirée of the Cirque Studebaker, just then appearing in Paris for some weeks. Of this, then, 2 words here, or rather, somewhat more. I should not forgive my pen if it were to merely brush upon such an experience without lending it something of the colour it possessed in so high a degree. The celebrated enterprise had pitched the wide round of its tent near the Théâtre Sarah Bernhardt and the Seine at the Square Saint-Jacques. The crush was enormous, since evidently the performances equalled or surpassed the best that had ever been offered in this field of daring and highly disciplined haut goût. What an assault upon the senses, the nerves, the voluptuousness, truly, of such a programme unrolling in uninterrupted succession of spectacles, of phantasmagorical feats bordering on the limits of human possibility, yet accomplished with easy smiles and blown kisses, whose basic model is the salto mortale. For with death, with a broken neck they all play, schooled to grace in the uttermost risk, beneath the blare of a music whose vulgarity, to be sure, accords with the purely physical character of these performances, but not with their elevation, and which takes breath-catchingly away when it comes to the ultimate, the not-to-be-accomplished, which is nevertheless accomplished. With a brief nod of the head, for the circus knows no bow, the artist acknowledges the thunderous applause of the crowd filling the ring, that singular audience which composes itself excitingly and oppressively of a gaping rabble, avid for spectacle, and of a horsey demi-monde of raw elegance. Cavalry officers, caps cocked, in the boxes, young fêtards, clean-shaven, with eyeglasses, carnations and chrysanthemums in the lapels of their broad yellow paletots. Cocottes mingled with a curious world of ladies from the fashionable faubourg, in the company of connoisseur cavaliers in grey frock-coats and grey top-hats, the double opera glass hanging sportively on their chests as at the races in Longchamp. Added to all this, the alluring, crowd-exciting physicality of the ring, the splendid, colourful costumes, the glittering tinsel, the smell of the stables, lending with its sharpness the atmosphere to the whole, the nakedness of women and men alike. Every taste is catered to, every desire stimulated, through breasts and throats, through beauty on its most comprehensible level, through wild human allure that throws itself to the yearning cruelty of the crowd in exciting bodily feats. Possessed seeming horsewomen of the pusta, who, with hoarse cries, vault in berserk, trance-inducing acrobatic maneuvers onto the unsaddled, wild-eyed horse. Gymnasts in the growth-glorifying pink skin of their tights, bulging, hairless athletic arms, fixed with a singularly cold expression by the women and graceful boys. How much did a troupe of acrobats and equilibrists please me? One that distinguished itself not only in deliberately civilian sportswear, falling outside the frame of the fantastic, but also in the trick of apparently discussing each of their feats, some of them hair-raising, beforehand in casual consultation. Their best, and evidently the favourite of all, was a 15-year-old who, hurled upward by a springboard, turned himself 2.5 times in the air, and then, without so much as swaying, landed on the shoulders of the man behind him, an older brother it seemed, which, admittedly, only succeeded on the 3rd attempt. Twice he failed, missed the shoulders, fell from them, and his smile and shake of the head at the failure was as enchanting as the ironically gallant gesture with which the elder invited him back to the springboard. Possibly it was all deliberate, for all the more thunderous, mingled with bravos, was naturally the applause of the masses when on the 3rd attempt, after his salto mortale, he not only stood up there without the least waver, but was also able to fan the applause to a storm with a "mais voilà," spreading of the hands. Surely he had, in the calculated or half-willed failure, been nearer the fracture of the spine than in triumph. What manner of men are these artists? Are they men at all? The clowns, for instance, fundamentally singular creatures of buffoonery, with their small red hands, small thinly shod feet, red tufts beneath the conical felt hat, their gibberish, They're walking on their hands, stumbling and falling over everything, senseless running about and unavailing attempts to help, their terribly miscarrying attempts to imitate the feats of their serious colleagues, let us say on the tightrope, to the howling jubilation of the crowd, are these ageless adolescent sons of nonsense over whom Stanko and I laughed so heartily, though I did so in the most reflective state of fascination, are they, with their flower-white faces painted to the uttermost folly, triangular eyebrows, vertical drip lines beneath the reddish eyes, noses that do not exist, mouth corners curled upward into idiotic smiles, masks, therefore, which stand in a contrast, elsewhere never encountered, to the magnificence of their costumes, black satin, say, embroidered with silver butterflies, a child's dream. Are they, I ask, human beings, men, persons conceivably accommodated in any sort of way within the bourgeois and natural? In my view, it is sheer sentimentality to say that they are human beings too, with the warm-heartedness of such, possibly with wife and child. I do them honor. I defend them against humanistic insipidity in saying, no, they are not. They are outlandish, diaphragm-convulsing monsters of the ludicrous, glittering monks of absurdity belonging not to life, somersaulting hybrids of man and foolish art. Everything must be human for the ordinary mind, and one imagines one is looking behind the surface with wonderful warmth and wisdom when one claims to find and demonstrate the human there. Was Andromache perhaps human? La Fille de l'air, as she was called on the long program sheet. I dream of her to this day, and although her person and sphere were as remote from the comic as possible, she was in truth the one I had in mind when I spoke at length about the clowns. She was the star of the circus, the great act, and performed high trapeze work altogether without equal. She did it. And this was a sensational innovation, something without precedent in circus history, without a safety and catching net spread below, together with a partner of respectable though incomparable ability, who, while holding himself personally in reserve, in fact merely offered her his hand at her overbold evolutions executed with wonderful perfection in the airspace between the two strongly swinging trapezes, merely, as it were, arranged her feats for her. Was she 20 years old, or less, or more? Who can say? Her features were severe and noble, and were remarkably not marred, no, only rendered still clearer and more attractive, by the elastic cap she drew over her fully knotted-up brown hair for the act, since without such fastening, her hair would necessarily have come undone in the head-over-heels, head below of her feet. She was of somewhat more than average female height, and wore a close-fitting and supple silver breastplate trimmed with swan's down, to which were attached at the shoulders, in confirmation of her title as Daughter of the Air, a pair of small wings of white plumage, as if those could have helped her to fly. Her bosom was slight, her hips narrow, the musculature of her arms, as one might expect, more strongly developed than is usual in women, and her grasping hands, while not of masculine size, were yet not small enough to quite exclude the question whether she might not, for heaven's sake, secretly be a young man. No, the feminine cast of her bosom was after all unambiguous, and so too, for all her slimness, the form of her thighs. She scarcely smiled. Her beautiful lips, far from being pressed tight, stood mostly slightly parted, but so too did, tensed, the wings of her Grecianly shaped, slightly downward-pointing nose. She disdained all flirting with the audience. It was scarcely that, resting after a tour de force on the wooden crossbar of one of the apparatus, one hand on the rope, she extended the other arm a little in greeting. But her earnest eyes, gazing straight ahead beneath the even, unwrinkled, yet immobile brows, gave no greeting. I worshipped her. She stood up, set the trapeze into its most powerful swing, launched herself off, flew past her partner who came from the other side, across to that other trapeze that swung toward her, seized with her neither masculine nor feminine hands the round bar, performed around it with body fully outstretched, the total or so-called giant swing of which the fewest gymnasts are master, and used the terrible momentum thereby gained for the return flight, again past the partner toward the trapeze swinging toward her from which she had come, meanwhile executing halfway through the air another salto mortale, in order then to catch the flying bar, pull herself up onto it with a slight swelling of her arm muscles, and, raising her hand with unseeing gaze, seat herself upon it. It was not credible. It was impossible. And yet it was done. A shudder of enthusiasm rushed over whoever saw it, and something cold pressed at the heart. The crowd venerated her more than it acclaimed her, worshipped her, as I did, in the deathly silence which the cessation of music produced at her most daring undertakings and accomplishments. That the most precise calculation was the condition of life for everything she did goes without saying. At exactly the right moment, to a fraction of a second precisely, the trapeze to be flown to, just released by the partner, had to be swinging toward her, and not, say, just swinging away from her when, after the giant swing on the far side and the salto on the way, she wished to land upon it. Were the bar not there, her magnificent hands would grasp empty air, she would fall, perhaps head first, out of her element, the air, down into the common ground, which was death. This constant tautness of conditions, to be calculated hair's breadth precisely each time, caused one to tremble. But I ask again here, was Andromache perhaps human? Was she so outside the ring, behind her professional performance, her production bordering on the unnatural, actually unnatural for a woman? To imagine her as wife and mother was simply absurd. A wife and mother, or indeed anyone who could conceivably be such, does not hang head downwards by the feet from the trapeze, swing so on it that it nearly overturns, release herself, fly through the air to the partner who seizes her by the hands, swings her back and forth, and at the outermost swing lets her go, so that she may return to the other apparatus under execution of the famous aerial salto. This was her manner of congress with the man. Another was inconceivable in her, for one recognized only too well that this severe body was expending upon its adventurous artistic feat what others give to love. She was no woman, but she was no man either, and therefore no human being. A grave angel of daredevilry she was, with parted lips and tensed nostrils, an unapproachable Amazon of the airspace beneath the canvas roof, high above the crowd in whom, from rigid devotion, desire for her had gone out. Andromache, with pain and elevation at once, her being rested in my mind long after her act was over and other things had taken its place. All the grooms and stable hands formed a guard of honor. Director Staudebecker entered with his 12 black stallions, a distinguished elderly sporting gentleman with a grey moustache, in full evening dress, the ribbon of the Légion d'honneur in his buttonhole, holding in one hand the riding crop, together with a long whip of inlaid work which, as people wished to know, the Shah of Persia had given him, and with which he managed wonderfully to crack. His gleaming patent leather shoes stood in the sand of the ring while he addressed quiet personal words to this and that of his magnificent pupils, with their heads proudly drawn up in white harnesses, who, arranged about him, performed to a yielding music their steps, deep bends and turns, and before his raised riding crop rose in tremendous circular parade onto their hind legs. A splendid sight, but I thought of Andromache. Glorious animal bodies, and between beast and angel, so I mused, stands man. Nearer to the beast he stands, let us concede that. But she, my adored one, though entirely body, yet chaste body, body excluded from the human, stood far further over toward the angels. Then the ring was enclosed with railings, for the lion cage rolled in, and the feeling of cowardly safety was meant to season the crowds gaping with relish. The tamer, Monsieur Mustapha, a man with golden rings in his ears, naked to the waist in red harem trousers and a red cap, stepped through a small gate, quickly opened and as quickly closed again behind him, into the 5 beasts, whose sharp predator smell mingled with that of the horse stable. They retreated before him, squatted one after another on the 5 stools scattered about, stubborn and reluctant under his calls, bared their fangs with horribly contorted nostrils, and struck at him with their paws, perhaps in a half-friendly sense, though one in which much rage was also involved, because they knew that they would now again, quite against their nature and inclination, be compelled to jump through hoops, and ultimately through burning ones. A few of them shook the air with the thunderous roar before which the gentler wildlife of the primal forest trembles and flees. The tamer answered it with a pistol shot into the air before which they ducked with a hiss, having understood that their natural thunder had been trumped by the crackling report. Mustapha then lit a cigarette with a braggart's air, at which they gazed likewise with deep displeasure, and then addressed a name, Achille, or Néron, softly, but extremely decisively, calling the first upon its performance. One after another, the great cats had reluctantly to bother themselves off their stools and make the leap, forward and back, through the hoop held aloft, which was finally, as I said, a pitch ring set alight. Willy-nilly they sprang through the flames, and it was not difficult for them, but it was insulting. They returned growling to their stools, those already in themselves wounding seats, and stared fixedly at the red-trousered man, who kept lightly shifting his head so as to catch alternately with his dark eyes the green, fear, and certain attached, hatred-narrowed gaze of the beasts. He turned briefly when he caught some unrest behind him and stilled it by looking around him as if astonished by the quiet and firm utterance of a name. Everyone felt what uncommonly uncanny, entirely incalculable company he had about him in there, and that was the titillation for which the gaping rabble sitting in safety had paid. Everyone was aware that his revolver would be of little help to him if the 5 mighty ones should wake from their delusion of helplessness before him and tear him to pieces. My impression was that, if only he were to injure himself in some way and they were to see his blood, it would be all over with him. I also understood that when he went in among them half-naked, it was for the sake of the rabble, namely, so that their cowardly pleasure might be sharpened by the sight of the flesh into which they, one never knows, one hopes it will happen, might sink their terrible claws. But since I was thinking of Andromache all the while, I felt tempted and found it justifiable enough to imagine her as Mustapha's beloved. Jealousy went through me like a knife stab at the mere thought. It actually stopped my breath, and I hastily smothered the fancy. Comrades in proximity to death that they might be, but not a pair of lovers. No, no. It would also have gone badly for them both. The lions would have noticed if he had paid court to her, and would have refused him their obedience. And she would have made a mistake, I was certain, if the angel of daring had demeaned herself to become a woman and would have fallen shamefully to earth. What else was there, before and after, in the Cirque Studebaker? A great many things, an abundance of nimble wonders. It would avail little to summon them all. This I know, that from time to time I looked sideways at my companion Stanko, who, like all the people around us, abandoned himself in slack, dull enjoyment to this unending press of dazzling artistry, this colourful cascade of beguiling, intoxicating feats and spectacles. This was not my way, not my manner of meeting appearances. To be sure, nothing escaped me. I took in intently and examiningly every detail. It was dedication, but it had, how shall I put it, something refractory about it. I stiffened my back at it, my soul, how shall I put it, exerted a counter-pressure against the impressions storming it. There was I do not say it quite rightly, but approximately rightly, at all my admiration something of malice in its penetrating contemplation of the tricks, the arts, the effects. The crowd around me was seething in pleasure and amusement. I, however, in a manner of speaking, excluded myself from their ferment and craving, cool as one who feels himself to be of the trade, of the craft. Not of the circus trade, the salto mortale trade, naturally, could I feel myself to be, but of the trade in a more general sense, the trade of effect, of enchanting and delighting humanity. Therefore, I inwardly held myself apart from the many who were merely the self-oblivious, enjoying victims of the spectacle, remote from the thought of measuring themselves against it. They only enjoyed, and enjoyment is a passive condition in which no one satisfies himself who feels himself born for the active, for the doing himself. Of such comportment my neighbour, given nothing whatsoever to good Stanko, and so we were unequal companions, with whose fellowship there was no great distance to be travelled. When we strolled about the city, I had far keener eyes than he for the spacious magnificence of the Parisian scene, for certain glorious vistas of unbelievable distinction and splendour that it offers, and I always had to think of my poor father and the weakly surrendered magnifique, magnifique, with which he had always recalled it. Since I made no great show of my admiration, however, that fellow scarcely noticed the difference in the receptivity of our souls. What he gradually could not fail to notice was that, in a manner mysterious to him, our friendship was not properly advancing, that genuine intimacy between us refused to develop, which was simply to be explained by my natural inclination towards withdrawal and reserve, this inner insistence on solitude, distance, and reticence, of which I have already spoken above, and which, as a fundamental condition of my existence, I could not have altered even had I wished to. There is no other way of putting it. The shy and not so much proud as fate-accepting feeling of a person that there is something singular about him creates around him a layer of air and an emanation of coolness, in which, almost to his own regret, well-meaning overtures of friendship and camaraderie become, they know not how, entangled and stuck fast. This was what happened to Stanko with me. He was not wanting in openness, and yet saw that I received it more with tolerance than I returned it in kind. Thus, one afternoon, when we were sitting over wine in a bistro, he told me that before coming to Paris, he had been obliged to serve a 1-year prison sentence back home for some burglary or other, in which he had been caught not through any clumsiness of his own, but through the stupidity of his accomplice. I received this news with good cheer and sympathy, and it would be far from the truth to say that this disclosure, which surprised me not at all, did any damage to our acquaintance. The next time, however, he went further and let me perceive that his readiness to confide in me had a background of calculation that displeased me. He saw in me a lucky fellow of childish shrewdness and a favoured hand with whom it would be good to work, and from a lack of delicacy in his misreading of the fact that I had not been born to be a partner in crime, he made me proposals concerning a certain villa in Neuilly that he had cased, where, with ease and almost no risk, the two of us might together turn a profitable trick. That he was met with indifferent refusal annoyed him greatly, and he asked me angrily what sort of squeamishness this was in me, and what exactly I thought myself too good for, seeing that he knew perfectly well what I was about. Since I have always despised people who believed they knew what I was about, I merely shrugged my shoulders and said that might well be, but I had no desire for it. Whereupon he concluded with a trottle or imbecile. That I had prepared this disappointment for him did not immediately lead to an outright breach of our relations either, but it cooled them, loosened them, and finally dissolved them, so that without being exactly enemies, we no longer went out together. Chapter 20. I carried out the lift service throughout the entire winter, and despite the popularity I enjoyed with my ever-changing public, it soon began to bore me. I had reason to fear that things would go on in this fashion indefinitely, that I would be, so to speak, forgotten there, left to grow old and grey at the post. What I had heard from Stanko confirmed me in this anxiety. For his part, he was endeavoring to be transferred to the main kitchen with its 2 large stoves, 4 roasting ovens, the grill apparatus, and the flambeau, and there in time, if not quite to the position of head chef, then perhaps to that of vice kitchen director, who receives orders from the dining room via the waiters and passes them on to the brigade of cooks. But the prospects for such advancement were slim, he had maintained. There was a strong tendency to keep a man employed at the post where he already happened to be, and he prophesied gloomily for me as well that I would remain forever bound to the lift, if not always as a volunteer, and would never come to know the operations of this great establishment from any other angle than this particular and limited one. It was precisely this that frightened me. I felt imprisoned in my lift alcove and the shaft in which I steered my vehicle up and down without having been granted a look, or more than a brief incidental glance, at the precious social tableaus of the lobby at 5 o'clock tea, when muted music floated through it. Reciters and Greek-robed dancers provided entertainment for the fashionable world, which leaned in its well-tended chairs at elegant little tables, sampling petits fours and exquisite small sandwiches along with the golden drink, moving their fingers afterwards through the air with a kind of light trilling motion to rid them of crumbs, and on the carpet of the stately open staircase leading to a gallery adorned with banks of flowers, between palm fronds rising from sculptured vase stands, exchanged greetings, made acquaintances, traded witticisms with a distinguished play of features and nods of the head indicative of intelligence, and let light laughter ring out. How pleasant it must be to move and attend there, in the ladies' bridge room too, or in the dining room at dinner, to which I brought down the gentlemen in evening dress and the women glittering with jewels. In short, I was restless. I longed for an expansion of my existence, for richer possibilities of exchange with the world, and indeed, well-disposed fortune allowed them to be granted me. My wish to be free of the lift driving and, in a new livery, to gain a new occupation with a wider horizon was fulfilled. At Easter I transferred to the waiter service, and this came about as follows. The maître d'hôtel, a man named Monsieur Machatchek, was a man of great standing who carried his rounded belly through the dining room with much authority and in freshly starched linen every day. The shaved fat of his moon face gleamed. He commanded to perfection that high and far-beckoning arm gesture with which the lord of the tables bids newly arrived guests to their places, and his way of reproving mistakes and clumsiness on the part of the staff merely in passing, from the corner of his mouth, was as discreet as it was cutting. This man, then, had me summoned to him one morning, on a directive from management, as I must assume, and received my attendance in a small office adjoining the magnificent salle à manger. Krull, he said, called Armand. Voyons, voyons. Eh bien, I have heard of you. Not precisely to your disadvantage, and not entirely incorrectly, as it seems to me at first glance. It can deceive, pourtant. Are you clear in your own mind that the services you have rendered in the house up to now were child's play and represented a meagre testing of whatever gifts you may dispose of? Vous consentez? It is intended, if possible, to make something of you here in the restaurant service, si c'est faisable. Do you feel a certain vocation within yourself for the sommelier's art? A certain talent, I say. Not quite an exceptional and brilliant one, as you are assuring me there. That is to say, you are carrying self-recommendation too far, though courage in turn cannot hurt. A certain talent, then, for elegant serving and all the finer attentions that belong to it, for reasonably adroit dealings with a public such as ours. Inborn. Of course such things are inborn, but what you consider inborn in yourself is astounding. In any case, I can only repeat that a healthy self-confidence is no disadvantage. You possess some knowledge of languages. I did not say comprehensive, as you phrase it, but the most necessary. Bon. These are all, moreover, later questions. You presumably do not imagine the course of things to be otherwise than that you must begin from the bottom. Your occupation for the time being will consist in scraping the remains from the used crockery that comes from the dining room before it goes to the scullery for its proper washing. For this activity, you will receive a monthly salary of 40 francs, an almost excessively high remuneration, as your expression appears to attest. It is not customary, by the way, to smile in conversation with me before I myself smile. It is I who am to give the signal for smiling. Bon. The white jacket for your work as a scraper will be provided. Are you in a position to procure for yourself the waiter's tailcoat of our establishment, should you one day be called upon to serve at table in the dining room? You are aware, no doubt, that this acquisition is to be made at your own expense, entirely in a position to do so. Excellent. I see that one encounters no difficulties with you. Are you also supplied with the necessary linen, respectable dress shirts? Tell me, are you well provided for from home? A little, à la bonne heure. I think, Krull, we shall be able to raise your salary to 50 or 60 francs within a foreseeable time. The address of the tailor who makes our tailcoats can be learned at the office out front. You may transfer to us whenever you wish. We are short of an assistant, and for the lift vacancy, there are 100 applicants. À bientôt, mon garçon. We are approaching the middle of the month, so this time you will be able to draw 25 francs, for I propose that we begin at 600 per year. This time your smile is admissible, for I have preceded you in it. That was all. You may go. Thus, Machacek in exchange with me. This momentous conversation led initially to a step down in my manner of living and in what I represented, that cannot be denied. I had to return my lift boy's livery to the storeroom and received in exchange only a white jacket, for which I had to procure a serviceable pair of trousers without delay, since I could not possibly wear out the trousers belonging to my going-out suit at work. This work, the pre-cleaning of used crockery, the scraping of leftovers into refuse tubs, was somewhat degrading in comparison with my previous, in any case more distinguished occupation, and at first also revolting. My duties extended into the scullery as well, where the service, passing from hand to hand, underwent a succession of washings before landing with the towel dryers, among whom I periodically found myself ranked, attired in a white apron. I thus stood, so to speak, at both the beginning and the end of the restoration process. To put a good face on what is unsuitable, and to place oneself on a cordial footing with the companions for whom it is suitable, is not difficult when one carries the word provisional in one's heart throughout. So certain was I of the sense for inequality and natural privilege that is deeply innate in people, despite all their insistence on equality. So certain of their drive to do justice to this sense, so convinced, in other words, that people would not long keep me on this rung, indeed, that they had allowed me to occupy it really only for the sake of form, that I had, almost from the very start, immediately after my conversation with Monsieur Machacek, as soon as I had time for it, ordered a waiter's tailcoat à la St. James and Albany from the uniform and livery tailor whose atelier was situated not far from the hotel in the Rue des Innocents. It was an investment of 75 francs, a special price agreed upon between the firm and the hotel, which those without means had to pay off gradually from their wages, but which I, needless to say, paid in cash. The garment was extraordinarily handsome if one knew how to wear it, with black trousers, a dark blue tailcoat with some velvet trimming at the collar and gilt buttons, which recurred in diminished form on the cutaway waistcoat. I took genuine delight in the acquisition, hung it in the wardrobe outside the dormitory beside my civilian suit, and had also seen to the appropriate white bow tie and to enamel studs for the shirt. And so it came about that when, after 5 weeks of crockery service, one of the 2 junior head waiters who stood at Monsieur Machacek's side in black tailcoats with black bow ties informed me that I was needed in the dining room and instructed me to adjust myself promptly for service there, I was able to tell him that I was in complete readiness to appear and stood at their disposal at any moment they might choose. The very next day, then, saw me making my debut at luncheon in full regalia in the dining room. That magnificent cathedral-wide space with its fluted columns, on whose gilded capitals the ceiling surfaces rested in white stucco, with its red-shaded wall sconces, red swelling window draperies, and the profusion of round tables and little tables covered with white damask and adorned with orchids, around which stood chairs of white lacquered wood with red cushions, and on which paraded the serviettes folded into fans and pyramids, the gleaming cutlery and delicate glasses, and the wine bottles leaning in gleaming ice buckets or light baskets, the bringing of which was the special duty of the wine waiter, distinguished by his chain and his little cellarman's apron. Long before the first guests arrived for luncheon, I had been on hand, had helped to lay the covers on a particular group of tables to which I was assigned as second, as assistant waiter, and had then not forgone the opportunity of welcoming the dining guests at those tables, at least where the head and serving waiter above me happened not to be present, with a marked warmth of heart, to slide chairs under the ladies, to offer them the menus, to pour water, in short, to make my presence pleasingly memorable to these charges, without distinction as to their unequal charms. The authority and scope for this were, at first, not great. It was not for me to take orders, nor to present the dishes. My office was only to clear away after each course, to carry out the used plates and cutlery, and after the entremets, before the dessert was served, to brush the tablecloths clean of breadcrumbs with brush and flat crumb scoop. Those higher duties fell to Hector, my superior, an already somewhat aging man with a sleepy air, in whom I had immediately recognized that commis de salle with whom I had sat at table in the staff canteen on my first morning, and who had given me his cigarettes. He too recalled me with a
"Mais oui, c'est toi,"
accompanied by a wearily dismissive wave of the hand that remained characteristic of his behavior towards me. It was from the very beginning a comportment more of resignation than of command and correction. He could see, no doubt, that the clientele, especially the ladies, old and young, turned to me, beckoned to me rather than to him, when they desired some special condiment. English mustard, Worcester sauce, tomato catsup, desires that in so many cases quite perceptible to me were the merest pretext for drawing me to their table, to take pleasure in my "Parfaitement, madame,"
"Tout de suite, madame,"
and, when I brought what was requested, to accompany their "Merci, Armand," with an obliquely upward beaming glance that was scarcely warranted by the occasion. After a few days, Hector said to me, while I was helping him at the serving table to lift sole fillets from the bone,
"They would much prefer it if you were serving them, au lieu de moi. They are all unanimously besotted with you, toute la canaille friande. You will soon have pushed me to the wall and taken over the tables. You are an attraction, et tu n'as pas l'air de l'ignorer. The bigwigs know it too and are pushing you forward. Did you hear? Of course you heard. How Monsieur Cordonnier,"
that was the junior head waiter who had fetched me,
"said just now to the Swedish couple with whom you had been chatting so charmingly, 'Joli petit charmeur, n'est-ce pas? Tu iras loin, mon cher. Mes meilleurs vœux, ma bénédiction.'"
"You exaggerate, Hector," I replied. "I still have much to learn from you before I could think of cutting you out, if that were my intention." I said more than I meant. For when, on one of the following days, during dinner, Monsieur Mashachek himself steered his belly towards me, stood beside me in such a way that our faces were turned in opposite directions, and murmured to me out of the corner of his mouth,
"Not bad, Armand. You work not altogether badly. I recommend that you pay close attention to Hector, how he serves, provided you set any store by one day doing the same."
To this I answered, likewise with a lowered voice, "1,000 thanks, maître, but I can do it already, and better than he. I can, you see, forgive me, do it by nature. I am not urging you to put me to the test, but as soon as you decide to do so, you will find my words confirmed."
"Blagueur,"
he said, and not only gave a short laughing twitch of his belly, but also glanced over at a lady in green with a high, artificially blonde coiffure who had been observing this little exchange, winked at her with one eye while tilting his head sideways in my direction, before walking on with his short, emphatically elastic steps. As he went, he let his belly give one more amused twitch. The coffee service soon took me also out into the lobby, where I had to attend to it twice a day along with a few colleagues. It quickly expanded to include the afternoon tea service there, and since in the meantime Hector had been transferred to another group of tables in the dining room, and it had fallen to me to serve at the one where I had played the aide, I had almost an excessive amount to do, and was by evening, towards the end of the manifold day's work that was imposed upon me, that is to say when serving coffee and liqueurs, whiskey soda, and tisane de Tilleul after dinner in the lobby, usually so tired that the exchange of sympathies between myself and the world lost something of its soul. The agile elasticity of my movements threatened to flag, and my smile stiffened into a slightly pained mask. By morning, however, my resilient nature rose up from such exhaustion to cheerful freshness, and I was already to be seen hurrying back and forth between the breakfast room, the drink pantry, and the main kitchen to serve those guests who did not avail themselves of room service and did not breakfast in bed their tea, their oatmeal, their toast, their preserves, their baked fish, their pancakes in syrup. Was then to be seen in the dining room, with the help of a clumsy second, setting my 6 tables for luncheon, spreading the damask over the soft baize underlay, laying the covers, and from 12 o'clock on, notebook in hand, receiving orders from those who had come to dine. How well I understood the art of advising the wavering with the soft, discreetly restrained voice that befits a waiter, of keeping the loveless character of mere throwing down far from all serving and attending, of performing everything rather in a manner as though it were a personal act of devotion. Bent over, one hand in the proper serving school fashion behind my back, I offered my dishes, but between times I also practiced the refined art of serving, using fork and spoon in skillful combination with the right hand alone, to those who liked to have things placed on their plates, whereby the one being served, he or she, but especially she, might observe with pleasant surprise my active hand, which was not the hand of a common man. No wonder then, all in all, that one, as Hector had said,
pushed me forward.
Exploited the goodwill that streamed towards me from the overfed luxury society of the establishment. One exposed me to it, to this goodwill that bubbled around me, and left it my particular art to spur it on by melting accommodation while at the same time holding it in check by decorous reserve. In order to keep clear the image that these memoirs convey to the reader of my character, let the following be noted here to my credit. Never have I taken vain and cruel pleasure in the sufferings of fellow beings in whom my person aroused desires that worldly wisdom forbade me to gratify. Passions of which one is the object without being oneself touched by them may, in natures unlike mine, inspire a supercilious sense of superiority, of unpleasant coldness, or else that contemptuous aversion which tempts one to trample the feelings of the other without mercy. How very different in my case. I have always respected such feelings, have out of a kind of sense of guilt treated them with the utmost consideration, and have sought by a placating manner to lead those afflicted towards a reasonable renunciation, for which I shall cite from the period of my life here to be discussed the twofold example of little Eleanor Twentyman of Birmingham and of Lord Kilmarnock, a member of the Scottish high nobility, for the reason that both cases, which unfolded simultaneously, represented in different ways temptations towards a premature departure from the chosen career, enticements to throw myself into one of those side paths of which my godfather had spoken, but which one could not examine too carefully for their destination and extent. The Twentymans, father, mother, and daughter, together with a lady's maid, occupied a suite in the St. James in Albany for several weeks, which in itself bespoke an agreeable financial situation. This was confirmed and underscored by the magnificent jewels Mrs. Twentyman wore at dinner, which were, one must say, a pity to behold. For Mrs. Twentyman was a joyless woman, joyless for the observer and in all probability by her own experience as well, who had evidently been raised by the Birmingham commercial industry of her husband, crowned with success, from lower middle-class circumstances into conditions that made her stiff and rigid. More good nature emanated from Mr. Twentyman with his red port wine face, yet his joviality was largely exhausted in the deafness that enveloped him, of which the empty listening expression of his watery blue eyes gave testimony. He made use of a black ear trumpet, into which his wife had to speak when she, as rarely happened, had something to say to him, and which he held out to me as well when I advised him on his order. His little daughter, the 17 or 18-year-old Eleanor, who sat opposite him at my table number 8, was wont at times, also summoned there by his beckoning, to rise and cross over to him for a brief conversation conducted through the trumpet. His tenderness for the child was evident and winning. As for Mrs. Twentyman, I would not at all deny her maternal feelings, but they expressed themselves less in fond glances and words than in critical supervision of Eleanor's conduct and comportment, for which Mrs. Twentyman frequently raised her tortoiseshell lorgnette to her eyes, never without finding something to censure in the daughter's hairstyle or posture, or reprimanding her for rolling breadcrumbs, gnawing a chicken bone, or looking around the dining room with curiosity, and so forth. Out of all this supervision there spoke an educatory unease and solicitude that must have been burdensome enough for Miss Twentyman, but which my own not inconsiderably burdensome experiences with her forced me to acknowledge as fairly justified. She was a fair-haired creature, pretty after the manner of a young kid, with the most touching collarbones in the world when her silk dress was a little low-cut in the evenings. Since I have always harboured a weakness for the Anglo-Saxon type and she represented it in a very pronounced way, I was glad to see her, glad, moreover, to see her constantly, at mealtimes, after mealtimes, and at the tea music to which the 20-mans, at least at first, were also accustomed to take their places while I attended. I was kind to my little kid, surrounded her with the attentiveness of a devoted brother, served her meat, brought her the dessert a second time, kept her supplied with grenadine, which she was very fond of, tenderly wrapped her thin, snow-white shoulders in the embroidered shawl when she rose from dinner, and in so doing decidedly did too much, inadvertently sinning against this all-too-receptive little soul by too little accounting for the particular magnetism that, whether I wished it or not, emanated from my person to every not entirely dull fellow creature, would have emanated, I venture to assert, to anyone even if my mortal shell, as one ultimately calls it, my little mask, had spoken less for itself, for it was only the manifestation, the formation of deeper forces, of sympathy. In short, I was very soon obliged to perceive that the little one had fallen head over heels in love with me, and of course this was not my observation alone, for the sharply watchful tortoiseshell lorgnette of Mrs. Twentyman espied it too, as a hissing whisper confirmed to me, which made itself heard behind my back one lunchtime.
"Eleanor, if you don't stop staring at that boy, I'll send you up to your room, and you'll have to eat alone till we leave."
Yes, unfortunately the little kid exercised poor self-control. The thought of doing so, and of concealing in any way that she was lost, did not occur to her at all. Her blue eyes clung to me constantly, enraptured and dreamy, and when mine met them, she would lower her gaze, her face suffused with blood, to her plate, only to raise it again at once, as though she could not afford to fail, surrendering from the burning of her countenance up to me. One could not blame the mother's vigilance. She was probably warned by earlier signs that this child of Birmingham respectability tended towards recklessness, towards an innocent wild belief in the right and even the duty to give oneself openly over to passion. I certainly did nothing to encourage this, withdrew myself with care and almost admonishingly, did not in my behaviour towards her go beyond the most professionally required attentiveness, and approved of the measure, for Eleanor, to be sure, a very cruel one, which was doubtless decreed by the mother, that in the second week the 20-mans gave up their table with me and moved to a distant part of the dining room where Hector served. But my wild little kid knew how to manage. Suddenly she appeared, already at 8 in the morning, downstairs at my station for the petit déjeuner, whereas until then she had breakfasted on her room, as did her parents. Upon entering, she changed colour, sought me with her reddened eyes, and found, for at that hour the breakfast room was still sparsely occupied, only too easily a place within my area of service. "Good morning, Miss Twentyman. Did you have a good rest?"
"Very little rest, Armand. Very little,"
she lisped. I showed myself distressed to hear it. "But then," I said, "it might perhaps have been wiser to stay a little longer in bed and have your tea and porridge there, which I shall bring you at once, but which you would, I believe, be able to enjoy more undisturbed upstairs. It is so quiet and peaceful there in the room, in your bed." What did this child answer?
"No, I prefer to suffer."
"But you are making me suffer too," I replied quietly, showing her the marmalade on the card that she ought to take.
"Oh, Armand, then we suffer together,"
she said, and lifted her unrefreshed eyes dreamily up to me. What was to come of this? I wished her heartily a swift departure, but it kept being delayed, and it was understandable, after all, that Mr. Twentyman did not wish to have his Parisian sojourn cut short by a love whim of his daughter, of which he may have heard something through the black trumpet. But Miss Twentyman came every morning when her parents were still asleep. They slept until 10 o'clock, so that Eleanor, when her mother looked for her, could claim that the room service waiter had already cleared away her breakfast things, and I had my good deal of trouble with her, above all with protecting her reputation and concealing her unfortunate condition, her attempts to press my hand and other intoxicated imprudences from those seated nearby. To my warnings that her parents would one day get wind of her, would discover her breakfast secret, she remained deaf. No, Mrs. Twentyman slept most soundly in the mornings, and how much preferable she was to her when she was asleep than when she was awake and kept her under surveillance. Mummy did not love her. She merely observed her sharply through the lorgnette. Daddy, he loved her, but did not take her heart seriously, which Mummy did after all, even if in an unkind way, and Eleanor was inclined to give her some credit for this.
"For I love you."
I preferred for the moment not to have heard this. But when I returned to attend to her, I spoke quietly and reasoned with her. "Miss Eleanor, what you just let fall about love, that is only imagination and pure nonsense. Your daddy is quite right not to take it seriously, just as your mummy is also right to take it seriously, as nonsense, that is, and to forbid it to you. Please do you yourself not take it so very seriously, to your own and my distress, but try to muster a little irony about it. Which I do not do, certainly not, far be it from me. But you do it. What can it lead to? It is quite unnatural. There you are, the daughter of a man who has risen to wealth as considerable as Mr. Twentyman's, who is spending a few weeks with you at the St. James and Albany, where I wait at table. A waiter. I am only a waiter, Miss Eleanor, a lowly member of our social order to which I render deference, whereas you behave rebelliously towards it, and abnormally, in that you not only do not entirely overlook me, as would be natural and as your mummy quite rightly demands, but while your parents are prevented by peaceful slumber from protecting the social order, you come secretly to breakfast and speak to me of love. But this is a forbidden love, to which I cannot lend my hand, and I must resist the pleasure of knowing that you are fond of me. I may be fond of you, if I keep it to myself. That much, perhaps. But that you, Mr. and Mrs. Twentyman's daughter, should be fond of me, that will not do, and is contrary to nature. It is also merely an enchantment of the eyes and stems, largely from this tailcoat à la St. James in Albany, with its velvet trimming and gilt buttons, which is nothing other than the adornment of my lowly station, and without which I should look like nothing at all, I assure you. Something like your love does fly at one on travels and in the face of such a tailcoat, and when one has gone away, as you will be gone very soon, one forgets it until the next stage. Leave the memory of our encounter here to me, then the recollection of it is preserved somewhere, without, however, burdening you. Could I have done more for her, and was it not kindly spoken? But she only wept, so that I had to be grateful when the nearby tables were empty, sobbed accusations of cruelty at me, and would hear nothing of the natural social order and the unnaturalness of her infatuation, but insisted every morning that if only we could be quite alone and undisturbed just once, with free rein in word and deed, then everything would find its way and arrange itself happily, provided I cared a little for her, which I did not at all deny, at any rate not my gratitude for her affection. Yet how was the rendezvous for being alone together in freedom, with free rein in word and deed, to be arranged? She did not know this either, but did not on that account desist from her longing, and made it my task to devise a means of fulfilling it. In short, I had my good deal of trouble with her. And if only at the same time, and not even merely incidentally, the business with Lord Kilmarnock had not been unfolding. No lesser trial, truly, since it was here not a matter of a wild young girl's emotional caprice, but of a personality of serious weight, whose feelings carried some measure on the scales of humanity, so that one could neither advise him to mock them, nor could one bring oneself to mock them. I, at any rate, was not the young man for that. The lord, who stayed with us for a fortnight and dined at one of my small tables for single guests, was a man of visible distinction, around 50, of moderate height, slim, extremely neatly dressed, with still fairly thick, iron-grey, carefully parted hair and a trimmed, likewise slightly greying moustache, which allowed the observation of the cut of his mouth, fine to the point of elegance. Not at all finely cut, and not very aristocratic, was the over-strong, almost clumsy nose, which, forming a deep indentation between the somewhat slantingly bristling eyebrows, shot straight and heavily out of the face above the grey-green eyes, which showed themselves open with a certain effort and self-mastery. If this was regrettable, one was in turn gratified by the invariably immaculate shave, achieving a final softness of his cheeks and chin, which moreover gleamed with the cream that the lord rubbed in after his ablutions. For his handkerchief, he used a violet water of an unbelievable, to me quite unprecedented naturalness and spring freshness. His entry into the dining room was always marked by a diffidence that might have seemed surprising in so great a gentleman, but which did no harm to his prestige, at least in my eyes. Too much dignity stood against it, and it merely suggested that there was something singular about him and that he felt himself observed and regarded on this account. His voice was soft, and I met it with a still softer one, only to discover too late that this was not good for him. His manner had the melancholically veiled friendliness of a man who has suffered greatly, and ought not a well-disposed person to respond to that, as I did with tender solicitude in attending to him. But it was not good for him. He looked at me but little during the brief remarks about the weather, the menu, to which our exchange in the course of service was at first limited. Just as in general, he made little use of his eyes, restrained and spared them, as though he feared that their use might plunge him into difficulties. A week passed before the relations between us relaxed and stepped outside the frame of the purely formal and conventional. Before I perceived, with a pleasure not unmixed with concern, signs of personal interest in me on his part. A week. That is surely the minimum of time that a soul requires, in daily repeated intercourse with a strange person, to undergo certain transformations, especially with such sparing use of the eyes. Now he asked how long I had served here, asked about my origins, my age, the tender figure of which he took note with a moved shrugging, "Mon Dieu," or "Good heavens." He spoke English as often as French. If I was then German by birth, he inquired, why did I bear the French name Armand? I did not bear it, I answered. I merely carried it, in accordance with a directive from above. In reality, my name was Felix.
Charming, he said. If it were up to me, your real name would be restored to you.
And it was not quite consistent with his superior position, and gave me the impression of a slight unbalancedness, that he added the communication that his own baptismal name was Nectan, which had been the name of a king of the Picts, the indigenous population of Scotland. I responded to this, to be sure, with a mime of respectful interest, but the question pressed itself upon me, what I was supposed to do with the knowledge that he was called Nectan. It was of no use to me, for I had to address him as my lord and not as Nectan. Little by little, I learned that he was at home in a castle not far from the city of Aberdeen, where he lived alone with an older and unfortunately ailing sister, that he also owned a summer house on one of the Highland lochs, in a region where the people still spoke Gaelic. He could speak a little of it too, and where it was very beautiful and romantic, the mountain slopes steep and rugged, the air filled with the spicy fragrance of heather. Besides, it was also very beautiful near Aberdeen. The city offered every entertainment for one who cared for such things. The air blew brisk and pure from the North Sea. I also came to know that he loved music and played the organ. At the house on the mountain loch in summer there was, of course, only a harmonium. For these disclosures, which came not in a connected, talkative fashion, but in an undertone, here and there, thrown out and fragmentary, which, with the possible exception of Nectan, could not attract attention as excessive confidingness from a lone traveller who has no one to chat with, but the waiter. The most favourable opportunity was when luncheon had been served, and the lord, as was his noontime custom, did not take his coffee in the lobby, but remained, smoking Egyptian cigarettes, at his little table in the almost empty dining room. He always took several cups of coffee, but had beforehand drunk nothing at all, nor eaten anything to speak of. In fact, he ate almost nothing, and one had to wonder how he could subsist at all on what he consumed. With the soup he made a good start, to be sure. Strong consommé, mock turtle, and oxtail soup disappeared rapidly from his plate. Of everything else, however, of all the good things I placed before him, he tasted only 1 or 2 bites, immediately lit another cigarette, and let each dish be taken away almost untouched. In the long run, I could not suppress a remark upon it.
Mais vous ne mangez rien, my lord, I said with concern. Le chef se formalisera si vous dédaignez tous ces plats.
What can one do? There is a lack of appetite, he answered. There is always a lack of it. Taking nourishment, I have a decided aversion to it. Perhaps it is the sign of a certain self-denial.
The word, which I had never heard before, startled me and called forth my politeness.
Self-denial,
I exclaimed softly.
In this, my lord, no one can follow or agree with you. It must meet with the liveliest contradiction.
Really?
He asked, and turned to me the gaze that rose slowly from below, from the tabletop, up towards my face. His gaze always had something of the compelled, something of self-overcoming. Yet this time one could see in his eyes that the effort was gladly made. His mouth smiled with refined melancholy, but above it, the oversized nose shot out straight and heavily towards me. How can one, I thought, have so refined a mouth and so clumsy a nose?
Really?
I confirmed with some confusion.
Perhaps, mon enfant, he said, self-denial heightens the capacity for the affirmation of the other.
Thereupon he rose and left the dining room. I remained at the little table, which I was clearing and resetting in various thoughts. There was little doubt that the daily repeated contact with me was not good for the Lord, but I could neither discontinue it nor render it harmless by purging from my manner towards him all tender attentiveness, making it stiff and brusque, and thereby wounding feelings that I had encouraged. To make fun of them, I was far less in a position than in the case of little Eleanor, but equally incapable of meeting them as their nature invited. This produced a burdensome conflict, which was to become a temptation through the unexpected proposal that he made to me, unexpected as regards its substantive content, though in every other respect not at all. It occurred towards the end of the second week, during the coffee service after dinner in the lobby. A small orchestra was playing near the entrance to the dining room behind a screen of plants. Distant from it, at the other end of the room, the Lord had chosen a small, somewhat secluded table that he had, moreover, already used several times, and on which I had placed his mocha. When I passed him again, he requested a cigar. I brought him 2 boxes with imports, with rings and without rings. He inspected them and said,
Which should I take?
The dealer, I answered, recommends these.
and I indicated the ringed ones.
Personally, if I may, I would rather advise the other.
I could not refrain from giving him the opportunity for a courtoisie.
Then I shall defer to your judgment,
he said, but did not yet reach for any, and instead let me continue to hold both boxes out to him while he looked down at them.
Armand?
He asked softly into the music. My lord. He changed the form of address and said,
Felix?
My lord commands?
I asked with a smile.
You would not have any inclination,
it came from him, without his had raised his eyes from the cigars,
to exchange hotel service for a position as valet.
There it was.
How so, my lord?
I asked, feigning incomprehension. He appeared to have heard with whom, and answered with a slight shrug of the shoulders.
With me, it is very simple. You accompany me to Aberdeen and Necton Hall Castle. You divest yourself of this livery and exchange it for a suit of distinction in keeping with your position, setting you apart from the other servants. There are quite a number of servants. Your duties would be confined entirely to attending to my person. You would be about me at all times, at the castle and at the summer house in the mountains. Your salary, he added, will in all likelihood amount to double or triple what you receive here.
I said nothing, nor did he prompt me to speak with so much as a glance. Rather, he took one of the little boxes from my hand and compared this variety with the other.
That calls for very careful consideration, my lord,
I finally let myself be heard to say.
I need not tell you that your offer does me extraordinary honor, but it comes so unexpectedly, I must beg leave to think it over.
There is little time for reflection,
he replied.
Today is Friday. I depart in the course of Monday. Come with me, it is my wish.
He took one of the cigars I had recommended, examined it all around, and brought it to his nose. No observer could have guessed what he said at that moment. He said quietly,
It is the wish of a lonely heart.
What monster would begrudge me my emotion? And yet I already knew that I would not resolve to take this side path.
I promise, your lordship, I murmured, that I will make careful use of the time allotted me for reflection.
And withdrew. He has, I thought, a good cigar with his coffee. This combination is exceedingly comfortable, and comfort is, after all, a lesser form of happiness. With that one must, under certain circumstances, content oneself. The thought was a quiet attempt to help him help himself, but there followed some very oppressive days, for at every principal meal, and also after tea, the Lord would glance up once and ask,
Well?
Either I would merely lower my lashes and raise my shoulders as though they were heavily laden, or I would answer with a troubled air,
I have not yet arrived at a decision.
His fine mouth grew visibly more bitter. But even if his suffering sister had only his happiness in view, had he considered the embarrassing role I would have to play among the numerous servants he had spoken of, and even among the Gaelic mountain population? It would not be the whim of the great lord, I told myself, that mockery would strike, but the plaything of his whim. Inwardly, for all my sympathy, I charged him with egoism, and if only I had not, in addition, been perpetually obliged to keep Eleanor Twentyman's desire for free rein in word and deed under restraint. At the Sunday dinner, much champagne was drunk in the dining room. The Lord drank none, to be sure, but over at the Twentymans the cork was popping, and I reflected that this was not good for Eleanor. This concern was to prove itself justified. After the meal, as usual, I served coffee in the hall, adjoining which, separated from it by a glass door hung with green silk, lay a library room with leather armchairs and a long newspaper table. The room was very little used. Only in the mornings did a few people usually sit there and read the freshly laid out papers. These were in principle not to be removed from the library, but someone had taken the Journal des Débats into the hall and on departing had left it lying on the chair beside his little table. I rolled it tidily onto its rod and carried it across into the empty reading room. I had just settled it in its proper place on the long table when Eleanor appeared, making it abundantly clear that a couple of glasses of Moet Chandon had done for her entirely. She came toward me, threw her bare little arms around my neck with trembling and quaking, and stammered,
Armand, I love you so desperately and helplessly. I don't know what to do. I am so deeply, so utterly in love with you that I am lost. Say, tell me, do you love me a little bit too?
For heaven's sake, Miss Eleanor, be careful, somebody might come in. For instance, your mother, how on earth did you manage to escape her? Of course, I love you, sweet little Eleanor. You have such moving collarbones, you are such a lovely child in every way. But now get your arms off my neck and watch out. This is extremely dangerous.
What do I care about danger? I love you. I love you, Armand. Let's flee together, let's die together. But first of all, kiss me. Your lips, your lips. I am parched with thirst for your lips.
9, dear Eleanor, I said, attempting to loosen her arms from about me without the use of force. We shall not begin that. Besides, you have been drinking champagne, several glasses by the look of it, and if I now kiss you as well, it will be entirely over with you. You will be quite beyond the reach of rational persuasion. I have put it to you so earnestly, how unnatural it is for the daughter of a pair of parents as elevated by wealth as Mr. and Mrs. Twentyman to become infatuated with the first waiter that comes along. It is pure aberration, and even if it should correspond to your nature and disposition, you must nevertheless overcome it for the sake of society's natural law and of good manners. Come now, be a good, sensible child and let me go and go back to Mummy.
Oh, Armand, how cold you are, how cruel. And yet you said that you loved me a little? To Mummy. I hate Mummy, and she hates me. But Daddy, he loves me. And I'm certain that he will reconcile himself to everything if we confront him with a fait accompli. We need only simply flee. Let us flee tonight on the express. To Spain, for instance. To Morocco. I have come to suggest this very thing to you. There we will hide ourselves, and I will give you a child. That will be the fait accompli, and Daddy will accept it when we throw ourselves at his feet with the child, and he will give us his money so that we are rich and happy. Your lips!
And the wild child truly behaved as though she wished to conceive a child by me then and there on the spot. Enough now? Decidedly enough, dear little Eleanor, I said, and at last gently but seriously took her arms down from me. These are all thoroughly wrong-headed dreams, for whose sake I cannot abandon my path and strike out on such a sidetrack. It is not at all right of you, and accords ill with your profession of love, that you should importune me so with your entreaty, and insist on leading me astray, when I have difficulty enough as it is, and other cares besides, other troubles enough of my own, beyond those with you alone. You are quite selfish, do you know that? But so are you all, and I bear you no ill will, but rather thank you, and shall not forget little Eleanor. But now let me return to my duties in the hall.
Oh, hoo-hoo, she broke into weeping. No kiss, no child, poor unhappy me, poor little Eleanor, so miserable and disdained.
And with her little hands before her face, she threw herself into a leather armchair and sobbed heartbrokenly. I was about to step over to her to stroke her consolingly before I left, but that was reserved for another. For at this moment, someone came in, not just anyone. It was Lord Kilmarnock of Nectan Hall. In his impeccable evening dress, his feet shod not in patent leather but in dull, supple lambskin, his shave gleaming with cream, he entered, his heavily rigid nose leading the way. His head inclined slightly toward his shoulder, he contemplated the weeping girl under his oblique brows with a pensive air, stepped to her chair, and stroked her cheek charitably with the back of his finger. With overflowing eyes and open mouth, she looked up in bewilderment at the stranger, sprang from the chair, and darted like a weasel through the other door, the one opposite the glass door, and was gone. Pensive as before, he watched her go. Then he turned with composure and admirable decorum toward me.
Felix,
He spoke.
the final moment for decision has come. I am leaving tomorrow, early. You would have to pack your things this very night to accompany me to Scotland. What is your resolve?
My lord, I replied, I am most humbly grateful and beg your indulgence. I do not feel equal to the position so graciously offered me and have arrived at the conviction that I do better to refrain from striking out on this path that branches away from my own.
I cannot.
He said thereupon,
take seriously what you allege about inadequacy. Beyond that,
he added, casting a glance at the exit door.
I have the impression that your affairs here are concluded.
So I collected myself to answer him. I must conclude these as well, and am at liberty to wish your lordship a most pleasant journey. He lowered his head and raised it again only slowly, to look me in the eyes after his manner, which was full of self-restraint.
Felix,
He said,
are you not afraid of committing the greatest error of your life?
That is precisely what I fear, my lord, and hence my resolve.
Because you do not feel equal to the position I offer you? I should be very much mistaken if you did not share with me the feeling that you were born for quite other positions still. My interest in you opens up possibilities that you do not take into account in your refusal. I am childless and master of my own actions. There are cases of adoption. You might one day awaken as Lord Kilmarnock and heir to my estates.
That was powerful. He was truly leaving no stone unturned. Thoughts jostled in my head, but they did not array themselves in favor of withdrawing my refusal. It would be an uncomfortable lordship, that which his interest held out to me in prospect. Uncomfortable in the eyes of the world and lacking the right kind of penetrating force. But that was not the main thing. The main thing was that an instinct, very sure of itself, took sides within me against a proffered reality that was moreover dross-laden, in favor of the free dream and play, self-created and of its own grace, that is to say, by the grace of the imagination. When as a boy I had awakened with the resolution to be an 18-year-old prince named Karl, and had held freely and at will to that pure and charming fiction for as long as I wished, that had been the right thing, and not what this man with the rigid nose offered me in his interest. I have summarized, very swiftly, in abbreviated form and with the haste that drove my thoughts at that time, what was passing within me. I said firmly, "Forgive me, my lord, if I restrict my answer to the reiteration of my best wishes for your journey." At that he turned pale, and suddenly I saw his chin begin to tremble. Where is the monster who would reproach me because at this sight my own eyes reddened, perhaps even grew moist, but no, surely only reddened a little. Sympathy is sympathy. A wretch indeed is he who can summon no gratitude for it. I said, "But my lord, do not take it so to heart. You encountered me and saw me regularly and took an interest in my youth, and I am sincerely grateful for it. But this interest is of a rather fortuitous nature after all. It might just as well have fallen upon another. Please, I would not wound you, nor diminish the honor, but even though I am, precisely as I am made, one of a kind, as everyone is, after all, only one of a kind, millions of my age and natural constitution walk about, and setting aside the slight degree of uniqueness, one is fashioned the same as another. I once knew a woman who took an interest, expressly and wholesale, in the entire type. At bottom, it will be the same in your case. The type is everywhere, and always to be had. You return now to Scotland, as if it were not charmingly represented there, and as though you needed me in order to take an interest. There it wears checked little kilts, as far as I know, with bare legs. It must be quite a pleasure. There, then, you can choose from the type a brilliant valet, and can chat with him in Gaelic, and in the end even adopt him. Perhaps he will not be especially adept at playing the lord, but that will come, and at least he is a native son. I picture him so agreeably that I am convinced his company will cause our chance encounter here to pass from your mind entirely. Let the memory of it be my affair. It is well preserved with me, for I promise you that I shall always think with the warmest reverence upon these days in which I was permitted to serve you and advise you in the choice of cigars, and upon the admittedly fleeting interest you took in me. And do eat more, my lord, if I may make so bold, for in the matter of self-denial no person of heart and understanding can agree with you." Thus I spoke, and it did him some good none the less, even if he had shaken his head at my mention of the figure in the bright little kilt. He smiled with the same fine and sorrowful mouth as on that first occasion when I had taken him to task over his self-denial. Thereupon he drew a very beautiful emerald from his finger. I had often admired it on his hand and wear it at this very moment as I set down these lines. Not that he slipped it onto my finger, he did not do that, but simply gave it to me and said very quietly and in broken phrases,
Take the ring. I wish it. I thank you. Farewell.
Then he turned and went. I cannot sufficiently recommend the decency of this man to the appreciation of my readers. And so much then for Eleanor Twentyman and Necton Lord Kilmarnock. Chapter 21. I can only describe my inner relation to the world, or to society, as contradictory. For all my longing for an exchange of affection with it, this relation was not infrequently tinged by a contemplative coolness, an inclination toward appraising observation that surprised even me. An example of this is the thought that occasionally occupied me when, in the dining room or in the hall, my hands with the napkin behind my back, I stood idle for a few minutes and surveyed the hotel company being waited upon and attended by the blue-coated staff. It was the thought of interchangeability. Their attire, their presentation exchanged. In very many cases, those who were serving could equally well have been guests, and many of those who, cigarette in the corner of their mouth, lolled in the deep basket chairs, might have served as waiters. It was pure chance that the reverse obtained, the chance of wealth, for an aristocracy of money is an interchangeable, fortuitous aristocracy. Therefore, these thought experiments succeeded well enough for me quite often, if not always, for in the first place, the habit of wealth does produce at least a superficial refinement that made the game more difficult for me, and in the second place, genuine distinction, independent of money though provided with it, was always sprinkled in among the polished rabble of hotel society. At times I had virtually to substitute myself, and could use no one else from the waiter corps if the exchange of roles was to succeed in imaginative terms, as in the case of a truly agreeable young gentleman of light and carelessly graceful bearing, who, without residing in the hotel, not infrequently, once or twice a week, dined as a guest with us, specifically in my section. He would then have telephoned Machatchek to reserve a small, single table, for whose particular favor he evidently knew how to ensure himself, and Machatchek would direct my attention in advance with his eyes to the place setting, saying, Le Marquis de Venosta. Attention. Venosta, who was approximately my own age, also put himself on a cordial and unconstrained, almost friendly footing with me. I liked watching him come in with his easy, unconcerned manner, pushed his chair out for him when Maître Machatchek did not happen to do it himself, and returned with the requisite degree of deference his inquiry after my well-being. Et vous, monsieur le marquis?
Comme ci, comme ça. Is one eating tolerably well here this evening?
Comme ci, comme ça. And that is to say, very well, just as in your case, monsieur le marquis.
Farceur, he laughed. You know a great deal about my well-being.
He was not actually handsome, though of elegant appearance, with very fine hands and neatly waved brown hair. But he had overly chubby, reddish children's cheeks and small, sly little eyes above them, which I rather liked, and whose resourceful gaiety gave the lie to the melancholy he sometimes liked to affect.
You know a great deal about my well-being, mon cher Armand, and can easily afford to talk. Apparently you are gifted for your métier and thus happy, while it is very much in doubt whether I have any talent for mine.
For he was a painter, was studying at the Académie des Beaux-Arts and drawing nudes in the atelier of his professor. This and more he let me know during the fragmentary little conversations that took place between us while I served him his dinner, during the passing of dishes, the changing of plates, conversations that had begun with kindly inquiries on his part about my origins and circumstances. These questions bore witness to his impression that I was not just anyone, and I answered them while avoiding particulars that might have weakened this impression. He spoke alternately German and French with me in this broken exchange. The former he knew well, as his mother, ma pauvre mère, was of German nobility. He was at home in Luxembourg, where his parents, mes pauvres parents, lived near the capital, in a park-surrounded ancestral castle from the 17th century, which, by his account, looked exactly like the English castles depicted on the plates upon which I set his 2 slices of roast and his portion of ice bomb. His father was a Grand Ducal Chamberlain, and all that, but had on the side, or actually perhaps chiefly, his hand in the steel industry, and was thus nicely rich, as Louis, the son, added naively, and with a wave of the hand that said,
"What else would you expect? Nicely rich, naturally."
as if one could not have told as much from him and his way of life, from the thick golden chain bracelet beneath his cuff with its jewelled buttons, and from his pearls in his shirt front. Mes pauvres parents was how he referred to his parents then, out of a sentimental convention, but also in a certain genuinely commiserating sense, because in his own view, he was a quite good-for-nothing son to them. He had actually been intended to study law at the Sorbonne, but had very soon abandoned this course of study out of excessive boredom and had turned, with only half-hearted and troubled assent from those back in Luxembourg, to the fine arts, and that with very little confidence in his own aptitude for them. It emerged from his words that he regarded himself, with a certain mournful complacency, as a spoiled, troublesome child who gave his parents little joy and, unable and unwilling to change anything about it, only confirmed them in their anxiety that he had no aim in life but to idle about and to declassify himself in bohemian fashion. As regards this latter point, involved was, as I soon understood, not only his faint-heartedly and languidly pursued artistry, but also a love entanglement beneath his station. For from time to time the Marquise came to dinner, not alone, but in the most charming fashion à deux. He would then have ordered a larger table from Machatchek, who had had it particularly cheerfully adorned with flowers, and would appear at 7 o'clock in the company of a little person who was truly exceptionally pretty. I could not quarrel with his taste, though it was a taste for the beauté du diable and for what promised to fade swiftly. For the moment, in the bloom of her youth, Zaza, so he called her, was the most enchanting creature in the world. A Parisienne to the blood, type grisette, but elevated by evening gowns from expensive ateliers, white or coloured, which he had naturally had made for her, and by rare antique jewellery that was of course also his gift. A full, slender brunette with beautifully shaped, perpetually bare arms, a somewhat fantastically puffed and neck-covering coiffure, which was sometimes concealed by a very becoming turban-like headscarf with silver fringe hanging down at the sides and a feathered ornament above her brow, with a snub nose, a sweet chattering mouth, and the most artful play of her eyes. It was a pleasure to wait on the pair, so wonderfully did they entertain themselves over their bottle of champagne, which invariably came in place of the half-bottle of Bordeaux that Venosta drank when he was alone, whenever Zaza accompanied him. No doubt, and small wonder, that he was in love with her to the point of self-forgetfulness and utter indifference to all observation, bewitched by the sight of her appetizing décolletage, her chatter, the little enchantments of her dark eyes. And she, I would venture to say that she permitted a tenderness and returned it with pleasure, sought to encourage it in every way, with which she had simply drawn the great prize and on which such brilliant speculations for the future could be founded. I habitually addressed her as Madame, but once, on the 4th or 5th occasion, I ventured to say Madame la Marquise to her, which produced a great effect. She blushed with delighted alarm and threw her companion a questioning glance of love, which his merry eyes took in while they descended in some embarrassment to his plate. Naturally, she also coquetted with me, and the Marquis pretended to be jealous, though he could truly have been certain of her.
Zaza, you will drive me mad. Tu me feras voir rouge if you do not stop making eyes at this Armand. It would mean nothing to you, would it, to be responsible for a double murder combined with a suicide? Admit it, you would have nothing against it if he were sitting here in his dinner jacket at the table with you and I in blue coat were waiting on you both.
How strange that he should of his own accord put into words the standing thought experiment of my idle hours, that silent attempt at an exchange of roles. As I handed each of them a menu card for the selection of dessert, I was bold enough to reply on Zaza's behalf. In that case, the more difficult part would fall to you, Marquis, for waiting at table is a trade, whereas to be a Marquis is an existence, pure et simple. Excellent, she cried out, laughing from the pleasure her race takes in the well-turned phrase.
And you are certain,
He wished to know.
that you would be better fitted for the existence pure et simple than I for the trade?
I think it would be neither polite nor accurate, I replied, to ascribe to you any particular aptitude for waiting on tables, Marquis. She was greatly amused.
Mais il est incomparable, ce gaillard. Your admiration will be the death of me,
he said with a gesture of theatrical despair.
and yet, when all is said and done, he has only evaded the question.
I let it rest at that and withdrew. The evening suit, however, in which he had imaginatively put me in his place, was in existence. Very recently I had acquired it and kept it, along with other things, in a small room which I had by now in fact rented for myself, not far from the hotel, in a quiet corner of the centre, not in order to sleep there, which happened only quite exceptionally, but to keep my private wardrobe there and to be able to change without being observed when, on my free evenings, I wished to lead a somewhat higher life than I had led in Stanko's company. The house in which I had taken lodgings lay in a little cité, a corner of houses enclosed by iron-gated railings, which one reached through the already quiet Rue Boissy d'Anglas. There were neither shops nor restaurants there, only a few small hotels and private houses of the kind where through the door of the concierge's lodge, standing open toward the street, one sees the stout concierge going about her work, and the husband sits with a bottle of wine, the cat alongside him. In such a house, then, I had for some time been subletting from a friendly elderly widow well disposed toward me, who occupied half of the second floor, an apartment of 4 rooms. One of these she had ceded to me for a modest monthly sum, a kind of small bedroom sitting room with a camp bed and marble fireplace, the mirror above it, the clock on the mantelpiece, rickety upholstered furniture, and smoke-darkened velvet curtains at the floor-length window through which one looked onto a narrow, hemmed-in courtyard covered at its depths by the glass roofs of the kitchens. Beyond this, the view extended to the rear facades of the grand houses of the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, where in the evenings one saw servants, ladies' maids, and cooks moving about in illuminated domestic quarters and bedrooms. Somewhere over there, incidentally, resided the Prince of Monaco, and this entire peaceful cité belonged to him, for which, whenever he felt so inclined, he could receive 45 million. Then it would be torn down. But he appeared to have no need of the money, and so I remained, subject to notice, the guest of this monarch and grand croupier, a thought whose peculiar charm I did not fail to recognize. My handsome going-out outfit from the Printemps was in its place in the wardrobe in the corridor outside dormitory number 4. The new acquisitions, however, a dinner suit, an evening overcoat with a silk-lined cape, in the selection of which I had been guided without quite knowing it by an impression of my youth that had remained ever fresh, the memory of Muller Rosé as attaché and lady-killer, along with a soft top hat and a pair of patent leather shoes, I could not have let be seen at the hotel. I kept them ready in the cabinet de toilette of my rented room, a wallpapered partition space where a cretonne curtain protected them, and some white starched linen, black silk socks, and bow ties lay in the Louis XVI commode of the room. The dinner suit with its satin lapels had not exactly been made to measure. It had been bought off the rack and only slightly altered, yet it fitted my figure so perfectly that I should have liked to see the connoisseur who would not have sworn it had been tailored for me by the most expensive tailor. Why did I put it on, along with the other fine things, in the quiet of my private lodging? But I said so already. In order to lead from time to time, as it were by way of experiment and practice, a higher life therein, to dine in an elegant restaurant on the Rue de Rivoli, the Avenue des Champs-Élysées, or in a hotel of the rank of my own, or an even finer one if possible, in the Ritz, the Bristol, the Meurice, and perhaps afterward to take a box seat at a good theatre, whether one dedicated to the spoken drama, or at the Opéra Comique or the Grand Opera itself. This amounted, as one can see, to a kind of double life, whose charm consisted in the fact that it remained uncertain in which guise I was actually myself, and in which I was merely in disguise, whether when, as a liveried commis de salle, I waited upon the guests of the St. James and Albany with flattering attentiveness, or when, as an unknown gentleman of distinction who gave the impression of keeping a riding horse, and who, once he had dined, would certainly be calling on several exclusive salons, I allowed myself to be waited on at table by waiters, not one of whom, I found, was my equal in this my other capacity. In disguise, then, I was in every case, and the unmasked reality between the two forms of appearance, the state of being myself, was not determinable because it was, in fact, non-existent. Nor do I wish to say that I would have unequivocally preferred one of the two roles. I mean, that of the gentleman of distinction. I waited too well and too successfully to have necessarily felt happier as the one who was waited upon, for which, moreover, an equally great natural and convincing aptitude is required as for the other. But the evening was to come that would decisively, and in a truly most gratifying, indeed intoxicating manner, refer me to this other aptitude and talent for playing the gentleman. Chapter 22. It was a July evening, still before the national holiday, when the theatre season ends, and in the enjoyment of one of the leaves of absence granted me by my establishment every fortnight, I resolved, as I had done once or twice before, to dine on the charming, garden-decorated roof terrace of the Grand Hôtel des Ambassadeurs on the Boulevard Saint-Germain, from whose airy height one enjoyed, looking over the flower boxes of the balustrade, a broad view across the city, across the Seine, on one side toward the Place de la Concorde and the Temple of the Madeleine, and on the other toward the marvel of the World Exhibition of 1889, the Eiffel Tower. One went up there by lift over 5 or 6 floors and found it cool, surrounded by the discreetly conversing good society, from whose glances all curiosity was absent, and into which I fitted easily and without reproach. Around the shaded dining table sat in cane armchairs women in light dresses and fashionably voluminous, boldly curved hat creations, and mustachioed gentlemen in correct evening dress like myself, some even in tails. A tailcoat was admittedly not at my disposal, but my elegance was entirely sufficient, and I could settle without a care at the free table to which the head waiter on duty here directed me, having had the second place setting removed. I looked forward to an enjoyable evening beyond the pleasant meal, for in my pocket was a ticket for the Opéra Comique, where my favorite opera was being performed that evening, Faust, the late Gounod's melody-rich masterwork. I had heard it once already, and looked forward to refreshing the fond impressions from that time. This was not to be. Quite other things, and more significant for my life, fate had in store for me that evening. I had just communicated my wishes to the waiter who inclined toward me, consulting the menu, and had requested the wine card, when my eyes, in a languid and deliberately somewhat weary sweep over the assembled diners, encountered another pair of eyes, a pair that was resourcefully merry, the eyes of the young Marquis de Venosta, who, dressed like myself at some distance from me, alone, was taking his meal at a small single table. Understandably, I recognized him before he recognized me. How could it not have been easier for me to trust my eyes than it must have been for him to believe that he was seeing correctly? After a brief frown, the most delightful astonishment wrote itself upon his face, for although I hesitated to greet him, I was not entirely sure whether it would be tactful to do so. The involuntary smile with which I met his scrutiny assured him of my identity, the identity between the gentleman and the waiter. With an oblique toss of the head and a slight spreading of his hands, he indicated his surprise and pleasure, laid down his napkin, and came across to me between the tables.
Mon cher Armand, is it you, or is it not? But forgive my momentary doubt, and forgive me also for using your Christian name out of habit. Unfortunately, your surname has remained unknown to me, or else it has escaped my memory. For us, you were always simply Armand.
I had risen and shook his hand. which he had of course never before extended to me. "Not even the Christian name," I said, laughing, "is entirely correct, Marquis. Armand is merely a nom de guerre, or d'affaires. Strictly speaking, my name is Felix Krull. Enchanted to see you."
Mon cher Krull, of course. How could it have slipped my mind? Enchanted on my side as well, I assure you. Comment allez-vous? Very well. To all appearances, though appearances... I present the same appearance, and yet things go badly for me. Yes, badly. But let us leave it. And you? Am I to believe that you have quit your so agreeable activity at the St. James and Albany?
"Not at all, Marquis. That continues alongside. Or this here continues alongside. I am here and there."
Très amusant. You are a magician, but I am disturbing you. I will leave you. Rather, no, we ought to draw together. I cannot invite you over to my table. It is too small. But I see there is room with you. True, I have already had my dessert, but if you have no objection, I will take my coffee with you. Or do you desire solitude?
"Not at all. You are welcome, Marquis," I replied composedly. And turning to the waiter, "A chair for this gentleman." Intentionally, I did not appear flattered and said nothing of honor and distinction, but contented myself with calling his suggestion a good idea. He sat down opposite me, and while I ordered my dinner but had coffee together with a fine served to him, he did not stop regarding me attentively, leaning somewhat forward over the table. My divided existence clearly occupied him, and a better understanding of it seemed to matter greatly to him.
My presence does not inconvenience you while you eat, does it? He said. I should be most unhappy to be a burden to you. Least of all would I wish to do that through insistence, which is always a mark of poor upbringing. A well-bred person passes lightly over everything, accepts what occurs without asking. That distinguishes the man of the world, which I allegedly am. Very well, I am one. But on many an occasion, for instance this one, I become aware that I am a man of the world, without knowledge of the world, without experience of life, which is what actually entitles us to pass over the most varied phenomena in a worldly manner. It is no pleasure to play the man of the world, wrapped in stupidity. You will understand that our encounter here is as remarkable as it is agreeable to me and arouses my thirst for knowledge. Admit that your turns of phrase about running alongside and here and there have something intriguing about them for the inexperienced. For heaven's sake, do go on eating and say not a word. Let me chatter and lay out tentatively for myself the way of life of a contemporary who is evidently far more of a man of the world than I. Voyons. You are, then, as one does not see merely here and now, but always did, of good family. Among us noblemen, forgive the harsh word, one simply says, of family. Of good family is only something the bourgeois can be. Comical world. Of good family, then, and have chosen a career that will doubtless lead you to goals corresponding to your origins, but one in which it particularly matters to begin from the bottom and temporarily to occupy positions that may mislead the less sharp-sighted into believing he is not dealing with a person of the lower class, but rather with what one might call a disguised gentleman. Correct? A propos, it is very nice of the English to have disseminated the word gentleman about the world. So one at least has a designation for the person who is not a nobleman, but deserves to be. Deserves it more than many who are and are addressed by post as hochgeboren, while the gentleman is only hochwohlgeboren, only, and therein a wohl more extensive. Your health. I shall presently have something to drink brought as well. That is, when you have finished your half bottle, we shall have a full one brought between us. With hochgeboren and hochwohlgeboren, it is exactly as with family and good family. Completely analogous. If this is not chattering, what I am doing. It is only so that you may dine in peace and not concern yourself with me. Do not take the duck, it is poorly roasted. Take the leg of lamb. I have confirmed what the maître assured me, that it has been left in milk long enough. Enfin, what was I saying with regard to you? While your pike service causes you to appear as a member of the lower classes. It must actually be quite amusing for you, I imagine. You naturally maintain inwardly your standing as a gentleman, and also outwardly return to it from time to time as this evening. Very, very charming, but entirely new and astonishing to me. That shows how little one knows, even if one is a man of the world, of people's lives. Technically, forgive me, the here and there cannot be entirely simple. You are from home, comfortably off, I assume. Note that I do not ask about it. I assume what is self-evident. Thus, you are in a position to maintain alongside your service attire a gentleman's wardrobe, and that you make so convincing an impression in the one as in the other. That is what is interesting.
Clothes make the man marquis, or rather perhaps the other way round. The man makes the clothes.
And I have roughly interpreted your mode of existence correctly?
Quite accurately. And I told him that I did in fact possess some means, entirely modest ones, and that I maintained a small private lodging in the city, where I effected the transformation of my appearance, in which I now had the pleasure of sitting across from him. I was well aware that he was observing my table manners, and I lent them, avoiding all affectation, a certain well-bred precision, sitting upright, wielding knife and fork with elbows drawn in. That my behavior occupied him, he betrayed by several remarks concerning foreign dining customs. In America, so he had heard, one recognized the European by his carrying the fork to his mouth with the left hand. The American would cut everything up first, then lay the knife aside and eat with the right. Something childlike about it, don't you think? In any case, he knew it only by hearsay. He had not been over there, and had no desire whatsoever to travel, none at all, not the slightest. Had I seen something of the world? My God, no, Marquis. And yet, in a way, yes. Apart from a few pleasant spas in the Taunus, only Frankfurt and Maine. But then Paris, and Paris is a great deal.
It is everything,
he said with emphasis.
For me it is everything, and I would not leave it for my life. Yet I shall have to. I shall be compelled to travel, God help me, quite against my wishes and my will. A son of family, dear Krull. I do not know how far you still are one, and dangle on leading strings. You are after all only from a good family, whereas I, hélas, am of family.
He had already ordered, though I had barely finished my pêche melba, the bottle of Lafitte we had earlier earmarked for us both.
I shall make a start on this,
he said.
Once you have had your coffee, join me, and if I am already too far advanced, we shall open a fresh one.
Well, Marquis, you have fine intentions. Under my care at the St. James in Albany, you were accustomed to be moderate.
Cares, sorrow, anguish of the heart, dear Krull. What would you have? There remains only the consolation of the cup, and one learns to appreciate the gift of Bacchus. That is his name, is it not? Bacchus, not Bacchus, as people mostly say for convenience. I call it convenience, so as not to use a harsher word. Are you well versed in mythology?
Not very, Marquis. There is, for instance, the god Hermes, but I have scarcely got beyond him.
What need have you of more? Erudition, especially of the obtrusive kind, is not the business of a gentleman. He has that from the nobleman. It is a good tradition from times when the man of rank needed only to sit a horse decently and otherwise learn nothing at all, least of all reading and writing. He left books to the clergy. Much of that has survived among my peers. Most of them are elegant blockheads, and not even always charming. Do you ride? Allow me now to pour you some of this grief dispeller, your health once more. Oh, mine. There you do well to wish and to drink to it. That is not so easily helped. So you do not ride? I am convinced that you are by nature ideally suited for it, born to it indeed, and that in the Bois you would put every cavalier in the shade.
I confess to you, Marquis, I almost believe it myself.
That is no more than sound self-confidence, dear Krull. I call it sound because I share it, because I myself place confidence in you, and not only in this respect. Allow me to be quite candid. I do not have the impression that you, for your part, are actually a man given to intimacy and the pouring out of the heart. You hold something ultimate in reserve. There is somehow a mystery about you. Pardon, I am being indiscreet. That I speak thus shows you my own looseness and communicativeness, my trust in you, in short.
For which I am sincerely obliged to you, dear Marquis. May I take the liberty of inquiring after Mademoiselle Zaza's health? I was almost surprised to find you here without her.
How kind of you to ask about her. You find her charming, do you not? How could you not? I permit it. I permit the whole world to find her charming. And yet I would like to withdraw her from the world again and have her all to myself alone. The dear child is engaged this evening at her little theatre, the Folies Musicales. She is in the soubrette line, did you not know that? At present she is appearing in Le Don de la Fée. But I have seen the thing so often that I cannot be present every single time. It also makes me somewhat nervous that she has so little on during her couplets. The little she wears is tasteful, but it is little, and I suffer from it now, though it was at the outset precisely what was responsible for my falling so absurdly in love with her. Have you ever loved passionately?
I am quite well placed to follow you, Marquis.
That you know something of matters of love, I believe without your assurance. And yet you seem to me the type who is more loved than he himself loves. Am I wrong? Very well, let us leave it in suspense. Zaza still has to sing in the third act. Then I shall fetch her, and we shall take tea together in the little lodging I have furnished for her.
My congratulations. That means, however, that we shall have to make haste with our Lafitte and bring this pleasant sitting to a close before long. For my part, I have a ticket for the Opéra Comique in my pocket.
Really? I am not fond of haste. I can telephone the little one to expect me somewhat later at home. And you? Would you have any objection to going to your box only for the second act?
Not much. Faust is a charming opera, but how should I be drawn to it more urgently than you are drawn to Mademoiselle Zaza?
I should, in fact, like to chat with you somewhat more fully and tell you of my troubles. For that I find myself in a predicament, a serious one, a predicament of the heart. You must already have gathered from more than one word that has escaped me this evening.
I did, dear Marquis, and have been waiting only for a sign that I might inquire with sympathy into the nature of your difficulties. They concern Mademoiselle Zaza.
Whom else? Have you heard that I am to travel? To go away for a full year?
A whole year at once? Why so?
Dear friend, the matter is this. My poor parents, I have told you of them on occasion, are apprised of my liaison with Zaza, which has now been going on for a year. It required no gossip and no anonymous letters for this. I was childish and simple-hearted enough to let something of my happiness, my wishes, filter through when I wrote to them. My heart is on my tongue, you know, and from it to my pen is also but a short and easy way. The dear old people have, not unreasonably, the impression that I am serious about the affair, that I intend to marry the girl, or the person, as they naturally say, and are, as I could not otherwise have expected, quite beside themselves over it. They were here until the day before yesterday. I have had hard days behind me, a week of unceasing altercation. My father spoke in a very deep voice, and my mother in a very high one, trembling with tears, the one in French, the other in German. Oh, please, no harsh word was spoken, except for the recurring word, person, which hurt me rather more, I confess, than if they had called me a fool and an irresponsible wretch, a defiler of the family honor. They did not do that. They merely implored me again and again not to give them or society cause for such designations, and I assured them, also in a very deep and trembling voice, that I am exceedingly sorry to cause them grief. For they love me and wish me well, only they do not know how to go about it. In fact, so little that, in the event of my carrying out my scandalous intentions, they even spoke of disinheritance. They did not use the word, neither in French nor in German. I have said that out of love they restrained themselves from hard words altogether. But the matter they intimated in circumlocution, as a consequence, as a threat. Now I believe that, given my father's circumstances and considering the hand he has in the Luxembourg steel industry, even if reduced to my compulsory share, I should still be able to live quite comfortably. But disinheritance would serve neither me nor Zaza in any real sense. It would give her little pleasure to marry a disinherited man, you will understand.
More or less. I can put myself in Mademoiselle Zaza's position well enough in this regard, but now, this journey.
The accursed journey is as follows. My parents want to prize me loose. One merely has to prize you loose once, said my father, who in the middle of his French introduced this German word, a wholly inappropriate word, whether it has to do with ice or with iron. For I sit in no ice like an Arctic explorer. The warmth of Zaza's bed and her sweet body makes this comparison simply ridiculous. Nor are it iron chains that hold me, but the most delightful garlands of roses, whose tenacity I will not, however, dispute. Yet I am to tear them asunder, at least by way of experiment. That is the idea, and to this end, the world journey is to serve, which my parents are prepared to finance most generously. They mean it so well. Away I must go, and for a long while, from Paris, from the Théâtre des Folies Musicales, and from Zaza, must see foreign lands and peoples, and thereby come upon other thoughts. Drive the whims from my head, whims they call it, and return a different man, a different man. Could you wish to become a different man, a different one from the one you are? You look vague, but I do not wish it in the slightest. I wish to remain who I am, and not to have my heart and brain turned inside out by a travel cure prescribed for me, to be estranged from myself and to forget Zaza. That is, of course, possible. Through long absence, drastic change of air, and 1,000 new experiences, it can be brought about. But precisely because I consider this theoretically possible, I find the experiment so thoroughly abhorrent.
Consider nonetheless, I said, that should you have become a different man, you would not miss your former self, the present one, nor grieve for it, simply because you would no longer be it.
Is that a consolation for me, as I now am? Who can wish to forget? Forgetting is the most pitiable, most undesirable thing in the world.
And yet, in your heart, you know that your abhorrence of the experiment is no proof against its success.
Yes, theoretically. Practically, it does not come into consideration. My parents wish to commit a murder of feeling in all their love and solicitude. They will fail. I am as certain of it as I am of myself.
That is saying something. And may I ask whether your parents are prepared to accept the experiment as an experiment and, should it fail, to acquiesce in your wishes and their proven resilience?
I put that to them as well. But I could not obtain a clear yes. To prize me loose once, that is all they care about. And they think no further than that. That is precisely what is unfair. That I have had to give a promise, but have received none in return.
So you have agreed to the journey?
What was I to do? I cannot expose Zaza to disinheritance. I told her as well that I had promised to travel, and she wept a great deal, partly over the long separation, partly because she naturally fears the cure prescribed by my parents might work, and I might change my mind. I understand this fear. I sometimes harbor it myself. Ah, dear friend, what a dilemma. I must travel and wish to stay. I have pledged myself to travel, and I cannot. What am I to do? Who will help me out of this?
Truly you are to be pitied, dear Marcus, I said. I feel entirely for you, but what you have undertaken none can take from you.
No, no one.
No one.
The conversation ran dry for a few moments. He turned his glass. Suddenly he rose and said,
I almost forgot. I must telephone my friend. Will you excuse me for a moment?
He left. The roof terrace had grown fairly empty by now. Only 2 other tables were still being served. The majority of the waiters stood idle. I passed the time smoking a cigarette. When Venosta returned, he ordered a fresh bottle of Chateau Lafite, and then began again.
Dear Krull, I have spoken to you of a conflict with my parents, one very painful for both sides. I hope I have not failed in proper piety and respect in my expressions, nor in the gratitude which, despite everything, their loving solicitude inspires in me, not least the generous offer by which they give expression to that solicitude, even though it bears the character of a condition, a compulsory offer. Only my particular situation makes this invitation to a world journey with every comfort so intolerable a demand that I can scarcely comprehend how I could ultimately agree to it after all. For any other young man, whether of family or from a good family, This invitation would be a heaven-sent gift, playing in all the colors of novelty and adventure. Even I myself, in my situation, catch myself at times, catch myself as though in an act of betrayal of Zaza and our love, imagining in my fancy the colorful delights of such a year of travel, the abundance of sights, encounters, experiences, pleasures, which it would unquestionably bring in its train, were one only receptive to all of it. Consider the wide world, the Orient, North and South America, East Asia. In China, I am told, one has servants in abundance. A European bachelor has a dozen of them. One is there for no other purpose than to carry his visiting cards before him. He runs with them ahead. Of a tropical sultan I have heard that in a fall from his horse he lost his front teeth and has had gold ones made for him here in Paris. Set into each is a diamond. His mistress goes about in national dress. That is to say, around her legs she has a costly cloth wound and knotted at the front, beneath the most supple hips, for altogether she is beautiful like a fairy tale. About her neck she wears 3-4 strands of pearls, and below them just as many strands of diamonds of fabulous size.
Did your respected parents describe it to you?
Not exactly they. They were not there after all. But is it not very probable and exactly as one imagines it, especially the hips? I tell you, to favored guests, guests of distinction, the Sultan is said on occasion to lend his mistress. That too I have naturally not from my parents. They have no idea what they are offering me with this world journey. But must I not, however little susceptible I may be, feel theoretically very grateful to them for their generous prescription?
Unquestionably, Marquis, but they are taking over my role, speaking, so to say, with my mouth. It would be for me to reconcile you, as far as possible, with the thought of the journey you so abhor, namely by pointing to all the advantages it would afford you, will afford you, and while you were telephoning, I resolved to make precisely this attempt.
You would have been preaching to deaf ears. Even had you confessed 100 times how deeply you envy me, if only for the hips.
Envy? Well, Marcus, that is not quite accurate. Envy would not have inspired me in my well-intentioned remonstrations. I'm not particularly inclined to travel. What need has a Parisian to go out into the world? The world comes to him. It comes to us in the hotel, and when I sit at closing time of the theatre on the terrace of the Café de Madrid, I have it conveniently to hand and before my eyes. I need not describe this to you.
No, but with this blasé attitude you set yourself too great a task when you propose to make the journey plausible to me.
Dear Marquis, I shall try nonetheless. How could I fail to ponder how to show my gratitude for your confidence? I had already thought of suggesting that you simply take Mademoiselle Zaza along on the journey.
Impossible, Krull. What are you thinking of? You mean it well, but what are you thinking of? I shall leave aside Zaza's contract with the Folies Musicales. Contracts can be broken, but I cannot travel with Zaza and at the same time keep her hidden. In any case, it has its difficulties, taking a woman with one through the world when one is not married to her. But I would also not be unobserved. My parents have connections here and there, some of an official nature, and they would inevitably learn if I rendered the journey void of sense and purpose by taking Zaza along. They would be beside themselves. They would stop my letters of credit. There is, for instance, a longer visit planned to an Argentine estancia, with a family whose acquaintance my parents made once at a French watering place. Am I to leave Zaza alone for weeks in Buenos Aires, exposed to all the perils of that pavement? Your suggestion is not to be discussed.
I more or less knew it when I made it. I withdraw it.
That means you are abandoning me. You resign yourself to my having to travel alone. You resign yourself nicely enough, but I cannot. I must travel and wish to stay. That is to say, I must strive for the incompatible, to travel and to remain here simultaneously. That is to say again, I must double myself, divide myself in two. One part of Louis Venosta must travel, while the other is permitted to stay in Paris with his Zaza. I am particular that this latter should be the true one. In short, the journey would have to proceed as a parallel matter. Louis Venosta would have to be here and there. Do you follow the workings of my thoughts?
I am trying to, Marquis. In other words, it would have to appear as though you were traveling, while in reality you remained at home.
Desperately correct.
Desperate because no one looks like you.
In Argentina, no one knows what I look like. I have nothing against looking different elsewhere. I should positively welcome it if I looked better there than here.
So your name would have to travel, linked to a person who would not be you.
Who, however, must not be just anyone.
I should think not. One could not be selective enough in this. He filled his glass to the brim, drank in long swallows, and set the glass emphatically on the table.
Krull,
He said.
as far as I am concerned, my choice is made.
So quickly, with so little looking about.
We have been sitting across from each other here for quite a while now.
We? What have you in mind?
Krull,
He repeated.
I call you by your name, which is the name of a man from a good family, and one that one does not easily disavow even temporarily, even when one gains therefore the standing of a man of family. Would you be capable of it in order to help a friend in distress? You have told me you are not inclined to travel, but slight inclination to travel, how easily does that weigh against my horror of leaving Paris? You have also told me, yes, we agreed, that what I promised to my parents, none could take from me. What if you were to take it from me?
It seems to me, dear Marquis, that you are losing yourself in the fantastical.
Why? And why do you speak of the fantastical as of a sphere entirely foreign to you? There is something particular about you, Krull. I called your particularity intriguing. I called it ultimately even mysterious. Had I said fantastical for it? Could you be angry with me?
No, indeed, since you do not mean it unkindly.
Nothing less than that. And therefore you cannot be angry either that your person has brought me to this idea. That in the course of this our meeting, my choice, my very selective choice, has fallen upon you.
Upon me, as the one who is to bear your name abroad, represent you, be you in the eyes of people, the son of your parents, not merely of the family, but yourself. Have you thought this through as it deserves to be thought through?
Where I truly am, I remain who I am.
But in the world out there you are another person, namely I. People see you in me. You surrender your person to me for the eyes of the world. Where I truly am, you say. But where would you truly be? Would that not become somewhat uncertain? For me, as for you? And if this uncertainty might suit me well enough, would it suit you? Would it not be uncomfortable for you to be yourself only very locally, while in the rest of the world, that is, predominantly, you exist as me, through me, in me?
No, Krull,
He said warmly, and reached across the table to take my hand.
it would not. You would not be uncomfortable for me. It would not be so bad for Louis Venosta if you were to lend him your person, and he were to go about in your form, if his name were connected with your form, as it now shall be, outside, should it suit you. I have a vague suspicion that it would not displease certain other people either, were this connection naturally constituted. They must make do with reality, whose wavering troubles me little, for I am truly there where I am with Zaza. You, however, are welcome to me as Louis Venosta elsewhere. With the greatest pleasure I appear to people as you. You are a capable fellow here and there, in either guise, as gentleman and as commis de salle. You have manners such as I could wish for many among my peers. You speak languages, and should the conversation turn to mythology, which almost never occurs, you are quite adequate with Hermes. No man requires more of a nobleman. One might even say that as a bourgeois, you would be under a greater obligation to know more. You will take this relief into account in your deliberations. And so, are you agreed? Will you do me this great service of friendship?
Are you clear, I said, dear Marquis, that we have been moving until now in the most airy of regions, and have not even yet come to speak of any of the 100 practical difficulties that would have to be reckoned with?
You are right,
He replied.
Above all, you are right to remind me that I must telephone once more. I must explain to Zaza that I cannot come so soon, because I am in the midst of a conversation upon which our happiness hangs. Excuse me.
And he left again, to remain away longer than the first time. Over Paris, Darkness had fallen, and for some while the roof terrace had been bathed in the white light of its arc lamps. It had emptied entirely at this hour and would not liven again until after the theatres closed. In my pocket, I felt my opera ticket expiring, without paying much heed to the quiet event that at another time would have pained me. Thoughts were tumbling through my head, supervised, I may say, by reason, which, though with some effort, held them to circumspection and did not permit them to dissolve into intoxication. I was glad to have been left alone for a while, to survey the situation undisturbed, and to anticipate within myself certain things that were to be discussed in the continuation of the conversation. The bypath, the propitious fork from the road that my godfather had opened to me by pointing himself to such opportunities, offered itself here unexpectedly, and in so tempting a form that reason found it irksome enough to examine whether it was not a dead end that beckoned. It reminded me that it was a road of dangers I should be entering upon, a road requiring a steady foot. It did so with laboured insistence, yet achieved thereby only that it heightened the allure of an adventure that summoned all my gifts to bold proof. In vain does one warn the courageous against a thing by demonstrating to him that courage is required for it. I will not hesitate to say that long before my partner returned, I had resolved to throw myself into the adventure. Indeed, that I had been thus resolved at the very moment when I told him that none would take his promise from him. And my concern was less with the practical difficulties that stood in the way of executing the plan than with the danger that I might place myself in a dubious light before him by the facility with which I met these difficulties. In any case, the light in which he saw me was dubious enough already. The designations with which he had furnished my existence, intriguing, mysterious, fantastical even, pointed to this. I harboured no illusions that he would not have made this proposal to just any cavalier, and that in making it to me he was honouring me, though in a somewhat dubious fashion. And yet I could not forget the warmth of the handshake with which he had assured me that it would not be uncomfortable for him to walk abroad in my person. And I told myself that if here a piece of rogue's mischief was to be committed, he, who was burning to deceive his parents, would have a greater share in it than I, even though I might be the more active party. When he returned from his telephone conversation, I perceived quite distinctly that the idea animated and delighted him in good part for its own sake, precisely as a piece of rogue's mischief. His chubby cheeks were deeply flushed, not from the wine alone, and in his little eyes gleamed a shrewd and roguish light. In all likelihood he still had in his ear the silvery laugh with which Zaza had responded to his hints.
"My dear Krull," he said, settling himself beside me again, "we have always been on good terms with one another. But who would have thought, not long ago, that we would come so close to each other, close to the point of confusion? We have devised something so amusing, or if not yet fully devised, at least conceived, that my heart laughs within me. And you? Do not make such a serious face. I appeal to your sense of humor, to your feeling for a good joke, for one so good that it is worth every effort to work it out, quite apart from its necessity for a loving couple. But that nothing should fall to your share. To you, the third party, you will not want to maintain. A great deal falls to you. In fact, all the fun falls to you. Will you deny that?"
I am not at all accustomed to regard life as a joke, dear Marquis. Frivolity is not my way, especially not in jokes. For there are jokes that must be taken very seriously, or they amount to nothing. A good joke only succeeds when one brings all one's earnestness to bear upon it.
"Very well. We shall do so. You spoke of problems, difficulties. Where do you see them in the first instance?"
Best of all, Marquis, let me ask a few questions myself. Where does the journey imposed upon you go?
"Ah, my good papa has in his solicitude put together a most handsome itinerary, most attractive for anyone other than myself. Both Americas, the South Sea Islands, and Japan, followed by an interesting sea voyage to Egypt, Constantinople, Greece, Italy, and so forth. An educational journey as described in the books, one which, were it not for Zaza, I could not wish for better. Now it is you I congratulate.
The costs are borne by your father.
Naturally. He has set aside no less than 20,000 francs for it, wishing me to travel in a manner befitting my station. The ticket to Lisbon and the ship's passage to Argentina, to which I am to go first, are not even included in this sum. Papa has procured them himself and has reserved a cabin for me on the Cap Arcona. The 20,000 he has deposited with the Banque de France, but in the form of what is called a circular letter of credit drawn on the banks at the principal stations of the journey. They are in my hands.
I waited.
I shall naturally hand the letter of credit to you,
he added. I was still silent. He supplemented.
And the tickets already purchased, naturally.
And from what, I asked, do you intend to live while you consume your money in my person?
From what yes, you quite perplex me. But you have a way of asking questions as though you were intent on reducing me to helplessness. Yes, dear Krull, how do we arrange that? I am truly not accustomed to thinking about what I am to live on for the next year.
I merely wish to draw your attention to the fact that lending out one's person is not so simple a matter, but let us set the question aside for a moment. I am reluctant to be pressed into answering it, for that implies presuming something like craftiness on my part, and where craftiness is called for, I am of little use. Craftiness is not gentlemanlike.
I only thought it possible, dear friend, that you might succeed in rescuing some craftiness from your other existence to carry into your existence as a gentleman.
What connects the two existences is something far more decent. It is some bourgeois savings, a small bank account,
upon which I can under no circumstances draw.
We shall have to include it somehow in our calculations. Have you anything to write with? He quickly felt his pockets.
Yes, my fountain pen, but no paper.
Here is some. And I tore a sheet from my pocketbook. I should be interested to see your signature.
Why? As you wish.
With hand and pen tilted very steeply to the left, he painted his signature and pushed it across to me. Even upside down it had looked highly droll. It scorned the flourish at the end, beginning rather with it at the outset. The graphically puffed up L extended its lower loop far to the right. Let it return in an arc and cross through the initial itself from the front, so that then, enclosed within the pre-formed oval, it continued in tight and left-leaning upright script as Uis Marquis de Venosta. I could not suppress a smile, but nodded at him approvingly. Inherited or self-invented? I asked, taking the fountain pen from him.
Inherited,
he said.
Papa does it exactly the same, only not as well,
he added. So you have surpassed him, I said mechanically, for I was occupied with a first attempt at imitation, which turned out rather well.
I need not, thank heaven, do it better than you. That would even be a mistake.
Whilst saying this, I completed a second copy, to my lesser satisfaction. But the third was without fault. I crossed out the two upper attempts and handed him the sheet. He was dumbfounded.
Incredible, he cried. My handwriting, as though torn off, and you wish to hear nothing of craftiness. But I am not so uncrafty as you perhaps believe, and understand perfectly well why you are practicing this. You need my signature for drawing against the letter of credit.
How do you sign when you write to your parents? He started and cried,
Of course, I shall have to write to the old people at least from a few stations, at the very least postcards. Man, you think of everything. I am called Lulu at home because as a child I so called myself. I do it thus.
He did it no differently from the full name, painted the puffed-up L, drew the oval, and crossed through from the front the arabesque that then continued within the enclosure as Ulu in steeply left slanting script. Good, I said, that we can manage. Have you any sample of your handwriting with you? He regretted that he had none.
Then please write.
I handed him fresh paper. Write, mon cher papa, dearest mamma, from this significant point on my journey, a most worthwhile city, I send you my grateful greetings. I am reveling in new impressions that cause me to forget many things which in former times seemed to me indispensable. Your Lulu. Something of the sort.
No, exactly so. That is splendid, Krull. Vous êtes admirable. The way you produce it from your sleeve.
And he wrote my sentences, His hand turned to the left, in upright lettering as tightly interlinked as my late father's had been widely spread apart, yet no whit harder to imitate than these. I put the samples away. I asked him about the names of the domestic staff at the family chateau, the cook who was called Ferblantier, and the coachman whose name was Klossman, about the Marquise's valet, a rather trembling sexagenarian named Radicule, and the Marquise's lady's maid, called Adelaide. I even inquired carefully about the household animals, the riding horses, the greyhound Fripon, the Maltese lapdog of the Marquise, Minime, a creature that suffered much from diarrhea. Our merriment grew the longer the sitting lasted, but Lulu's clarity of mind and his power of discrimination underwent a certain diminution with the passage of time. I was surprised that his itinerary did not include England, London. The reason was that he already knew it, had in fact spent 2 years in London as a pupil at a private school.
All the same,
He said,
it would be very convenient if London could be included in the program. How easily I might then snap my fingers at the old people and in the middle of the journey make a dash from there to Paris and Zaza.
"But you are with Zaza the whole time,"
Right,
he cried.
that is the real snap of the fingers. I was thinking there of a false one, which does not come into consideration alongside the true one. Pardon. I beg your most sincere pardon. The snap of the fingers is that I revel in new impressions, while all the time remaining with Zaza. You know, I must be on my guard and must not, for instance, from here inquire after Radicule, Fripon, and Menaim, while at the same time asking after their health perhaps from Zanzibar. That would of course be irreconcilable, though a union of persons, at great distance from each other, is to take place. Listen, the situation makes it advisable that we should address each other as thou. Do you object? When I speak to myself, I do not say vous to myself. Is that settled? Let us drink to it. Your health, then, Armand. I mean Felix. I mean Lulu. Note well, thou must not from Paris inquire after Klossman and Adelaide, but only from Zanzibar. In any case, to my knowledge, I am not going to Zanzibar at all, and therefore neither are you. But no matter. Wherever I may now be in the main, insofar as I remain here, I shall in any case have to disappear from Paris. There you see how sharply I think. Zaza and I, we must make ourselves scarce, to use a roguish turn of phrase. Is it not rogues who say make oneself scarce? But how should you, a gentleman, and now a young man of family, know that? I must give up my lodgings and Zaza's as well. We shall move together to a suburb, a pleasant suburb, let it be Boulogne or Sèvres, and what remains of me, it is enough, for it is with Zaza, would do well perhaps to assume a different name. The logic seems to me to require that I should call myself Krull. Though for this I must of course learn your signature, for which one hopes my craftiness will suffice. There then, while I am travelling, in Versailles or further afield, I shall set up a love nest for Zaza and myself, a blissfully roguish one. But Armand, I mean, rather Louis,
And he made his little eyes as wide as he could.
Answer me, if you can, one question. What are we to live on?
I replied that we had already solved the question by merely touching upon it. I commanded a bank account of 12,000 francs, which in exchange for the letter of credit would be at his disposal. He was moved to tears.
A gentleman,
He cried.
a nobleman from head to foot. If you have no right to send greetings to Minim and Radicule, who has? In their name our parents will warmly return the greetings. One last glass to the health of the gentlemen that we are.
Our time up here had outlasted the quiet hours of the theatre interval. We departed as the high terrace began to fill again in the mild night. Despite my protests, he paid for both dinners and 4 bottles of Lafitte. He was deeply confused with joy and wine in equal measure.
Together, all together,
He instructed the head waiter who came to settle the bill.
we are one and the same. Armand de Crolosta is our name.
Very good, the man replied with an all-tolerant smile, which he could perhaps the more easily afford in that his gratuity was enormous. Venosta took me in a fiacre to my quarter, where he set me down. On the way, we had arranged a further meeting, at which I should hand over to him my cash, and he to me his letter of credit together with the existing tickets.
Bonne nuit, à tantôt, Monsieur le Marquis,
he said with drunken grandeza as he shook my hand in farewell. I heard the form of address from his lips for the first time, and the thought of the equalization of being and semblance that life would grant me, of the semblance that it wished fittingly to add to being, washed over me with joy. Chapter 23. How inventive life knows how to realize the dreams of our childhood, to translate them, as it were, from a state of mist into that of solidity. Had I not, in imagination, already as a boy, anticipated the charms of incognito, which I now savoured while continuing a little longer at my serving trade, without any other person having the faintest inkling of my princeliness? A game as merry as it was sweet. Now it had become reality to the degree, to the extent, that I had in my pocket, for a term beyond which I refused to concern myself, namely for 1 year, something like the patent of nobility of a marquis, a delicious awareness that I carried through the day, as once before, from the moment of waking, again without my surroundings, the establishment in which I played the blue-coated servant, suspecting it in the slightest. Sympathetic reader. I was very happy. I felt precious to myself and loved myself, in that manner which is socially productive alone, whereby love of oneself strikes outward as amiability toward others allows. A fool might have been led by the consciousness in which I moved to display arrogance, insubordination, and impertinence toward those above him, haughty unsociability toward those below. As for me, my courtesy toward the guests in the dining room was never more winning, the voice with which I addressed them never more softly restrained, my bearing toward those who took me for their social equal, the fellow waiters, my bunkmates in the upper story, never more cheerfully cordial than in those days, coloured, it may be, by my secret, played upon by a smile that guarded this secret more than it betrayed it. It guarded it already out of sheer prudence, for I could not at first be absolutely certain that the bearer of my now true name might not have repented the arrangement, perhaps as early as the morning after our council session, in a soberer frame of mind, and might revoke it. I was careful enough not to give notice to my employers overnight, but in the main I could be sure of my footing. Venosta had been too delighted at the solution that had been found by me earlier than by him, and Zaza's magnetism was my guarantee of his constancy. I was not mistaken. Our great agreement had taken place on the evening of the 0th of July, and it was not possible for me to free myself for the further, concluding encounter with him before the 24th. But already on the 7th or 8th I saw him again, for on one of those evenings he dined with his sweetheart at my table in the dining room, not without making certain of his own resolve by invoking mine. "Nous persistons, n'est-ce pas?" he murmured to me as I served him, and what I returned was a "c'est entendu," as firm as it was discreet. I waited on him with a deference that was at bottom self-deference, and addressed Zaza, who was not sparing of roguish glances and covert winking, more than once as Madame la Marquise, a simple tribute of gratitude. After that, there was nothing reckless about informing Monsieur Machatchek that family circumstances compelled me to quit my position at the St. James and Albany on the 1st of August. He refused to hear of it, said I had missed the prescribed notice period, that I was indispensable, that after such desertion I would never find another position, that he would withhold my salary for the current month, and so forth. What he achieved by this was merely that I resolved, with an apparently acquiescent bow, to leave the establishment even before the 1st, and indeed at once. For if time hung heavy on my hands until my entry into my new and higher existence, in reality it was too short. That is to say, for my travel preparations, the procurement of the outfit that my station required. I knew. On the 5th of August, my ship, the Cap Arcona, was sailing from Lisbon. Some 8 days before that, I felt I ought to make my way there, and from this one can see how inadequate the time remaining to me was for the necessary commissions and purchases. This too I discussed with the traveller who was staying at home when, after the withdrawal of my cash assets, that is to say, after their transfer to his name, which was now mine, I called upon him from my private refuge in his pleasant 3-room flat in the Rue Croix des Petits Champs. I had left the hotel in complete silence, and in the early morning, leaving my livery behind with contempt and relinquishing my last month's wages with equanimity. It cost me some effort of will to give the servant who opened the door for me at Venosta's the name I had worn out and which had long since become repugnant to me, and only the thought that I was identifying myself by it for the last time helped me over the hurdle. Louis received me with the most cheerful cordiality and could think of nothing more urgent than to hand me the all-important circular letter of credit for our journey, a double document, one part of which constituted the actual credit document, that is to say, the bank's confirmation that the traveller drawing upon it might make withdrawals up to the total sum, the other part containing the list of corresponding banks in the cities that the bearer intended to visit. In this little booklet, on the inside, the authorized person's specimen signature was to be affixed as a means of identification, and Lulu had already supplied the signature in his manner so entirely familiar to me. He then handed me not only the railway ticket to the Portuguese capital and the ship's passage to Buenos Aires, but the good lad had also prepared several very agreeable parting gifts for me, a flat gold remontoire watch with monogram, together with a finely linked platinum chain and a black silk chatelaine, likewise bearing the LV in gold for evening wear, as well as one of those gold chains that ran under the waistcoat to the back trouser pocket, on which one was then accustomed to carry a lighter, a penknife, a pencil, and a dainty cigarette case, likewise of gold. All of this was merely delightful, but there rose to a certain solemnity the moment when he slipped onto my finger an exact copy of his signet ring, which he had thoughtfully had made, bearing the family crest pressed in malachite, a castle gate flanked by towers and guarded by griffins. This act, a pantomimed "be as I am," called to mind too many memories of investiture and elevation stories already familiar to our childhood imagination not to affect me in a peculiar way. But Lulu's little eyes laughed more roguishly than ever during this, and showed quite plainly that his concern was not to miss a single detail of a lark that amused him hugely in and of itself, and quite apart from its purpose. We talked over many things still, over several small glasses of Benedictine liqueur and very fine Egyptian cigarettes. He had not the slightest worry any longer about his handwriting, but warmly approved my suggestion that I forward to him, at his already established new address, Sèvres, Seine-et-Oise, Rue Brancat, any letters I might receive en route from his parents, so that I might, following his cues, attend to any unforeseen details of a family or social nature, belatedly and retroactively perhaps, but nonetheless. What also occurred to him was that he did dabble in painting, and that in his place I would probably have at least occasionally to show some sign of this. How on earth was I going to manage that? Nom du nom. We must not despair of it, I said, and I had him pass me his sketchbook, which showed several landscape smudges executed in rough paper with a very soft pencil or chalk, as well as several female portrait heads, half nudes and full nudes, for which Zaza had evidently sat, or lain, as his model. The heads, drawn, I might say, with a certain unjustified boldness, had to be granted a likeness, not much, but it was there. As for the landscape sketches, something unverifiably shadowy and almost unrecognizable in terms of subject matter had been conferred upon them simply by the fact that all the lines, scarcely drawn, had been all but dissolved and nebulized into one another with a smearing implement, an artistic or possibly fraudulent method. I am not qualified to decide. What I did decide on the spot, however, was that whether it was to be called trickery or not, I could in any case do it too. I requested one of his soft pencils, together with the little stick fitted with a felt cap already quite blackened from much use, with which he gave his productions the consecration of obscurity, and I drew, after glancing briefly into the air, a village church with trees bowed by the storm beside it, clumsily enough, though enveloping the childish thing in an aura of sheer genius, with the felt smear even as I worked. Louis seemed somewhat taken aback when I showed him the sheet, but pleased as well, and declared that I could show it about without a qualm. For the sake of his honour, he lamented that I had no time to travel to London to have the necessary suits made for me at the celebrated tailor Paul, whom he himself frequently employed. The tailcoat, the frock coat, the cutaway with fine striped trousers, the light, dark, and navy blue sack coats, but was all the more pleasantly struck by my precise knowledge of what I required in the way of suitable attire in linen and silk undergarments, various footwear, hats and gloves. Much of this I had leisure to procure for myself in Paris, and I might perfectly well have had a few suits I needed immediately made here to measure still, but I dispensed with this complication on the cheerful grounds that even a merely passable ready-made garment looked on me like the most expensive bespoke work. The procurement of part of what was required, especially the white tropical wardrobe, was postponed until Lisbon. Venosta left me a few hundred francs for my Parisian purchases, which his parents had left him for his travel outfit, and augmented these with a further few hundred from the capital I had brought him. Out of free-spirited propriety, I promised to repay him these moneys from my savings during the journey. He also gave me his sketchbook, drawing pencils, and the helpful smearing tool, a packet of visiting cards with our name and his address into the bargain, embraced me, slapping me on the back with unrestrained laughter, wished me unimaginable indulgence in new impressions, and thus dismissed me into the wide world. 2 weeks and a few days more, benevolent reader, and I was rolling toward it, that wide world, well installed in a mirror-adorned grey plush half-compartment of the first class of the North-South Express, sitting by the window, my arm resting on the folding armrest of the sofa seat, the back of my head against the lace protector of the comfortable backrest, one leg crossed over the other, dressed in well-pressed English flannel with light gaiters over patent leather shoes. My tightly packed cabin trunk had been registered, my hand luggage of calf and crocodile leather, throughout embossed with the monogram LDV, and the 9-pointed crown lay above me in the net. I felt no desire for any occupation, any reading, to sit and to be what I was. What other entertainment was needed? Gently and dreamily was my soul moved by this. But anyone who believed that my contentment had been devoted solely, or even predominantly, to the circumstance that I was now so very aristocratic, would be mistaken. No, it was the transformation and renewal of my worn-out self as such, that I'd been able to put off the old Adam and slip into another. This was what truly filled and gladdened me. I merely noticed that this change of existence brought with it not only exquisite refreshment, but also a certain hollowness of my inner self, inasmuch, namely, as I had to banish from my soul all the memories that belonged to my now invalid existence. As I sat here, I had no right to them any longer, which was certainly no loss. My memories. It was no loss at all that they were no longer to be mine. Only it was not quite easy to put others, those that now fell to me, with any precision in their place. A peculiar feeling of weakness of memory, indeed of blankness of memory, threatened to come over me in my luxurious corner. I noticed that I knew nothing of myself save that I had spent my childhood and early youth on a noble estate in Luxembourg, and at most a few names, such as Radicule and Minime, lent some precision to my new past. Indeed, if I wished to visualize even the appearance of the castle within whose walls I had grown up, I was compelled to draw upon the depictions of English castles on the porcelain from which I had once, in a lowly form of existence, been obliged to scrape the food remnants, which amounted to a quite inadmissible importing of discarded memories into those now solely pertaining to me. Such reflections or musings passed through the dreamer's mind to the rhythmic pounding and rushing of the train, and I do not by any means say that they caused me distress. On the contrary, That inner emptiness, the blurred imprecision of my memory, seemed to me to combine in a certain melancholically becoming manner with my aristocratic bearing, and I willingly allowed them to lend to the gaze with which I looked out before me an expression of quietly dreamy, gently melancholy, and noble unknowingness. The train had left Paris at 6 o'clock. Twilight fell, the lights came on, and in their glow my private dwelling appeared all the more pleasant. The conductor, already somewhat advanced in years, asked leave to enter by a soft knock, laid his hand to his cap in salute, and repeated the mark of respect when he returned my ticket. It visibly gladdened the worthy man, from whose face a loyal and conservative disposition could be read, and who in his passage through the train came into official contact with all strata of society, including its more dubious elements, to greet in me its well-bred and noble flower, one that purified the spirit by its mere appearance. Truly, he need have no concern for my welfare once I was no longer his passenger. For my part, I replaced the human inquiry into his family life with a gracious smile and nod from high to low, which would certainly strengthen him in his enduring cast of mind to the point of combativeness. The man whose business it was to offer numbered cards for dinner in the dining car likewise announced himself with a cautious knock. I took a number from him, and since a little later a gong sounded outside calling to dinner, I consulted my well-appointed overnight and toilet bag to refresh myself somewhat, improved the set of my cravat before the mirror, and made my way a few carriages further to the restaurant car, whose correct steward conducted me with an inviting sweep of gestures to my place and drew back my chair. At the small table there was already seated, occupied with the hors d'oeuvres, an elderly gentleman, slight of figure, somewhat old-fashionedly dressed. I seem to recall a collar resembling a wing collar that he wore, and with a grey beard who, when I offered him a courteous evening greeting, looked up at me with star eyes. I am unable to say precisely what it was that constituted the star-like quality of his gaze. Were the pupils of his eyes particularly bright, mild, radiant? Certainly that they probably were, but did they thereby become star eyes? Pupil is a common enough word, but since it names only something physical in an objective way, it by no means corresponds to the designation that forced itself upon me, for something peculiarly moral must be at work, if, from the mere pupils that everyone possesses, star eyes are to be made. His gaze did not leave me quickly. It accompanied my sitting down, held mine fast, and while it had at first consisted only in a look of gentle earnestness, after a brief moment there gleamed within it a smile that was in some measure assenting, or shall I say, approving, accompanied in the beard by a smiling of the mouth that, very belatedly, once I was already seated and reaching for the menu, returned my greeting. It was exactly as though I had neglected this civility, and the star-eyed man were going before me with an instructive example. Involuntarily, I therefore repeated my
"Bonsoir, monsieur,"
whereupon he appended the words,
"I wish you a hearty appetite, my dear sir,"
with the addition,
"Your youth will not fail in that respect."
Reflecting that a man with star eyes might permit himself one thing or another in the way of the unusual, I replied with a laughing bow, already turning, however, to the plate of oil-tinned sardines, vegetable salad, and celery that was being offered to me. Being thirsty, I ordered a bottle of ale, which the greybeard now approved with a few words, not shrinking from the reproach of unsolicited interference.
"Very sensible,"
he said.
"Very sensible of you to order a hearty beer with your evening meal. It calms one and promotes sleep, whereas wine generally has an exciting effect and impairs sleep, unless one gets heavily drunk on it."
Which would be very much against my taste.
I assumed as much. Besides, nothing will prevent us from prolonging our night's rest as long as we wish. We shall not reach Lisboa before midday. Or is your destination nearer?
No, I am travelling to Lisbon, a long journey.
Probably the longest you have undertaken so far?
But a vanishing stretch, I said, without answering his question directly, compared with all those still before me.
Well, well,
he replied, and feigned impressedness with head and eyebrows.
You are about to undertake a serious inspection of this star and its present inhabitants.
His designation of the earth as a star struck me strangely, in conjunction with the character of his eyes. Moreover, the word present, which he added to inhabitants, at once aroused in me a feeling of momentous spaciousness. And his manner of speaking, together with the play of expression that accompanied it, had much of the quality in which one addresses a child, though a very refined one, something delicately teasing. In the awareness that I looked even younger than I was, I accepted this with good grace. He had declined the soup and was sitting idly opposite me, occupied at most with pouring himself some of his Vichy water, which had to be done with care, as the carriage was rocking heavily. I had looked up from my food at him only somewhat bewildered, without taking up his words further. But evidently he wished the conversation not to break off, for he began again.
Well, however far your journey may take you, you should not take the beginning of it lightly, merely because it is just a beginning. You are coming to a very interesting country with a great past, one to which every love of travel owes a debt of gratitude, since it opened so many routes to that love in earlier centuries for the first time. Lisbon, which I hope you will not survey too cursorily, was once the richest city in the world, thanks to those voyages of discovery. It is a pity you did not call there 500 years earlier. You would have found it enveloped in the scent of spices from overseas empires and would have seen it shoveling gold. History has made some distressing reductions to all that fine outer wealth. But you will see, land and people have remained charming. I mention the people because every love of travel contains a good part of desire for a humanity never before experienced, a good part of the curiosity to look into strange eyes, strange physiognomies, to take pleasure in an unfamiliar human physicality and mode of behavior. Or what do you think?
What was I to think? Doubtless he would be right, I said, if he traced the love of travel in part to this kind of curiosity or craving for the new.
So you will,
he continued,
encounter in the country to which you are traveling a racial mixture that is quite entertaining in its motley variety. Mixed was the indigenous population already, Iberians, as you naturally know, with a Celtic admixture. But in the course of 2,000 years, Phoenicians, Carthaginians, Romans, Vandals, Suevi, and Visigoths, and in particular the Arabs, the Moors, have all collaborated in fashioning the type that awaits you, not forgetting a nice contribution of Negro blood from the many dark-skinned slaves who were imported at the time when the entire African coast was in their possession. You must not be surprised by a certain quality of hair, certain lips, a certain melancholy animal gaze that will occasionally appear. But the Moorish Berber racial element, you will find, decidedly predominates, from a long period of Arab rule. The overall result is a not exactly stalwart but quite amiable breed, dark-haired, with somewhat yellowish skin and rather slight of stature, with pretty intelligent brown eyes.
I'm sincerely glad of it, I said, and added, May I ask, my dear sir, whether you yourself are Portuguese?
Not at all, he replied. But I have been rooted there for a long time. I was just in Paris briefly, on business, on official business. What I was about to say, the Arab-Moorish stamp you will also find on some looking about in the country's architecture everywhere. As for Lisbon, I must prepare you for its poverty in historical buildings. The city, you know, lies at the center of an earthquake zone, and the great earthquake of the last century alone laid 2/3 of it in rubble. Well, it has become again quite a handsome place and offers sights to which I cannot point you emphatically enough. Our botanical garden on the Western Heights, that should be your first excursion. It has no equal in all of Europe, thanks to a climate in which the tropical flora thrives as well as that of the temperate zone. The garden is resplendent with araucarias, bamboo, papyrus, yuccas, and every manner of palm. But with your own eyes you will see plants there that do not actually belong to the present vegetation of our planet at all, but to an earlier one, namely, tree ferns. Go at once and see the tree ferns from the Carboniferous period. That is more than short-breathed cultural history. That is the Earth's antiquity.
Again there came over me that feeling of indeterminate spaciousness that his words had already once aroused in me. I shall certainly not fail to do so, I assured him.
You must forgive me,
he felt he should add,
for supplying you with directives in this fashion and seeking to guide your steps. But do you know whom you remind me of?
I beg you to tell me, I replied with a smile.
A sea lily.
That sounds not a little flattering.
Only because it sounds to you like the name of a flower. But the sea lily is not a flower. It is a sessile animal form of the deep sea, belonging to the family of echinoderms, and probably their most ancient group. We have an abundance of fossils of them. Such animals, bound to their place, tend toward a flower-like form, that is to say, toward a radial symmetry of star-like and blossom-like appearance. The feather star of today, descendant of the early sea lily, remains attached to a stalk at the bottom only in its youth. Then it frees itself, emancipates itself, and adventures about the shores, swimming and climbing. Forgive the association of ideas, but thus, a modern sea lily, you have detached yourself from the stem and are setting out on an inspection voyage. One feels tempted to advise the newcomer to mobility a little. By the way, kukuk.
For a moment I thought he was not quite right in the head, but then understood that he, though so much older than I, had introduced himself to me. Venosta, I hastened to reply with a somewhat oblique bow, for I was being served the fish from the left at that moment.
Marquise Venosta?
He asked, raising his eyebrows slightly. If you please, I replied, in a tone of leaving it to him, almost deflecting.
Of the Luxembourg line, I take it? I have the honor of knowing a Roman aunt of yours, Contessa Paulina Centurioni, who is, of course, a born Venosta of the Italian branch, and that branch is again related to the Sechenis in Vienna, and therefore to the Esterházys of Galanta. You have cousins and collateral relations everywhere, as you know, Herr Marquis. My proficiency must not surprise you. Genealogy and the study of lineage is my hobby horse, or rather, my profession. Professor Kukuk,
he completed his introduction,
paleontologist and director of the Natural History Museum in Lisbon, a not yet sufficiently known institution of which I am the founder.
He drew out his card case and passed his card to me, which prompted me to give him mine as well, that is to say, Lulu's. On his, I found his given names, Antonio José, his title, his official position, and his Lisbon address. As for paleontology, his remarks had already given me some inkling of what that field concerned. We both read with expressions of respect and pleasure. Then we put away each other's cards, exchanging brief nods of thanks. I may well say, Herr Professor, I added politely, that I have been fortunate in my table assignment.
Entirely on my side,
he replied. We had been speaking French until now. He then inquired,
I presume you have a command of German, Marquis Venosta? Your mother, as far as I know, comes from the Gotha region, my own homeland, incidentally, born a Baroness Plettenberg, if I am not mistaken. You see, I am in the picture. We may therefore, well...
How could Louis possibly have neglected to instruct me that my mother was a Plettenberg? I received this as news and let it serve as an enrichment of my memory. With great pleasure, I replied, switching languages in answer to his suggestion. Good heavens, as if I had not chatted away quite enough German throughout my entire childhood, not only with Mamma, but also with our coachman Klausmann.
And I,
returned Kukuk,
am almost entirely out of the habit of my mother tongue, and welcome most gladly the opportunity to move once more in its forms. I am 57 now. It is 25 years already since I came to Portugal. I married a child of the country, a born da Cruz, since we are on the subject of names and origins, purely Portuguese blood, and to that blood, when foreign speech is called for, French is decidedly nearer than German. Our daughter as well, for all the tenderness she bears me, has not come to meet her father linguistically, and prefers, alongside Portuguese, to chatter very charmingly in French. Altogether a charming child. We call her Zuzu.
Not Zaza.
No, Zuzu. It comes from Susanna. Now where might Zaza come from?
I cannot for the life of me say. I have encountered the name on occasion, in artistic circles.
You move in artistic circles?
Among others. I am myself a slight artist, a painter, a draftsman. I studied under Professor Estompard, Aristide Estompard of the Académie des Beaux-Arts.
Oh, an artist into the bargain. Very pleasant.
And you, Herr Professor?
Were you in Paris certainly on behalf of your museum?
You guess it. The purpose of my journey was to acquire from the Paleozoological Institute a few skeletal fragments of importance to us, skull, ribs, and shoulder blade of a long-extinct species of tapir, from which our horse descends through many stages of development.
What? The horse is descended from the tapir?
And from the rhinoceros. Yes, your riding horse, Herr Marquis, has passed through a great many different forms of appearance. At one period, though already a horse, it was of Lilliputian dimensions. Oh, we have learned names for all its former and earliest states, names that all end in hippos, horse, beginning with Eohippos. For that ancestral tapir lived in the geological epoch of the Eocene.
The Eocene. I promise you, Professor Cuckock, to remember that word. When was the Eocene?
Recently. It is geological modernity, some hundreds of thousands of years ago when the ungulates first appeared. By the way, it will interest you as an artist that we employ specialists, masters in their art, who reconstruct from the skeletal finds all those past animal forms with the greatest vividness and life. And man as he once was, too.
Man.
Man, too.
The man of the Eocene?
That will scarcely have known him. We must confess that his memory is lost a little in the darkness, that his development took place late, only within the framework of the evolution of the mammals, is scientifically self-evident. He is, as we know him, a latecomer here, and the biblical Genesis is perfectly right in making him the culmination of creation. It merely abbreviates the process a trifle drastically. Organic life on Earth is, by a conservative estimate, 550 million years old. It took its time arriving at man.
I find myself extraordinarily gripped by your information, Herr Professor.
I was extraordinarily gripped, already now and then in ever-increasing measure. With such tense and deeply engaged participation did I listen to this man that I almost entirely forgot to eat. The dishes were offered to me, and I took from them onto my plate, and would put a morsel to my mouth. But then I kept my jaws still in order to attend to his words, gazing, fork and knife idle in my hands, into his face, into his star eyes. I cannot name the attention with which my soul absorbed what he subsequently said, but had I been without it, without this intensity of reception, would I be capable today, after so many years, of reproducing this table conversation, at least in its main points, almost word for word? I believe, entirely word for word. He had spoken of curiosity, a craving for the new, as constituting the essential component of the love of travel, and already in that there had lain, as I recalled, something peculiarly challenging, something pressing upon feeling. This very kind of provocation and stirring of the most intimate fibres was, in the course of his further remarks and disclosures, to mount to an intoxicating immensity of stimulation, although he spoke throughout with great calm, coolly, with measured deliberation, at times with a smile on his lips.
Whether as long a span still lies before it, life,
he continued,
as that which lies behind it, no one can say. Its tenacity is certainly enormous, especially in its lowest forms. Would you believe that the spores of certain bacteria can withstand the uncomfortable temperature of outer space, -200 degrees, for a full 6 months without perishing?
That is admirable.
And yet the origin and subsistence of life are tied to specific, narrowly defined conditions, which have not always been available to it, nor will always be available. The period of habitability of a star is limited. Life has not always existed, and will not always exist. Life is an episode, and indeed, on the scale of the eons, a very transient one.
That endears it to me, I said.
I used the word it out of sheer excitement, and because I was concerned to express myself about the subject formally and in bookish German.
There is, I added, a little song, "Rejoice in life while still the lamp doth glow." I heard it early and always loved it, but through your words about the transient episode, it now takes on, to be sure, a more extended significance.
And how life has hurried,
Cuckock continued,
to develop its species and forms, just as if it had known that the lamp would not glow eternally. This is especially true of its early period. In the Cambrian, so we name the lowest stratum of the earth, the deepest formation of the Paleozoic era. The world of plants is admittedly still sparse. Seaweed, algae, nothing further appears yet. Life originates in salt water, the warm primeval sea, you must know. But the animal kingdom is immediately represented there, not only by single-celled primitive organisms, but by coelenterates, worms, echinoderms, arthropods, that is to say, by all phyla, with the exception of the vertebrates. It seems that of the 550 million years, it took no more than 50 for the first vertebrates to venture from the water onto the land, of which some was already exposed. And then the pace of evolution, of the branching of species, was such that after a mere 250 further million years, the whole Noah's Ark, including the reptiles, was there. Only the birds and mammals were still outstanding, and all of this by virtue of the one idea that nature conceived in the beginning and with which she did not cease working until she arrived at man.
I beg you most earnestly to name it for me.
Oh, it is merely the idea of communal cell living, merely the notion of not leaving the glassy, slimy little lump of the primordial creature, the elementary organism, alone, but constructing from it, at first from a few, then from untold millions, superordinate living structures, multicellular organisms, great individuals, allowing them to form flesh and blood. What we call the flesh, and what religion censures as weak and sinful, as prone to sin, is nothing other than such an accumulation of organically specialized micro-individuals, multicellular tissue. With genuine zeal did nature pursue this, her one, her cherished fundamental idea, with excessive zeal at times, and on a few occasions she let herself be carried away into extravagances that she came to regret. Indeed, she was already guilty, with the mammals, of permitting an excrescence of life, like the blue whale, as large as 20 elephants, a monster impossible to sustain and feed on land. She sent it into the sea, where it now is a vast tub of blubber, with atrophied hind legs, flippers, and oily eyes, suckles its young in an awkward position to the modest delight of its massive existence, serves as quarry for the fat-rendering industry, and swallows little crustaceans. But far earlier still, at the beginning of the Middle Age of the Earth, the Triassic formation, long before a bird soared into the air or a deciduous tree put forth its leaves, we find monsters, reptiles, the dinosaurs, creatures with a spatial bulk that is quite unsuitable for this world below. Such an individual was as tall as a hall and as long as a railway train. It weighed 40,000 pounds. Its neck was like a palm tree, and its head ridiculously small in proportion to the whole. This excessive bodily growth must have been monumentally stupid, harmless, however, as helplessness tends to make one.
So probably not very sinful, despite so much flesh.
Out of stupidity, presumably not. What else shall I tell you about the dinosaurs? Perhaps this: they had a tendency toward upright locomotion.
And Kakuk directed his star eyes at me, beneath whose gaze something like embarrassment came over me. Well, I said with assumed nonchalance, those gentlemen will hardly have resembled Hermes when walking upright.
How do you come to think of Hermes?
Pardon. In my upbringing at the castle, mythological matters were always greatly emphasized, a personal predilection of my tutor.
Oh, Hermes,
he replied.
An elegant deity. I will not take coffee,
he said to the waiter.
Bring me another bottle of Vichy. An elegant god,
he repeated.
And measured as a form, not too small, not too large, of human proportions. An old master builder used to say that anyone who wished to build must first have perceived the perfection of the human figure, for in it the deepest secrets of proportion are concealed. Mystics of proportionality claim to know that man, and therefore the human-formed God, holds by his stature the exact midpoint between the world of the very great and that of the very small. They say the greatest material body in the universe, a red giant star, is as much greater than man as the tiniest constituent of the atom, a something that would need to be enlarged 100 trillion times in diameter to be made visible, is smaller than he.
One can see from that what good it does to walk upright, if one does not keep to the right measure.
Very astute, by all accounts,
my table companion continued.
Was he, your Hermes, in his Greek proportionedness, the cellular tissue of his brain, if one may speak of such in the case of a god, must therefore have assumed particularly cunning forms. But just so, if one imagines him not in marble, plaster, or ambrosia, but as a living body of human form, then in him too much of nature's antiquity remains outstanding. For it is noteworthy how primordial the arms and legs of man have remained in contrast to the brain. They have preserved all the bones already found in the most primitive land animals.
That is gripping, Herr Professor. It is not the first gripping communication you have made to me, but it belongs among the most gripping. The bones of human arms and legs like those of the most primitive land animals. Not that I object to it, but it grips me. I speak not of the famous legs of Hermes, but take a charming, rounded, feminine arm such as, if we are lucky, may well embrace us, zum Kuckuck. Pardon, I intended no abuse, but one would not think—
It seems to me, dear Marquis, that a certain cult of extremities is at work in you. It has its good sense as the aversion of a developed creature to the footless worm form. As for the charming, rounded feminine arm, however, one should bear in mind when confronted with this limb that it is nothing other than the claw wing of the primordial bird and the pectoral fin of the fish.
Good, good. I shall remember that in future. I believe I can assure you that I shall do so without bitterness, without disenchantment, indeed with warmth. But man, so one always hears, is descended from the ape.
Dear Marcus, let us rather say, he descends from nature and has his roots in it. Perhaps we ought not to let ourselves be too dazzled by the similarity of his anatomy to that of the higher apes. Far too much fuss has been made about that. The fringed blue eyes and the skin of the pig have more in common with the human than any chimpanzee, just as the naked body of man does very often remind one of the pig as well. To our brain, however, judged by the high development of its structure, that of the rat comes nearest. Echoes of animal physiognomy you will find among human beings at every turn. You see there the fish and the fox, the dog, the seal, the hawk, and the sheep. On the other hand, all that is animal will, if our eye has been opened to it, appear to us as the larva and melancholy enchantment of the human. Oh yes, man and beast are related enough. But if we wish to speak of descent, man descends from the animal in roughly the same way as the organic descends from the inorganic. Something was added.
Added? What, if I may ask?
Approximately what was added when beings sprang from nothingness. Have you ever heard of spontaneous generation?
I am extraordinarily eager to hear of it. He glanced briefly around him, and then confided to me with a certain intimacy, evidently because it was I, the Marquis de Venosta.
There has been not one but 3 spontaneous generations, the springing of being from nothingness, the awakening of life from being, and the birth of man.
Kuckuck took a sip of Vichy after this utterance. He held the glass with both hands as we were swaying through a curve. The complement of the dining car had already thinned. The waiters stood mostly idle. After a neglected meal, I now took cup after cup of coffee. But I do not attribute to this circumstance alone the ever-increasing excitement that held sway over me. I sat leaning forward, listening to the curious traveling companion who spoke to me of being, of life, of man, and of the nothingness from which all had been generated and to which all would return. Without doubt, he said, not only was life on earth a comparatively swiftly passing episode, being itself was one, between nothingness and nothingness. Being had not always existed and would not always exist. It had had a beginning and would have an end, and with it, space and time, for these were bound to one another only through being and by means of it. Space, he said, was nothing more than the order or relation of material things among themselves. Without things to occupy it, there would be no space and no time either, for time was only an order of events made possible by the existence of bodies, the product of motion, of cause and effect, whose sequence gave time its direction, without which time could not exist. Spacelessness and timelessness, however, that was the attribute of nothingness. This was dimensionless in every sense, standing eternity, and only temporarily had it been interrupted by spatio-temporal being. Greater scope, more eons by far, had been granted to being than to life. But once, with certainty, it would end, and with equal certainty, an end corresponded to a beginning. When had time, had occurrence begun? When had the first tremor of being leapt from nothingness by virtue of a let there be that had already, with inexorable necessity, contained within it the let it pass? Perhaps the when of coming into being was not so very long ago, the when of passing away not so very far off. Perhaps only a few billion years past and forward. Meanwhile, being celebrated its tumultuous festival in the immeasurable spaces that were its own work, and in which it formed distances that bristled with icy emptiness. And he spoke to me of the vast theatre of this festival, the universe, this mortal child of eternal nothingness, filled with material bodies without number, meteors, moons, comets, nebulae, untold millions of stars that stood in mutual relation, ordered toward one another through the action of their gravitational fields into clusters, clouds, galaxies, and supersystems of galaxies, each of which consists of vast quantities of blazing suns, rotating and orbiting planets, masses of rarefied gas and cold debris fields of iron, rock, and cosmic dust. I listened in excitement, well aware that it was a privilege to receive these communications, a privilege I owed to my noble rank, to the circumstance that I was the Marquis de Venosta, and had in Rome a Contessa Canturione for an aunt. Our galaxy, I heard, one among billions, enclosed almost at its edge, almost as a wallflower, 30,000 light-years from its centre, our local solar system, with its enormous but comparatively by no means significant ball of fire called the Sun, though it deserved only the indefinite article, and the planets paying homage to its field of attraction. Among them, the Earth, whose joy and burden it is to revolve on its axis at a speed of 1,000 miles an hour, and, covering 20 miles per second, to orbit the Sun, thereby forming its days and its years. Its own days and years, mark you, for there are quite different ones. The planet Mercury, for example, nearest to the Sun, completes its circuit in 88 of our days, and in doing so also rotates once upon itself, so that for it year and day are the same. One can see from that what time is worth, no more than weight, which likewise lacks any universal validity. In the White Companion of Sirius, for example, a body only 3 times the size of the Earth, matter is in a state of such density that a cubic inch of it would weigh a ton here. Earth stuff, our rocky mountains, our human body itself, are the most loose and airy foam by comparison. While the Earth, as I had the privilege to hear, was cavorting around its sun, it and its moon were cavorting around one another, our entire local solar system meanwhile moving within the framework of a somewhat wider, still quite local stellar community, and moving briskly at that, while this reference system in its turn, at a rash velocity, cavorted within the galaxy, and that galaxy, our galaxy, in relation to its distant sisters, with likewise inconceivable speed, while at the same time, taken altogether, these remotest material complexes of being were flying apart in every direction with such haste that the flight of a shell splinter, compared with their velocity, amounted to nothing more than a standstill, flying apart into the void, into which in their rushing course they bore space and time. This mutual orbiting and circling and whirling around one another, this condensing of nebulae into bodies, this burning, flaming, cooling, bursting, scattering, plunging and hurtling, called forth from nothing and awakening nothing, which perhaps had been better, more willingly left in its sleep, and was even now waiting to return to its sleep. This, he said, was being, also called nature, and it was one everywhere and in all things. I should not doubt that all being, that nature, formed a closed unity, from the simplest lifeless matter to the most vivid life, to the woman with the full rounded arm, and to the figure of Hermes. Our human brain, our flesh and bone, they were mosaics of the same elementary particles as those of which stars and stardust, the dark, drifting vapor clouds of interstellar space, were composed. Life, called forth from being as being, had once been called forth from nothing. Life, this blossom of being, had every primary substance in common with inanimate nature. Not a single one had it to show that belonged to itself alone. One could not say that it set itself off unambiguously against mere being, the inanimate. The boundary between it and the inanimate was fluid. The plant cell demonstrated the natural possibility of converting substances belonging to the mineral kingdom by means of the ether of the sun in such a manner that they came to life within it. The generative capacity of chlorophyll thus provided us with an example of the emergence of the organic from the inorganic. The reverse was not lacking either. We had the formation of rock from animal silica. Future continental mountain ranges were growing in the sea, where it was deepest, from the skeletal remains of tiny living creatures. In the apparent and half-life of liquid crystals, one realm of nature visibly played over into the other. Whenever nature, by a conjurer's trick, simulated the organic in the inorganic, as in sulphur flowers or ice flowers, it wished to teach us that it was one. The organic itself knew no clear boundary between its kinds. The animal passed over into the vegetable where it sat on a stalk and assumed radial symmetry and the form of a flower. The vegetable passed over into the animal where it caught and devoured the animal instead of drawing life from the mineral. From the animal, man had emerged, through descent, as it was said, in reality through something additional which was no more to be named by name than the essence of life, than the origin of being. But the point at which he was already man and no longer animal, or no longer only animal, was difficult to determine. Man preserved the animal within himself, as life preserved the inorganic. For in his ultimate building blocks, the atoms, it passed over into the no longer, into the not yet organic. Yet in the innermost depths, in the sub-visible atom, matter dissolved into the immaterial, the no longer corporeal. For what moved there, and of which the atom was a superstructure, was almost beneath being, since it occupied no determinable place in space, nor any nameable portion of space, as befits an honest body. Out of scarcely yet being, being was formed, and it flowed back into scarcely still being. All of nature, from its earliest, almost still immaterial and its simplest forms to the most evolved and most living, had always remained assembled and continued to exist side by side, nebula, stone, worm, and man. That many animal forms had become extinct, that there were no more flying lizards and no more mammoths, did not prevent the already structurally stable primeval animal from living on beside man, the single-celled creature, the infusorian, the microbe, with one gate for intake and one for exit on its cellular body. No more was needed to be an animal, and to be a man, said Cuckuk. One usually did not need much more either. That was a joke on Cuckuk's part, a caustic one. He probably felt he owed a young man of the world, such as I, a little caustic humour, and so I laughed, conveying to my lips with trembling hand my 6th, no, surely my 8th, demi-tasse of sweetened mocha. I have said, and say again, that I was extraordinarily agitated, and indeed through an expansion of feeling that almost overstrained my nature, an expansion produced by my table companion's discourses on being, on life, on man. Strange as it may sound, this mighty expansion had much to do with, or rather it was nothing other than, what I had as a child, or half a child, designated with the dream word,
the great joy,
a secret formula of my innocence, with which in the first instance something specific that could not otherwise be named was to be designated, but which had from the beginning possessed an intoxicating breadth of meaning. "There was progress," said Cuckok, continuing after his jest. "Without doubt there was progress, from Pithecanthropus erectus to Newton and Shakespeare. That was a long, decidedly upward-leading road. But as it stood in the rest of nature, so too in the human world. Here also everything was always assembled, all conditions of culture and morality, everything from the earliest to the latest, from the most foolish to the most clever, from the most primordial, most dull, most savage to the most highly and finely developed, all existed side by side at all times in this world. Indeed, often the most refined grew weary of itself, became infatuated with the primordial, and sank drunkenly back into the savage. No more of that. But he would give man his due, and not withhold from me, the Marquis de Venosta, what distinguished Homo sapiens above all other nature, organic and mere being alike, and what probably coincided with what had come additionally when he stepped forth from the animal. It was the knowledge of beginning and end. I had expressed the most human thing of all in saying that it gripped me for life that it was only an episode. Far from transience devaluing things, it was precisely transience that lent all existence its worth, dignity, and charm. Only the episodic, only that which had a beginning and an end, was interesting and aroused sympathy, animated as it was by transience. But such was everything. All cosmic being was animated by transience, and eternal, therefore inanimate and unworthy of sympathy, was only the nothing from which it had been summoned forth to its pleasure and burden. Being was not well-being, it was pleasure and burden, and all spatial temporal being, all matter, partook, if only in the deepest slumber, of this pleasure, this burden, of the sensation which invited man, the bearer of the most wakeful sensation, to universal sympathy.
To universal sympathy,
repeated Cuckok, bracing his hands on the tabletop to rise, looking at me with his starry eyes and nodding.
"Good night, Marquis de Venosta," he said. "We are, as I observe, the last in the dining car. It is time to go to sleep. Let me hope to see you again in Lisboa. If you like, I shall be your guide there through my museum. Sleep well. Dream of being and of life. Dream of the tumult of the Milky Ways which, since they exist, bear with pleasure the burden of their existence. Dream of the full-rounded arm with its ancient bony framework, and of the flower of the field that knows how to cleave the lifeless in the ether of the sun and to incorporate it into its living body. And do not forget to dream of the stone, the moss-grown stone that has lain in the mountain stream for 1,000 and 1,000 years, bathed, cooled, overspread by foam and flood. Look with sympathy upon its existence, the most wakeful being upon the most deeply slumbering, and salute it in the creation. It is well with it, if being and well-being can ever be reconciled. A very good night."
Chapter 24. It will be believed that, notwithstanding my innate love and aptitude for sleep, contrary to the ease with which I was otherwise accustomed to return to the sweet and restorative homeland of the unconscious, and despite the excellent appointments of my first-class sleeping berth, slumber on that night almost entirely forsook me until the morning hours. Why had I, looking forward to the first night I was to spend in a train rushing, swaying, jolting, stopping and then lurching into motion again, been obliged to drink so much coffee before going to bed? I had thereby willfully deprived myself of sleep, from which the rocking position, new to me as it was, would alone not have been able to keep me. Yet that even 6 to 8 cups of mocha would not of themselves have accomplished this, had they not been merely the involuntary accompaniment of Professor Cuckok's gripping, inwardly and ineffably moving table conversation that I pass over in silence, though I knew it then as well as I know it today, pass over it in silence because the sensitive reader, and it is for such alone that I set down my confessions, may tell it to himself. In short, in my silk pajamas, which preserve the person better than a shirt from contact with perhaps only superficially laundered bed linen, I lay awake this night until morning, seeking with sighs a position that might have helped me to find my way into Morpheus's arms. And when at last I was nonetheless unexpectedly crept upon by slumber, I dreamed a great deal of confused nonsense, such as a shallow sleep that brings no true rest produces. Riding on the skeleton of a tapir, I moved along a milky way, which I recognized as such by the fact that it really consisted of milk, or was covered with milk, in which the hooves of my bony steed were splashing. I sat very hard and badly on its spine, holding on with both hands to its rib cage, while being badly shaken hither and thither by its capricious gait, which may have been a transference of the rushing trains jolting into my dream. I interpreted it to myself as meaning that I had simply not learned to ride and must make up for this without delay if I were to hold my own as a young man of family. Coming toward me, and on either side of me passing by, wading and splashing in the milk of the Milky Way, moved a crowd of gaily dressed little people, men and women, graceful, yellowish in complexion and with lively brown eyes, who called something out to me in an incomprehensible language. Probably it was meant to be Portuguese. But one of them called it in French, namely,
Voilà le voyageur curieux.
And from her speaking French I recognized that it was Zuzu, while yet her bared, full-rounded arms, bare to the shoulders, told me that I was dealing rather, or also simultaneously, with Zaza. With all my might I pulled at the ribs of the tapir to make it stand still and let me dismount, since I very much wished to join Zuzu or Zaza and converse with her on the antiquity of the bony framework of her charming arms. But my mount bucked refractory against my pulling and threw me off into the milk of the Milky Way, whereupon the dark-haired little people, including Zuzu or Zaza, broke out into peals of laughter, and in that laughter the dream dissolved to make way for other, equally foolish imaginings of my slumbering though not resting brain. Thus, for example, I climbed in the dream on all fours along a clay-like steep sea coast, dragging behind me a long, liana-like stalk, with anxious uncertainty in my heart as to whether I was an animal or a plant, a doubt that had its flattering side as well, since it could be subsumed under the name sea lily, and so on. At last, in the morning hours, my sleep did deepen to dreamlessness, and I awoke so shortly before noon and before the arrival in Lisbon that there was no longer any thought of breakfast, and only a hasty use of the wash basin and the fine appointments of my crocodile leather travelling bag was vouchsafed to me. Professor Cuckock I saw no more in the bustle of the platform, nor in the square before the Moorish-looking station building, whither I followed a porter to an open one-horse cab. The day was bright and sunny, not overly warm. The young driver, who stowed my large luggage trunk beside him on the box, might very well have belonged to the little people who on the Milky Way had laughed at my fall from the tapir, slender of build and yellowish of complexion, entirely in accordance with Cuckock's general description, a cheroot between his slightly protruding lips, beneath a twirled little moustache. He wore a round cloth cap, somewhat askew on his rather tousled dark hair that hung down over his temples, and not for nothing did his brown eyes look so sharp-witted. For before I had been able to tell him the hotel where I had telegraphically bespoken quarters, he named it to me himself, intelligently disposing of me, Savoy Palace. To that establishment he rated me. There I seemed to him to belong, and I could only confirm his decision with a "c'est exact," which he repeated, mangling it cheerfully and laughing as he swung himself up onto his seat and gave the horse a flick of the reins. "C'est exact," he repeated several more times, humming merrily during the short drive to the hotel. We passed through only a little narrow streetwork, then a wide and spacious boulevard opened up. The Avenida da Liberdade, one of the most magnificent streets I had ever encountered, running in 3 lanes with an elegantly animated carriageway and riding path in the centre, beside which 2 more well-paved alleys ran on, adorned with flower beds, statues and fountains, in truly splendid fashion. On this grand promenade, my lodgings, truly palace-like in character, were situated, and how differently my arrival there shaped itself from that which I had once made, so wretchedly, in the house on the Rue Saint-Honoré in Paris. No sooner was I there than 3 or 4 liveried grooms and green-aproned house servants were busy about my cab, unloaded my large luggage, carried off valise, overcoat, and travelling rug so swiftly as if I had not a moment to spare, ahead of me into the vestibule, so that I might stroll, unencumbered as a man on a morning walk, only my cane of Spanish reed with ivory crook and silver ring hanging from my arm, through the hall to the reception, where there was now no blushing and no "stand back, stand quite back," but, in answer to my name, nothing but intelligently welcoming smiles, gratified bows, the most delicate request that one might, if it were agreeable, perhaps fill in the registration form with, at most, the most necessary particulars. A gentleman in a cutaway, warmly interested in the question of whether my journey had proceeded in complete comfort, rode up with me to the first floor to show me into the suite reserved for me, sitting room and bedroom with tiled bath. The sight of these rooms, whose windows looked out over the Avenida, delighted me more than I was permitted to show. The pleasure, or rather the elation, that their lordly beauty aroused in me, I reduced to a gesture of languid approval with which I dismissed my escort. But left alone, awaiting my luggage, I moved about my appointed domain with a childlike joy that I ought not really to have allowed myself, even in my own presence. What constituted my particular pride was the wall decoration of the sitting room, those tall stucco panels framed in gilded mouldings, which I had always so decidedly preferred to common wallpaper, and which, together with the equally very tall white and gold-ornamented doors set in niches, lent the room a decidedly castle-like and princely appearance. It was very spacious, divided in two by an open arch that separated from the main room a smaller one, suitable for taking private meals in as desired. There, as well as in the incomparably larger square of the main room, hung a crystal chandelier festooned with glittering prisms, such as I had always viewed with pleasure, suspended a good way down from the high ceiling. Soft and colourful, broadly bordered carpets, one of them enormously large, covered the floors, from which here and there a stretch of brightly polished surface was visible. Agreeable paintings adorned the wall spaces between the ceiling and the state doors, and above a spindly ornamental commode with a pendulum clock and Chinese vases, there was even a tapestry stretched in noble display on the wall, representing a legendary abduction of women. Beautiful French armchairs stood in comfortable and distinguished arrangement about an oval little table with a lace cloth under the glass top, on which a well-assorted fruit basket with a fruit knife and fork, a plate of biscuits, and a cut glass finger bowl had been made ready for the agreeable refreshment of the guest, to be understood as a courtesy of the hotel management, whose card was inserted between 2 oranges. A glass-fronted display cabinet, behind whose panes the most charming porcelain figures were to be seen, cavaliers in gallantly contorted poses and ladies in hooped skirts, one of whom had her gown torn at the back so that her most rounded nakedness, to which she was turning in the greatest embarrassment, appeared there most lasciviously. Standing lamps with silk shades, bronze candelabra of figurative workmanship on slender pedestals, a stylish ottoman with cushions and velvet cover completed a furnishing whose appearance was as welcome to my needy eyes as the luxury of the bedroom appointed in blue and grey, with its curtained bed, beside which, inviting one to meditative pre-slumber repose, a broad armchair spread its padded arms, with its deadening carpet covering the entire floor, its longitudinally striped wallpaper of nerve-soothing muted blue, its tall cheval glass, its milk glass light fixture, its dressing table, the white and broad wardrobe doors, whose brass handles gleamed. My luggage arrived. No valet was yet at hand to assist me, as was later sometimes the case for periods. I stowed some necessities in the English-style drawers of the wardrobes, hung a few suits on hangers, took a bath, and made my toilet with the care that had always been peculiar to me in this business. It had always had something of the actor's making up, though I had never been tempted to actual cosmetic assistance, given the enduring youthfulness of my appearance. Clad in fresh linen and a costume suited to the climate, of light, pale flannel, I went downstairs to the dining room, where I, quite famished after a train dinner missed through listening and a morning meal slept through, treated myself with no little devotion to the luncheon. A ragout fin in the shell, a grilled steak with crosshatch markings, and an excellent chocolate soufflé. My thoughts, however, despite the attentiveness with which I dined, were still with the conversation of the previous evening, whose world-wise charm had penetrated so deeply into my mind. The memory of it formed the higher joy that joined itself to the pleasure in the freedom of my new existence, and what preoccupied me more than my luncheon was the question of whether I should get in touch with Cuckuk today, perhaps simply call on him at his home, not only to arrange the visit to his museum with him, but also, and principally, to make the acquaintance of Zuzu. That, however, might have seemed overly eager, a bull-at-a-gate impatience, and I overcame myself so far as to defer the call upon him until the morrow. Somewhat short of sleep, in any case, I resolved to limit my activity for today to some exploration of the city, and set out after coffee to do so. First, I took a cab again in front of the hotel, which was to bring me to the Piazza do Commercio and to my bank situated there, also called the Banco do Commercio, for I intended, with the aid of the circular letter of credit in my portfolio, to make a first withdrawal of money to meet the hotel bill and any other expenses that might arise. The Piazza do Commercio, a very dignified and rather quiet square, is open on one side toward the harbour, a wide inlet where the bank of the river Tagus recedes, but surrounded on the other three by arcades, covered colonnades in which the customs house, the main post office, various ministries, and also the offices of the bank at which I was accredited are to be found. I had there to deal with a dark-bearded, trustworthy man of good bearing, who received my credentials with respect, was pleased to take note of my request, made his entries with a dexterous hand, and then, with a polite request, offered me his pen to sign the receipt. Truly, I did not need to glance sidelong at Lulu's signature in the ancillary document to set down its exact replica, my beautiful name, in script slanting to the left, wrapped in its oval flourish, with pleasure and devotion beneath the receipt. An original signature, the official could not refrain from saying. I smiled with a shrug. "A kind of hereditary tradition," I said, half apologetically. "We have signed thus for generations." He bowed obligingly, and with my lizard skin wallet full of milrays, I left the bank. From there I proceeded to the nearby post office, where I dispatched the following telegram to Chateau Montrefuge at home.
With 1,000 greetings, I report safe arrival here, Savoy Palace. Am reveling in new impressions, of which I hope soon to report by letter. Already observe a certain deflection of my thoughts, which did not always take the right paths. Your grateful Lulu.
This business also attended to, I passed through a kind of triumphal arch or monumental gateway that opens on the side of the commercial square opposite the harbour onto one of the most handsome streets in the city, the Rua Augusta, where I had a social obligation to discharge. Certainly, I thought, it would be seemly and in keeping with my parents' wishes if I paid a formal call at the Luxembourg legation here, situated in the bel étage of a stately apartment house, and so I did. Without troubling much about the presence or absence of my country's diplomatic representative, a Monsieur de Huon, or of his wife, I simply handed 2 of my cards to the manservant who opened the door, on one of which I scrawled my address, and requested him to bring them to the attention of the household, Monsieur and Madame de Huon. He was an already rather elderly man with greying curly hair, earrings, somewhat full lips, and a certain melancholy animal look that set me thinking about the mixture of his blood and won him my sympathy. I nodded to him particularly warmly on parting, since he descended in some sense from times of colonial splendour and the golden world monopoly on spices. Returning to the Rua Augusta, I continued along the busy and well-trafficked street upward toward a square that the hotel porter had recommended to me as the most important in the city, named the Praça de Dom Pedro IV, or in common parlance, O Rocio. For the sake of a concrete impression, it may be added that Lisbon is hemmed in by hills of a sometimes quite considerable height, on which, to the right and left of the straight streets of the new city, the white houses of the upper residential quarters rise almost abruptly. I knew that somewhere in those upper regions Professor Cook's home was situated, and therefore looked up there often. Indeed, inquired of a police officer. I always particularly loved speaking with police officers, more by gestures than by words, after the Rua João de Castilho, whose name I had read on Cook's card. He then pointed with an outstretched arm in the direction of that villa street, and added in his idiom, as incomprehensible to me as the one I had already heard in the dream, something about a tram, a cable car, and mules, evidently solicitous of my conveyance. I thanked him many times in French for his information, not at all urgently needed at that moment, and he brought the brief but gesture-rich and enjoyable conversation to an end by laying his hand to his summer helmet in a salute. How charming it is, after all, to receive the mark of respect of such a simply but smartly uniformed guardian of public order. But let me elevate this exclamation to the general, and pronounce fortunate that person to whom a receptivity to impressions, surpassing the common measure, operative continually and even on the most unassuming occasions, was bestowed as a cradle gift by the fairy of his birth. This gift doubtless means a heightening of sensitivity in general, the opposite of dullness, and brings with it much painfulness from which others are spared. But I shall gladly maintain that the gain and enjoyment of life that it yields more than counterbalances that disadvantage, if disadvantage it be, and it was this gift of receptivity to the faintest and even the most commonplace allurements that caused me always to regard the first name to which my godfather Schimmelprester had a bitter objection, and which was my first and proper name, namely Felix, as the one truly befitting me. How truly Cook had spoken when he named the vibrant curiosity about never-yet-experienced humanity the principal ingredient of all love of travel. My survey of the population of the busy street, these dark-haired people, moving their eyes lively and gesturing with their southern, speech-illustrating hands, was the most wholehearted, and I made it my concern to come into personal contact with them. Although I knew the name of the square toward which I was heading, I would from time to time address this or that passer-by or resident about that name, children, women, burghers, and sailors, merely in order, while they answered almost always very politely and at length, to observe their faces, their play of expression, to listen to their unfamiliar speech, their often somewhat exotically hoarse tone of voice, and to part from them again in good understanding. I also placed a donation, whose size may have surprised him, in the begging bowl of a blind man who, expressly identified as such by a cardboard sign, sat leaning against a house on the footpath, and helped with an even more considerable gift. An older man who addressed me murmuringly, one who wore a frock coat with a medal on it, but torn shoes and no collar. He showed himself very moved and wept a little, bowing before me in a manner indicating that he had, by whatever weaknesses of character, slid down from higher ranks of society into indigence. And when I had actually reached the Rocio, with its 2 bronze fountains, its monument column, and its mosaic pavement running in curious wavy lines, there were far more occasions for inquiries of strollers and idle sunbathers who sat on the fountain rims, about the buildings that rose so picturesquely above the bordering houses of the square into the blue, the Gothic ruin of a church, and a more modern structure stretching along up there, which proved to be the municipio or town hall. Below, the facade of a theatre closed off one side of the Praça, while 2 others were lined with shops, cafes, and restaurants. And since I had, under the pretext of intellectual curiosity, sufficiently indulged my pleasure in making contact with all manner of children of this foreign place, I sat myself down at a little table in front of one of the cafes to rest and take my tea. Seated near me, also at afternoon refreshments, was a group of 3 persons who immediately claimed my decorously concealed attention. There were 2 ladies, an older and a young one, mother and daughter to all appearances, in the company of a gentleman of scarcely middle years with an aquiline nose and spectacles, whose hair, beneath his Panama hat, hung long and artistically over the collar of his coat. His age was hardly sufficient to see in him the husband of the senora, the father of the girl. While he was taking his ices, he was keeping, evidently out of chivalry, a couple of neatly tied shopping parcels on his lap, and 2 or 3 like them lay on the tabletop in front of the ladies. While I gave the appearance of being interestedly observing the play of water in the nearest fountain, or studying the architecture of the church, ruin up there, but meanwhile let many a sideways glance travel across to the figures at the neighbouring table, my curiosity and tender interest went to the mother, the daughter, for in that relation I saw the 2 of them, and their differing charms fused for me in an enchanting way in the conception of that relation. This is characteristic of my emotional life. Earlier above I have reported the emotion with which the solitary young pavement walker once took in from his street post the sight of a lovely and wealthy pair of siblings who appeared for a few minutes on a balcony of the Hotel Zum Frankfurter Hof. I expressly noted that this delight could not have been aroused in me by either of the 2 figures alone, neither by him nor by her, but that it was their 2-ness, their gracious sibling relationship that so affected me. The student of human nature will find it interesting to note how this inclination toward double enthusiasm, toward being enchanted by the dissimilar twinned, was here demonstrated, not in the sibling relation, but in the mother-daughter relationship. I, for my part, found it very interesting indeed. But I will only add that my fascination was nourished by a suspicion, very quickly arising, that chance was here playing a wonderful game. The young person, 18 years old as I estimated, in a plain and loose summer dress, bluish striped and belted with a sash of the same material, reminded me on first glance, with a start, of Zaza, though here a only that is a duty for my pen. Another Zaza, only that her beauty, or if that is too proud a word and rather belonged, as to which I shall explain myself directly, to her mother, only that her prettiness was, one might say, more verifiable, more honest, more naive than that of Lulu's friend, where everything had been mere frou-frou, petty feu d'artifice, and deception better left unexamined. Here was reliability, if this word borrowed from the moral world can find application in the world of loveliness, a childlike directness of expression of which I was in the sequel to receive startling demonstrations. Another Zaza, so different in fact that I ask myself in retrospect whether any real resemblance, even if I believed I was seeing it with my eyes, was present at all. Did I perhaps only believe I was seeing it because I wished to see it, because I, strangely to say, was searching for a double of Zaza? I'm not entirely at one with myself on this point. Certainly in Paris my feelings had offered no competition to those of good Lulu. I had been by no means in love with his Zaza, however willingly she had made eyes at me. Is it possible that I had taken the being in love with her into my new identity, that I had fallen in love with her retroactively and was wishing, in a foreign land, to encounter a Zaza? When I recall my pricking up of ears at Professor Cook's first mention of his daughter with the related name, I cannot entirely dismiss this theory. Resemblance? 18 years and black eyes already yield resemblance enough, if one insists on it, although the eyes here did not dart and make eyes as there, but looked for the most part. When they were not shining in amused laughter, somewhat burdened by thickened lower lids, with a certain tetchy searching, boyish like the voice, which reached my ears several times in short interjections, and sounded not at all silvery, but rather tetchy and somewhat rough, without any minauderie, honest and direct, just in the manner of a boy. As for the little nose, there was no correspondence at all. It was no turned-up nose like Zaza's, but a very fine bridge, though not of particularly thin wings. At the mouth, well, there I still concede a kinship even today. Here as there the lips, whose natural red was here undoubtedly purest nature, were, thanks to a pursing of the upper one, almost always parted, so that the teeth were visible between them, and the indentation below as well, the lovely, soft line of the chin leading down to the soft throat, might call Zaza to mind. Otherwise everything was different, as memory shows me, trans-characterized from the Parisian to the Iberian exotic, particularly by the upstanding tortoiseshell comb with which the dark hair, drawn up from the nape, was fastened on top. From the forehead it swept back in a counter-movement and left it free, but hung, most charmingly, in two little locks beside the ears, which produced in turn a southerly foreign, indeed Spanish effect. These ears wore ornament, not the long dangling jet pendants one saw on the mother, but more closely fitting, yet quite sizable opal discs framed in small pearls, which also contributed an exotic note to the general appearance. Zuzu, for so I now called her at once, shared the southern ivory tone of the skin with her mother, whose type and bearing was of quite a different and more imposing, not to say more majestic order. Taller than the attractive child, of a figure no longer slender yet by no means overabundant in her simple but distinguished cream-coloured linen dress, lace-worked at the neckline and sleeves, with which she wore high black gloves, this woman approached the matron's age without yet having reached it, and one would have had to search for bleached streaks in the darkness of her hair beneath the outwardly spreading straw hat, trimmed with a few flowers in the fashion of the day. A black velvet ribbon adorned with silver enclosing her neck became her very well, as did the dangling jet pendants, and may have contributed to the pride of her carriage. An emphatic dignity that moreover governed her entire appearance and expressed itself almost to the point of darkness, almost to the point of hardness, in her rather large face with its haughtily compressed lips, its taut nostrils, the two severe furrows between the brows. It was the hardness of the South, which many entirely misread, in the fixed notion that the South is flatteringly sweet and soft, and that hardness is to be sought in the North, a completely mistaken idea. Old Iberian blood, presumably, I thought to myself, with a Celtic admixture then, and all manner of Phoenician, Carthaginian, Roman, and Arabian strains may be at play as well. Cherry-picking with her is probably not advisable. And I added mentally that in the protection of this mother, the little daughter was more securely lodged than under any male chaperonage. In the meantime, it was not unwelcome to me that such a chaperone, evidently present to lend seemly cover to both ladies in this public place, was there at all. The bespectacled gentleman with the long hair sat nearest to me of the three, almost shoulder to shoulder, since he had set his chair sideways to the table and presented his very pronounced profile to me. Hair falling on the coat collar onto the nape I do not care to see at all, since it must infallibly make the latter greasy in time, but I mastered my sensibility and addressed myself to the lady's cavalier, while at the same time brushing the ladies with an apologetic glance, in the following words. "Forgive me, sir, the boldness of a stranger only just arrived, who unfortunately has no command of the language of the country, and is unable to make himself understood with the waiter, who understandably speaks only that language. Forgive me, I repeated. And again my glance, as though it hardly dared to touch them, passed over the ladies. The disturbance caused by an intruder, but I am very much in need of information touching on local conditions. I have the wish and the agreeable social obligation to pay a call at a house in one of the villa streets of the upper part of the city, named Rua João de Castilho. The house I mean, I add this in some measure as a testimonial, is that of a highly respected Lisbon scholar, Professor Kukuk. Would you have the extraordinary kindness to inform me briefly about the means of transport at my disposal for the little excursion up there? What a favour it is to have at one's disposal a polished and gracious manner of expression, to partake of the gift of good form which that well-disposed fairy laid with a tender hand in my cradle, and which is so very necessary to me for the entire confessional work running here. I was satisfied with my address,
although toward its final words I had been thrown somewhat off balance, for the reason that the young girl, at the naming of the street, and then at the mention of the name Kukuk, had let forth a merry giggle, indeed a kind of spluttering laugh. This, I say, put me somewhat out of countenance, since it was, after all, only calculated to confirm the premonitions that had determined me to speak. With a majestic and admonishing shake of the head, the Senora looked at her child on account of this outburst of merriment, and then could not herself resist a smile from her severe lips, above whose upper one the faintest shadow of a moustache darkened. But the long-haired gentleman, somewhat surprised of course, since he, as I may well maintain, in contrast to the ladies, had not yet taken any notice whatever of my existence, answered very politely, "I beg, sir, there are various possibilities, not all equally recommendable, as I had better add. You can take a hackney cab, but the streets going up there are quite steep, and the passenger is likely to find himself having to walk along beside the carriage for stretches. More advisable is the mule tram, which manages the gradients well. But the most common means of all is the cable railway, the entrance to which you will find here, right in the Rua Augusta, which you certainly already know. This means of conveyance will bring you comfortably and directly to the immediate vicinity of the Rua João de Castillo." "Excellent," I replied. "That is all I need. I cannot thank you enough, sir. Your advice is authoritative for me. I am most deeply obliged." And with that I withdrew, as it were, on my chair, with the most decisive signs of wishing most certainly not to be troublesome any longer. But the little one, already named Zuzu by me, who did not seem at all afraid of her mother's threateningly reproving glances, simply went on and on with the expressions of her amusement, so that in the end the Senora could hardly avoid addressing a word to me by way of explanation for this exuberance.
"Excuse the gaiety of a child, sir,"
she said to me in hard French, with a well-timbered contralto voice.
"but I am Madame Kukuk from the Rua João de Castillo. This is my daughter Susanna. This gentleman is Monsieur Miguel Hurtado, a scholarly assistant of my husband, and I am not wide of the mark in assuming that I am speaking to the travelling companion of Dom Antonio José, the Marquis de Venosta. My husband told us today on his arrival of his encounter with you."
"Delighted, madame," I replied with unfeigned joy, bowing toward her, the young girl, and Monsieur Hurtado. "That is a charming disposition of chance. Certainly, my name is Venosta, and I had indeed on the journey from Paris here at times the pleasure of the company of your husband. I may well say that I have never travelled to greater profit. Professor Kukuk's conversation is heartening."
"You must not wonder, Monsieur le Marquis,"
the young Susanna here interjected,
"that your inquiry amused me. You inquire a great deal. Already on the square had observed you stopping every third passer-by to inquire about something or other. And now you are inquiring of Don Miguel about our own apartment."
"You are being impertinent, Zuzu,"
her mother rebuked her, and it was wonderful for me to hear her addressed for the first time by that pet name which I had long since privately bestowed upon her myself.
"Forgive me, Mama,"
the little one replied,
"but everything one says in youth is impertinent, and the Marquise, who is himself still young, scarcely older than I, as it seems, was himself a little bit impertinent in striking up a conversation from table to table. Besides, I did not say what I actually wanted to say. Above all, I wished to assure him that Papa, when we met again, did not tell us first thing and headlong about his encounter with him, as your words seemed almost to imply. He told us a great many other things first, before mentioning quite in passing that he had dined with a Monsieur de Venosta."
"With the truth as well, my child."
The Born de Cruz shook her head again in reproof.
"One must not be impertinent."
"My God, mademoiselle," I said, "it is a truth of which I have never doubted. I do not flatter myself."
"That is good. That is good, that you do not flatter yourself."
The mama,
"Zuzu."
the little one.
"A young man who bears such a name, chère maman, and happens at the same time to look so well, is in great danger of flattering himself with all manner of things."
There was nothing for it but to give oneself over to merriment after these words. Monsieur Hurtado joined in as well. I said,
Mademoiselle Susanna ought not to overlook the far greater danger in which she herself, with her appearance, stands of flattering herself, to which is added the natural temptation to pride in such a father and such a mother. A bow toward the Senora. Zuzu blushed, on behalf, as it were, of her mother, who had not the remotest thought of blushing. Perhaps, however, also out of jealousy of her. With disconcerting cleverness, the little one helped herself past this blush and simply refused to let it be real, by pointing her head in my direction and remarking with equanimity,
What pretty teeth he has.
In all my life I had never encountered such matter-of-factness. And whatever this had of something violent about it, the girl knew how to take away from it, for to the Senora's
Zuzu, vous êtes tout à fait impossible.
she had the answer ready.
But he always shows them. He evidently wants to hear it, and one really ought not to keep silent about such things. Silence is not healthy. The observation does the least possible harm to him and to others.
An extraordinary creature. How extraordinary. How entirely personally falling outside the frame of the accepted and of her whole social and national surroundings. That was to become clear to me only later. And I was yet to learn fully with what almost monstrous directness this girl was accustomed to act according to her very curious maxim, silence is not healthy. There was a somewhat awkward pause in the conversation. Madame Cucuc de Cruz moved her fingertips in a light drumming on the tabletop. Monsieur Hurtado adjusted his spectacles. I came to the rescue with the following. We all do well, I think, to admire Mademoiselle Susanna's pedagogical talents. Even just now she was perfectly right in her interjection that it would be ridiculous to suppose that her revered father had begun his travel report with mention of my person. I wager he began with the acquisition that was the object of his journey to Paris, namely certain skeletal parts of a very important though unfortunately long-extinct species of tapir that was at home in the venerable Eocene.
You are quite right, Marquise.
Said the Senora.
That is precisely what Dom Antonio spoke of first and foremost, as he appears to have spoken of it to you as well. And here before you, you see someone who is especially pleased about this acquisition, as it will give him work. I introduced Monsieur Hurtado to you as a scientific collaborator of my husband's, by which I meant he is an excellent animal sculptor, who for our museum not only reproduces all manner of contemporary animals with the greatest naturalism, but also practices the art of reconstructing, on the basis of fossil remains, the appearance of creatures no longer in existence most convincingly.
Hence the hair on the coat collar, I thought. It would not be strictly necessary. Aloud, I said, But Madame, but Monsieur Hurtado, things could not possibly have fallen out better. Think of it. The professor had also told me of your admirable work during the journey, and now my good fortune brings me, at my very first step into the city, to make your acquaintance. What did Fräulein Zuzu say here with her face turned away? She contrived to say,
What joy! Do throw your arms around his neck at once. Our acquaintance presumably does not even compare with the one you are celebrating with such rapture. And yet you do not look in the least, Marquis, as though the sciences lay particularly close to your heart. Your interest in truth probably extends more to the ballet and to horses.
One might well have paid no attention at all to her remarks, but I replied nonetheless. Horses? First of all, my dear Fräulein, the horse has a great deal to do from afar with the tapir of the Eocene. And even the ballet can prompt one to scientific thoughts, namely through the recollection of the primordial bone framework of the pretty legs that display themselves there. Forgive the mention, but it was you who began about the ballet. For the rest, it remains open to you to see in me a fop of the most shallow interests, who has no feeling whatsoever for the higher things, for the cosmos and the three primordial generations and the all-sympathy. That is your prerogative, as I have said, only it may be that in doing so, you would be doing me an injustice.
It would be for you, Zuzu,
said the Mama,
to explain that that was not your intention.
But Zuzu was silent, sulkily. Monsieur Hurtado, on the other hand, visibly flattered, now entered most obligingly into my delighted greeting.
Mademoiselle,
he said apologetically,
likes to tease Herr Marquis. We men must accept this, and which of us would not be gladly ready to do so? She teases me too, always, and calls me the stuffer, because that really was my entire trade at the beginning. I earned my bread by stuffing deceased pets, canaries, parrots, and cats, and fitting them with pretty glass eyes. Then, to be sure, I moved on to better things, to dermoplastics, from craft to art, and no longer need dead animals to bring apparently most living ones to view. To this, besides a skilled hand, much observation of nature and study are required. I do not deny it. Whatever of that is my own, I have for a number of years now placed in the service of our Natural History Museum. Not I alone, mind you. 2 more artists of the same branch work, as I do, for the Kukuk creation, for the fashioning of animals that belong to other geological ages, to archaic life. That is to say, a firm anatomical point of reference is of course required, from which the overall appearance follows logically, and that is why I am so very pleased that the professor succeeded in procuring in Paris the essential skeletal parts of this early ungulate. I shall be able to fill in what has been given. The animal was no larger than a fox and certainly still possessed 4 well-developed toes on its forefeet and 3 on its hind feet.
Hurtado had warmed quite thoroughly to his subject. I congratulated him heartily on the splendid task and expressed my regret only that I should not be able to wait for the outcome of this his work, as my ship would be sailing in a week's time, my ship for Buenos Aires. But I was resolved, I said, to see as much as possible of his work hitherto. Professor Kukuk had offered most generously to personally serve as my guide through the museum. It was to arrange a definite appointment with him that I was now most eager. That could be settled at once, said Hurtado, if I would be so good as to present myself the following morning at about 11 o'clock at the museum in the Rua da Prata, not far from here. The professor, as well as his humble self, would be present there at that time, and it would be an honor to be permitted to join the tour. Splendid. I actually extended my hand to him in agreement, and the ladies allowed the arrangement to be made with more or less goodwill. The Senora's smile was condescending, that of Zuzu mocking, but in the brief conversation that still followed, she too participated fairly decorously, though not without an admixture of what Monsieur Hurtado had called teasing. I learned that Dom Miguel had met the professor at the station, accompanied him home, and taken the midday meal with the family, after which he had kept the ladies company during their shopping in the lower city and had finally escorted them to this place of refreshment, which the custom of the land would not have permitted them to enter without male escort. My forthcoming travels were also discussed, this year-long journey around the world, which my dear parents in Luxembourg were presenting to me, their only son, for whom they had, after all, a certain weakness.
C'est le mot.
Zuzu could not refrain from interjecting. Indeed, one might well call it a weakness. I see you continually anxious about my modesty, my dear Fräulein.
That would be a hopeless anxiety,
she replied. Her mother instructed her.
My dear child, a young girl must learn to distinguish between modesty and prickliness.
And yet it was precisely this prickliness that gave me hope of being able one day, so few were my days, to kiss those delightfully pursed lips. It was to be Madame Kukuk herself who was to strengthen me in this hope, for it came to pass that she invited me in due form to luncheon the next day. Hurtado had been discoursing on considerations of which sights of the city and its environs I absolutely must make use of my limited time to see. He recommended the elevating view over city and river to be enjoyed from the public garden of the Paseo da Estrella, spoke also of a forthcoming bullfight, praised above all the monastery of Belém, a pearl of architectural art, and the castles of Sintra. I, for my part, confessed to him that what drew me most strongly, after everything I had heard of it, was the botanical garden, where there were said to be plants belonging rather to the Carboniferous age than to the present vegetation of our planet, namely tree ferns. That moved me more than anything else, and apart from the Natural History Museum, that must be my first excursion.
A stroll, nothing more,
The Senora remarked. It was easily undertaken. The simplest thing would be that I dine in the family after visiting the museum at the Rua João de Castilhos at midday, and for the afternoon one might, whether Dom Antonio José would wish to come along or not, consider the botanical promenade. With stateliness she made the proposal, issued the invitation, and that I accepted it with the most gracious surprise and gratitude I need hardly assure the reader. Never, I said, had I looked forward to the program of a coming day with greater joyful anticipation than on this occasion. After the arrangements had been made, we rose to take our leave. Monsieur Hurtado settled the bill with the waiter for himself and the ladies. Not only he, but Madame Kukuk and Zuzu as well, extended their hands to me in parting. "À demain," was the repeated formula. Even Zuzu said,
À demain. Grâce à l'hospitalité de ma mère,
she added mockingly. And then her eyes lowered somewhat.
I do not like to speak on command. That is why I delayed telling you that it was not my intention to do you an injustice.
I was so taken aback by this sudden softening of her prickliness that I called her Zaza by mistake. "Mais, Mademoiselle Zaza,"
Zaza!
she repeated with a laugh and turned her back on me. I had to call after her. "Zuzu, Zuzu, excusez ma bévue, je vous en prie." Walking back to my hotel past the Moorish main station, through the narrow Rua do Principe, which connects the Rocio with the Avenida da Liberdade, I reproached myself for the slip of my tongue. Zaza. She had been only herself, alone with her enamored Lulu, not with a proud, primordially Iberian mother, and that was indeed a mighty difference. Chapter 25. The Museu Ciências Naturais of Lisbon, situated in the Rua da Prata, is reached from the Rua Augusta in a few steps. The facade of the building is unpretentious, without an exterior staircase, without a columned portal. One simply enters and finds oneself, even before passing through the turnstile, at which the ticket-taker has his table furnished with photographs and picture postcards. Surprised by the breadth and depth of the entrance hall, which already greeted the visitor with a scene of nature that moved the spirit. For one caught sight of, approximately in its center, a stage-like arrangement with a grassy floor in whose background a forest thicket, partly painted, partly consisting in reality of trunks and foliage, brooded darkly. Before it, however, as though having just stepped forth from it, there stood in the grass on slender, closely set legs, a white stag, crowned high with spreading antlers of palms and tines, dignified and at the same time watchful and ready for flight in appearance, the opening of its laterally stretched ears turned forward beneath the antlers, gazing at the entering visitor from wide-set, gleaming eyes, calm yet attentive. The overhead light of the hall fell directly on the grassy space and the shimmering figure of the creature, which stood so proudly and warily. One feared it would vanish with a leap into the darkness of the forest backdrop if one took a step forward. And so I remained where I was, in awe, spellbound by the wariness of the solitary creature over there, without immediately becoming aware of Señor Hurtado, who, his hands clasped behind his back, stood waiting at the foot of the platform. From there he came toward me, gave the man at the ticket desk a sign that the admission fee was waived, and turned the cross barrier for me with friendly words of greeting.
"I saw you transfixed, Herr Marquis,"
he said.
"by our receptionist, the white-palmed stag. Most understandable. A fine piece. No, I did not set it up on its feet. That was done by another hand before my association with the Institute. The professor is expecting you, may I presume?"
But he had to allow, with a smile, that I first made my way over to the magnificent animal figure to study it, which fortunately could not actually take to flight at closer range.
"Not a fallow deer,"
Hurtado explained,
"but of the class of red deer proper, which are sometimes white. I am probably speaking, incidentally, to a connoisseur. You are a hunter, I presume?"
"Only occasionally. Only when social circumstances happen to bring it about. Nothing is further from my mind here than the hunter's spirit. I believe I could not bring myself to level a weapon at that one there. He has something legendary about him. And yet, is it not so, Señor Hurtado? The stag is, after all, a ruminant?"
Certainly, Herr Marquis, like his cousins, the reindeer and the elk.
And, like the cow. You see, one can see it. He has something legendary, but one can see it. He is white, exceptionally so, and his antlers give him something of the king of the forest, and his gait is graceful. But the body betrays the family, against which, to be sure, nothing is to be said. If one contemplates the trunk and hindquarters, and thinks meanwhile, say, of the horse, it is more sinewy, the horse, though it is well known to descend from the tapir. The stag strikes one as a crowned cow.
You are a critical observer, Herr Marquis.
Critical? Not at all. I have a feeling for the forms and characters of life, of nature. That is all. A sense of it. A certain enthusiasm. The ruminants have, by all that I know of them, the most remarkable stomach. It has various chambers, and from one of them they force the consumed matter back up into the mouth. Then they lie and chew the lumps through again with relish, thoroughly, and at leisure. You may say it is peculiar to be crowned king of the forest with such a family custom, but I revere nature in all her inventions, and can enter quite readily into the habit of rumination. In the end there is something like all sympathy.
Undoubtedly,
said Hurtado, disconcerted. He was truly somewhat embarrassed by my elevated mode of expression, as though there were a less elevated one for what all sympathy signifies. But as he stared ahead with a stiff and melancholy expression from embarrassment, I hastened to recall that the master of the house was expecting us.
Quite true, Marquis. I should do wrong to detain you here any longer. Would you be so good as to follow me to the left?
To the left, along the corridor, lay Cuckock's office. He rose from his desk at our entry, removing the reading spectacles from his star eyes, which I recognized with the sensation of having seen them before in a dream. His greeting was warm. He expressed his pleasure at the coincidence that had already brought me together with his ladies, and at the arrangements made. For a few minutes we sat around his table, and he inquired about my lodgings, my first impressions of Lisbon. Then he proposed,
"Shall we set out on our tour, Marquis?"
And so we did. Before the stag outside stood now a school class, 10-year-old children whom their teacher was instructing about the animal. With evenly distributed respect, they looked back and forth between it and their mentor. They were then led past the glass cases containing collections of beetles and butterflies that lined the hall. We did not linger there, but entered to the right into an open suite of rooms of varying sizes, where indeed the feeling for the characters of life of which I had boasted might find its satisfaction, even an oppressive over-satisfaction, so densely and so arresting to the sympathetic eye were room and hall on every side filled with formations that had at one time or another issued from the womb of nature, displaying alongside the dim first attempt also the most precisely developed, the most perfect of its kind. Behind glass a stretch of ocean floor was depicted, on which the earliest organic life, vegetable, partly of a certain indecency of form, proliferated sketchily. And immediately beside it one saw cross-sections of shellfish from the lowest geological strata, the headless, soft creatures they had served to protect, long since dissolved into nothing over millions of years, of such minute elaboration in the interior of the casings that one marveled to what painstaking artistry nature had attained in such ancient days. Individual visitors, people who had certainly had to pay the no doubt popular admission fee, encountered us without a guide, as their social rank gave no occasion for special attention, so that they were accordingly dependent on the explanations composed in the language of the country with which the objects were provided. They glanced about curiously at our small group and probably took me for a foreign prince to whom the administration was doing the honors of the house. I will not deny that this pleased me, and in addition I perceived as a delicate pleasure the contrast between my refinement and elegance and the deep primordial quality of the often monstrous-looking fossil experiments of nature whose fleeting acquaintance I was making, these primordial crustaceans, cephalopods, brachiopods, frightfully ancient sponges and gutless crinoid creatures. What moved me in this contemplation was the thought that all of this was first approaches preliminary experiments in no case, however absurd, lacking a certain inherent dignity and self-purposefulness, aimed in the direction of myself, that is to say, of man, and this determined the politely composed bearing in which I had, say, the naked-skinned, pointed-snouted marine lizard described to me, a model of which, a good 5 meters in length, swam in a glass tank of water. This fellow, who had been capable of growing far beyond the size here displayed, was a reptile, but of fish shape, and resembled the dolphin, which, however, was a mammal. Hovering thus between the genera, he squinted at me sideways, while my own eyes, under Cuckock's words, had already glided ahead into further rooms, where, extending through several of them, enclosed by a red velvet barrier cord, a dinosaur seemed to be erected in full life-size form. So it goes in museums and exhibitions. They offer too much. The quiet immersion in one or a few objects from their abundance would be more productive for mind and spirit. Already, when one stands before one, the eye has wandered ahead to another whose attraction distracts the attention from the first, and so on through the procession of phenomena. I say this, incidentally, from a single experience, for I have since scarcely ever again visited such places of instruction. As for the unwieldy creature, which, dropped in disgust by nature, had here been faithfully reconstructed on the basis of its submerged remains, the house had no hall adequate to its dimensions. All in all, it was, God help us, 40 meters long, and if 2 rooms connected by a wide-open arch had been allotted to it, even these had only by a skillful arrangement of its limbs been made to answer the demands it made. We passed through one room, past the enormous leathery tail laid in a curve, the membranous hind legs and a portion of the bulging trunk. But in the adjoining room, a tree trunk, or was it a blunt stone column, had been erected for the front part, against which the poor wretch, half rearing, supported himself with one foot, not without monstrous grace, while the endless neck, with its trivial little head, bent down toward this foot in mournful reverie, though can one muse with a sparrow's brain? I was deeply moved by the sight of the dinosaur, and addressed it in spirit. Do not let it affect you. Granted, you were cast aside and discharged for excess of measure, but you see, we have reproduced you and hold your memory dear. And yet not even this showpiece of the museum had my full attention, for it was diverted by simultaneous attractions. Hanging from the ceiling, a pterosaur hovered with wings of skin spread wide, and beside it, the primordial bird, just emerged from the reptilian with its tail and taloned wings. Egg-laying mammals with pouches were also to be found nearby, and further on, flat-faced giant armadillos, whose nature had providently protected them with a dorsal and flank armor of thick bone plates. But the nature of their rapacious predator, the saber-toothed tiger, had taken equal care of him in turn, developing in him such powerful jaws and such formidable crushing teeth that with these he could crack through the bone armor and tear great pieces of the armadillo's presumably most savory flesh from its body. The larger and more thickly armored the unwilling host grew, the more powerful became the jaws and dentition of the guest who leapt upon his back with joy to dine. But when one day, Cuckock related, climate and vegetation played a trick on the great armadillo, such that it could no longer find its harmless sustenance and perished, then after all this rivalry, the saber-toothed tiger too sat there with its jaws and its armor crackers in its mouth, fell quickly into misery, and relinquished its existence. For the sake of the growing armadillo, it had done everything to avoid falling behind and to keep itself capable of cracking. The latter, in its turn, would never have grown so large and so thickly plated but for the lover of its flesh. But if nature wished to protect it from this lover by means of the ever more difficult-to-break shell dome, why had it simultaneously gone on forever reinforcing the jawbones and saber teeth of the enemy? It had held to both parties, and thus to neither, had only made sport of them, and, when it had brought them to the full height of their possibilities, abandoned them. What does nature think? she thinks nothing at all, and Mann too can think nothing beside her, but can only marvel at her active equanimity, and in so doing give his heart to the right and to the left when he wanders as an honoured guest among the variety of her forms, wondrous models of which, in part fashioned by Monsieur Hurtado, filled the rooms of the Kukuk Museum. I was introduced to the shaggy mammoth with its upward-curving tusks, which no longer exists, and, draped in loose pachyderm skin, the rhinoceros, which still exists, though it does not look as though it should. From tree branches, crouching, with over-large mirroring eyes, half-apes gazed at me, the slow loris, nocturnal creature of the night, which I enclosed forever in my heart, so delicate with the tiny hands on its little arms, which naturally harboured the bone framework of the oldest land animals, and the tarsier with eyes like teacups, long, thin fingers which it held pressed together before its breast, and remarkably broadened flat toes. Nature seemed to want to provoke laughter with these little grimacing faces. I, however, refrained even from smiling at the sight of them, for all too plainly did they all in the end point toward me, even if in a disguised and wistfully jesting manner. How could I name and praise all the animals the museum brought to view, the birds, the nesting white herons, the sullen owls, the thin stilted flamingo, the vultures and parrots, the crocodile, the seals, the amphibians, salamanders and warty toads, in short, every creature that creeps and flies. A little fox I shall never forget on account of the wittiness of its countenance, and to all, fox, lynx, sloth, and wolverine, yes, and to the jaguar too in his tree, with oblique, green, and treacherous eyes, and a grimace of the muzzle indicating that the role assigned to him was tearing and bloody. To all I should have liked to stroke the fur of their heads in consolation, and did so here and there, although the touching of the objects was forbidden. But what liberties might I not take? My companions were pleased to see me offer my hand to the bear padding along upright, and give the chimpanzee, who had settled himself on his knuckles, an encouraging clap on the shoulder. "But Man," I said. "Herr Professor, you did promise me Man. Where is he?"
"In the basement,"
Kukuk answered.
"If you have taken everything here to heart, Marquis, we will descend."
"Ascend, you mean?" I put in with a flash of wit. The basement was artificially illuminated. As we walked, there were behind glass panels small theatres, life-size sculptural scenes from the early life of men, set into the walls, and before each we paused under the commentary of the master of the house, and at my urging we even returned from a later one to a previous one we had stood before perhaps long enough already. Does the gracious reader recall how in my own early days, out of curiosity about the origins of my remarkable physical endowment, I looked searchingly among all manner of ancestral portraits for the first intimations of my own self? What is begun in life is reinforced and recurs always, and I felt myself transported entirely back into that occupation, as I now, with urgent eyes and beating heart, regarded what from the most remote grey distance had been aimed at me. Good God, what crouched there, small and lightly furred, in a fearful huddled group, as though conferring in clicking, cooing proto-speech about how on this earth, found to be dominated by far better equipped, more powerfully armed creatures, a way through, a way of subsisting might be found. Had primordial generation, of which I had heard, the separation from the animal already occurred or not yet? It had, if one were to ask me. In favour of this spoke precisely the anxious strangeness and helplessness of the furred ones in a surrendered world for which they were equipped neither with horns nor tusks, neither with rending jaws nor bone armour nor iron-hooked beaks. And yet they already knew, I was convinced, and were discussing it secretly as they crouched, that they were cut from finer wood than all the others. A cave opened, spacious. Neanderthal people were tending a fire there, thick-necked, stocky people, certainly, but someone else might just as well have come along, the most glorious king of the forest, and tried to strike and tend a fire. For that, more was needed than royal bearing. Something else must have been added. Particularly thick and short of neck was the head of the clan, a man, thick-moustached and round of back, one knee raw and scraped, arms too long for his stature, one hand on the antler of a stag he had killed, and was at that moment dragging into the cave. Short-necked, long-armed, and not very erect they all were. The people by the fire, the boy looking respectfully toward the provider and bringer of prey, and the woman who, a child at her suckling breast, emerged from a rear cavern. The child, however, was entirely like a nursing infant of today, decidedly modern and advanced beyond the level of the adults, though in growing it would in all likelihood fall back again to that level. I could not tear myself away from the Neanderthals, and then just as little from the solitary one who, many hundreds of thousands of years ago, crouched alone in a naked rocky cave and with strange industry covered the walls with images of bison, gazelles, and other game, hunters included. His companions were probably pursuing the hunt in reality outside, but he painted it with coloured juices, and his paint-smeared left hand, with which he supported himself against the rock wall while working, had left several imprints among the paintings there. I watched him long, and yet, when we had already moved on, wanted to return once more to the industrious solitary one.
"Here is yet another,"
said Cuckuk,
who scratches what he envisions as best he can into a stone.
and this one, diligently bent over and scratching into the stone, was also very touching. Bold and warlike, however, was the man who, with dogs and a spear, was attacking the furious wild boar that had turned, very warlike itself, but in a subordinate natural fashion, to give battle. 2 dogs. It was a peculiar breed no longer seen today, marsh terriers, as the professor called them, which the man of the pile-dwelling age had tamed, already lay, ripped open by its tusks, in the grass, but it had many to deal with. Its master raised his lance taking aim, and as the outcome of the matter could not be in doubt, we moved on and left the boar to its subordinate fate. There was a beautiful sea landscape to be seen, where fishermen on the shore plied their bloodless, though also superior, craft. With flaxen nets, they were making a good catch. But in the room next to it, things were going on quite differently from anywhere else, more significantly than with the Neanderthals, the boar hunter, the net-hauling fisherman, and even the particularly industrious ones. Stone columns had been erected, a great many of them. They rose without a roof. It was like a hall of columns, but with the sky as ceiling, and out in the open plain the sun was just rising, lifting itself above the rim of the world in red flame. In the roofless hall, however, a man of powerful limb stood and offered, his arms raised, a bouquet of flowers to the rising sun. Had one ever seen such a thing? The man was neither old nor young. He was in the prime of his vigour, and precisely the fact that he was so vigorous and strong lent his action a particular tenderness. He and those who lived with him and had set him apart for his office for whatever personal reasons did not yet know how to build and roof. They could only set stones upon one another to make pillars, forming an enclosure in which to perform actions such as the vigorous one here performed. The rough pillars were no cause for pride. The fox's den and the badger's burrow and the superbly woven bird's nest testified to even more ingenuity and craftsmanship. But these were nothing more than functional. Shelter and breeding, beyond that their meaning did not extend. With the circle of pillars, it was something different. Shelter and breeding had nothing to do with it. They lay beneath its meaning, which, released from clever neediness, rose to noble need, and truly only someone else in all of nature would have had to come along and hit upon the idea of dutifully presenting to the returning sun a bouquet of flowers. My head was warm in a slightly feverish way from the urgency of looking, while in my much given-away heart I let this challenge make itself felt. I heard the professor saying that we had now seen everything and could ascend again, and thence proceed further up to the Rua João de Castilhos, where his ladies were expecting us for breakfast. "One might almost have forgotten that in the course of such a visit," I replied, though I had by no means forgotten it. On the contrary, I had regarded the tour through the museum quite directly as a preparation for the reunion with mother and daughter, very much as Kukuk's conversation in the dining car had been the preparation for this visit. "Herr Professor," I said in an attempt to deliver a small closing speech, "I have, to be sure, not visited many museums in my young life, but that yours is among the most affecting is beyond question in my mind. City and country owe you thanks for its creation, and I owe you thanks for your personal guidance. My warmest thanks also to you, Monsieur Hurtado. How faithfully you have reconstructed the poor, excessive dinosaur and the savory giant armadillo. But now, much as I am loath to leave here, we must not on any account keep Senora Kukuk and Mademoiselle Zuzu waiting. Mother and daughter, even in that, there is a moving something. A pair of siblings, certainly that too has often great charm. But mother and daughter, I say it freely, and let it sound slightly feverish if it will. They form, after all, the most enchanting double image on this globe. Chapter 26. And so I was introduced into the home of the man whose conversation on the journey had set my inmost being into such powerful motion, this domicile, into whose elevated region I had already many times directed searching glances from the lower city, and which the unexpected acquaintance with its female inhabitants, with mother and daughter, had become even more attractive. The cable car, of which Senor Hurtado had spoken, carried us swiftly and comfortably up to that region, and it proved to be situated very close to the Rua João de Castilhos, so that after only a few steps we stood before the Villa Kukuk, a white little house like many others up here. A small lawn lay before it, with a flower bed in the middle, and the interior was that of a modest scholar's home, standing in extreme contrast to the splendor of my own lodgings in the city in terms of both dimensions and furnishings, so that I could not help a certain feeling of condescension as I lavished compliments upon the commanding position of the house and the coziness of the rooms. This feeling, however, was quickly dampened to the point of timidity by another contrast that imposed itself, namely by the appearance of the mistress of the house, Senora Kukuk de Cruz, who greeted us, that is to say, particularly me, in the thoroughly bourgeois little salon with such consummate dignity as though a princely reception hall surrounded her. The impression this woman had made on me the previous day was only considerably strengthened upon seeing her again. She had thought it important to present herself in a different toilette than yesterday. It was a gown of very fine white moiré with a beautifully tailored skirt richly adorned with flounces, close-fitting yet softly pleated sleeves, and a black velvet sash high beneath the bosom. An old gold ornament with a medallion lay around her ivory-coloured neck, whose tone, like that of the large, austere face between the dangling earrings, stood out by a few shades darker against the blossom white of the dress. The full black hair, arranged in a few small curls at the forehead, permitted one to discern today, without a hat, silver threads nonetheless. But how flawlessly well preserved was that figure in its erectness, with her head carried high, always gazing down at you from beneath half-lowered lids, almost weary with pride. I do not deny that the woman intimidated me, and at the same time attracted me extraordinarily by the very qualities through which she did so. Her sovereignty, which bordered on the sombre, was only imperfectly accounted for by her position as the wife of an admittedly distinguished scholar. There was in it something purely of the blood, a racial pride, which had something animal about it, and was for that very reason exciting. And yet, at heart, I was on the lookout for Zuzu, who was closer to my age and interests than Senora Maria Pia. I heard the Christian name from the professor, who poured us port wine from a carafe standing on the plush cover of the salon table, surrounded by glasses. I did not have long to wait. Zuzu entered barely after we had sipped our aperitif, greeting her mother first, then Senor Hurtado in a comradely fashion, and me last of all, which no doubt occurred for pedagogical reasons, and so that I should not get ideas above myself. She had come from a tennis match with some young acquaintances whose names were something like Cunha, Costa, and Lopes. She offered approving and dismissive judgments about the game of one and another, which led one to conclude that she regarded herself as a master of the sport. She asked me with a turn of the head over her shoulder whether I played, and although I had only sometimes, long ago in Frankfurt, watched as an onlooker from the edge of tennis courts, to be sure, very attentively, how elegant young people conducted the game, had even on occasion, for the sake of pocket money, served as a ball boy on such courts, picking up stray balls and tossing them back to the players or laying them on their rackets, which was the full extent of it, I replied lightly that I had once, at home, not been a bad partner on the courts of Schloss Montrefuge, but had since then become rather badly out of practice. She shrugged her shoulders. How delighted I was to see again the charming little tendrils of hair before her ears, her pouting upper lip, the lustre of her teeth, that enchanting line of chin and throat, the sulkily searching gaze of those black eyes beneath the even brows. She wore a simple white linen dress with a leather belt and short sleeves that left her sweet arms almost entirely bare. Arms that gained even more in enchantment for me when she bent them and fussed with both hands at the little golden serpent that served her as a hair ornament. Certainly, Senora Maria Pia's aristocratic sovereignty impressed me to the point of being overwhelming, but the beating of my heart was reserved for her charming child, and the idea that this Zuzu was, or must become, the Zaza of the travelling Lulu Venosta lodged itself ever more obstinately in my imagination, even though I was fully aware of the enormous difficulties standing in the way of this ordering of things. How were the 6 or 7 days remaining to me before my embarkation to suffice, under the most unpromising circumstances, to bring me to the first kiss on those lips, on one of those delicious arms, with their primordial bone structure? Even then the thought pressed itself upon me that I absolutely must extend the all too meagre interval, alter the program of my journey, skip a sailing, in order to give my relationship with Zuzu the time to develop. What foolish ideas shot through my mind. The matrimonial wishes of the other self who had stayed at home insinuated themselves into my thinking. I felt as though I must cheat my parents in Luxembourg out of the round-the-world journey prescribed as a diversion, court Professor Cuckock's charming daughter, and remain in Lisbon as her husband, while all too clearly and painfully aware that the delicate, hovering nature of my existence, its precarious double identity, absolutely forbade me to engage with reality in such a way. This, as I have said, caused me pain. But how glad I also was to be able to encounter these new friends in the social rank that corresponded to the refinement of my nature. Meanwhile, one passed into the dining room, which was dominated by a carved walnut sideboard of excessive size and weight for the room, extravagantly ornate. The professor presided at table. I had my place beside the mistress of the house, opposite Zuzu and Senor Hurtado. Their proximity, together with my unfortunately forbidden matrimonial dreams, caused me to observe with a certain unease the conduct of the two toward each other. The thought that the long-haired one and the charming child might be destined for each other was only too obvious and threatened to cause me anxiety. However, the relation between them appeared so free of tension and so equanimous that my suspicion settled back to rest. An elderly, woolly-haired maidservant served the meal, which was quite good. There were hors d'oeuvres with exquisite local sardines, a roast mutton, cream meringues for dessert, and thereafter fruit and cheese pastries. A rather warm red wine was poured with everything, which the ladies diluted with water, and of which the professor drank none at all. He felt it necessary to remark that what the house had to offer could naturally not rival the dishes of the Savoy Palace, whereupon Zuzu immediately, before I could reply, interjected that I had chosen my table for today quite voluntarily, and had certainly not expected anyone to put themselves out on my account. They had certainly put themselves out somewhat, but I passed over this point and confined myself to expounding how I had not the least cause to long for the cuisine of my Avenida hotel, and was enchanted to be permitted to partake of this meal in so distinguished and in every way winning a family circle, and that I would indeed preserve in memory to whom I had to thank this favor. As I said this, I kissed the Señora's hand, my eyes directed at Zuzu. She met my gaze sharply, her brows drawn somewhat together, her lips slightly parted, with taut nostrils. I was pleased to note that the composure which, fortunately, governed her intercourse with Don Miguel was by no means reflected in her behavior toward me. She scarcely took her eyes off me, observed without concealing it my every movement, and listened with equal openness, attentively, and as if already angry in advance, to my every utterance, never allowing herself an expression, say, of a smile, but only sometimes expelling air briefly and dismissively through her nose. In a word, it was evidently a prickly and peculiarly combative irritability that my presence aroused in her, and who will blame me for finding this kind of involvement, even if hostile, with my person better and more promising than indifference? The conversation, conducted in French, with the professor and me occasionally exchanging a few German words, still revolved around my visit to the museum and the impressions prompting universal sympathy that I declared I owed to it, touched on the upcoming excursion to the botanical garden, and then fell upon those architectural sites near the city, which I must on no account miss. I asserted my curiosity, and that I well bore in mind the advice of my esteemed travelling companion not to look around Lisbon too hastily, but to devote adequate time to its study. But it was precisely the time about which I felt anxious. My travel plan afforded me all too little of it, and I was really beginning to entertain the question of how it might be altered to allow an extension of my stay here. Zuzu, who liked to speak of me in the third person over my head, remarked pricklingly that one was surely wrong to want to press Monsieur le Marquis toward thoroughness. In her opinion, that was to misjudge my habits, which doubtless resembled more those of a butterfly fluttering from bloom to bloom, nibbling only fleetingly a little sweetness here and there. It was charming, I replied, imitating her mode of speech, that mademoiselle should concern herself with my character, if somewhat inaccurately, and particularly pretty that she did so in such poetic images. At this, she became still more prickly, and said that with so much radiance as emanated from my person, it was difficult not to fall into the poetic. Anger spoke from her words, along with the conviction expressed earlier that one must call things by their names, and that
silence is not healthy.
Both gentlemen laughed, while the mother admonished her refractory child with a shake of the head. As for me, I merely raised my glass in homage toward Zuzu, and confused by indignation, she was already about to reach for hers, but blushing, withdrew her hand from it and helped herself through once more with that brief, contemptuous little snort through her nose. The conversation also occupied itself with my further travel plans, which were so unpleasantly curtailing my stay in Lisbon, particularly with the Argentine estanciero family whose acquaintance my parents had made in Trouville and whose hospitality awaited me. I gave information about them according to the instructions with which the one who had stayed at home had furnished me. These people were called simply Meyer, but also Novaro, for that was the name of their children, a daughter and a son, who were from Frau Meyer's first marriage. She was, as I reported, born in Venezuela, and had, very young, married an Argentine in a government position who had been shot in the Revolution of 1890. After observing a year of mourning, she had given her hand to the wealthy Consul Meyer and had followed him with her Novaro children to his townhouse in Buenos Aires and to his extensive estate, El Retiro, situated at a considerable distance from the city in the mountains, where the family lived almost always. Frau Meyer's substantial widow's pension had, upon her second marriage, passed to her children, who were thus not only the future heirs of the wealthy Meyer, but already now and of their own account persons of means. They might have been 18 and 17 years old.
Is Senora Meyer a beauty?
Asked Zuzu.
I do not know, mademoiselle.
But since she found a new suitor so quickly, I assume she is not ugly.
The same may be assumed of the children, these two Novaros. Do you already know their Christian names?
I do not recall that my parents had mentioned them.
But I wager you are impatient to find out.
Why?
I do not know. You spoke of the pair with unmistakable interest.
I am not conscious of that, I said, privately taken aback. I have no notion of them whatsoever yet, but I will concede that the image of charming siblinghood has always exercised a certain enchantment upon me.
I regret having to present myself to you so alone and single.
In the first place, I replied with a bow, the single can possess quite enough enchantment on its own.
And in the second place?
In the second place, I said in the first place entirely without thinking. I have no second point at my disposal. At most, that there are other charming combinations besides the fraternal might be remarked in second place.
Patati patata!
One does not say that, Zuzu.
The mother interjected in this exchange.
The Marquis will form opinions about your upbringing.
I assured her that my thoughts about Mademoiselle Zuzu were not so easily thrown from their respectful course. The breakfast table was cleared and one passed back into the salon for coffee. The professor declared that he could not take part in our botanical walk, but must return to his office, and so he drove down into the city with us and took his leave on the Avenida da Liberdade of me with the most gracious warmth, which certainly expressed his gratitude for the interest I had shown in his museum. He said I had been and would be a very welcome, very estimable guest to him and his family at any time, for as long as I might be remaining in Lisbon. If I felt inclined and found the time to take up the tennis game again, his daughter would make it a pleasure to introduce me to her club. With enthusiasm, said Zuzu, she was prepared to do so. Shaking his head, and with a smile that indulged and sought indulgence, he gestured in her direction while pressing my hand. From where we parted, one finds one's way quite comfortably out to the gentle heights where, around lakes and ponds, over hills, in grottos and on bright open slopes, the famous gardens spread out that were our destination. We walked in varying arrangements. Sometimes Dom Miguel and I strode on either side of Senora Kukuk, while Zuzu strolled ahead. Sometimes I found myself also alone at the side of the proud woman and watched Zuzu walking ahead of us with Hurtado. It also occurred that I formed a pair with the daughter, before or behind the senora and the taxidermist, who, however, more often joined me to give me explanations about the landscape and the wonders of the plant world. And so, I confess, that arrangement pleased me best, not for the sake of the stuffer and his explanations, but because then that disavowed second point came into its own, and I saw mother and daughter in charming combination before me. This is the place to interpose that nature, however exquisite, however much it presents itself as a sight worth seeing, demands little of our attention when the human occupies us and our sense is captivated by it. Despite all its claims, nature then cannot rise above the role of backdrop, the background of our feeling, a mere decoration. But certainly, as such, it was here well worthy of all appreciation. Conifers of gigantic growth, estimated at some 50 meters high, commanded astonishment. The pleasure ground teemed with fan palms and feather palms of every kind and from all regions of the earth, whose vegetative luxuriance in certain spots was entangled in a primeval forest manner. Exotic reeds, bamboo, and papyrus lined the ornamental waterways on which colorful mandarin and wedding ducks swam. The palm lily was much to be admired, with the dark green of its leafy crown, out of which great clusters of white bell blossoms drove high upward. And there, too, were the geologically ancient tree ferns, in several places massed into tangled and improbable little forests, with proliferating undergrowth and slender trunks that spread into frond crowns of mighty leaves which, as Hurtado informed us, bore the receptacles of their spore dust. At very few places on earth besides this one, he remarked, were there still tree ferns. But fern plants in general, he added, flowerless and essentially seedless as they are, have since time immemorial been attributed by the belief of primitive peoples with all manner of secret powers. In particular, that they are good for love magic.
Phooey!
Said Zuzu. How do you mean that, mademoiselle? I asked her. It was surprising, I said, to hear so emotional a response to so scientifically matter-of-fact a mention as the word love magic, by which nothing more precise could be imagined. Against which component of the word do you take exception? I wished to know. Against love or against magic? She did not answer, but only looked at me angrily, even nodding at me in a threatening manner. Nevertheless, it came about that I now walked with her, behind the animal sculptor and the racially proud mother. Love is itself a magic, I said. What wonder that primordial human beings, fern people, so to speak, who still existed too, since on earth everything was always simultaneously present side by side, felt tempted to practice magic with it.
That is an indecent topic,
She rebuffed me. Love? How harsh! One loves what is beautiful. Toward it sense and soul turn as the flower to the sun. You cannot surely mean to visit the beautiful with the monosyllabic exclamation of a moment ago.
I find it extremely tasteless to bring beauty into conversation when one is displaying it oneself.
To this directness, I had the following reply. You are quite spiteful, my dear Fräulein. Should a presentable appearance be punished by the withdrawal of the right to admiration? Is it not rather blameworthy to be ugly? I have always attributed it to a kind of negligence. Out of innate consideration for the world that awaited me, I took care during my formation not to wound its eye. That is all. I would like to call it a matter of self-discipline. Besides, one should not throw stones when one lives in a glass house. How beautiful you are, Zuzu. How enchanting with your incomparable little tendrils of hair before the small ears. I cannot look my fill of those tendrils, and have even already drawn them. This last was true. This morning, after taking breakfast in the charming dining alcove of my salon, I had over a cigarette furnished Lulu's nude drawings of Zaza, with Zuzu's temple curls beside the ears.
What? You have taken the liberty of drawing me?
She exclaimed, muffled through clenched teeth. But yes, with your permission. Or without it. Beauty is the common property of the heart. It cannot prevent the feeling it inspires, nor can it forbid one to attempt to reproduce it.
I wish to see this drawing.
I'm not sure whether that will be feasible. I mean, whether I can stand up to your scrutiny.
That is quite beside the point. I demand that you surrender this sheet to me.
There are several. I shall think over whether, when, and where I can present them to you.
The when and where must be found. The whether is not a question. What you have done there behind my back is my property, and what you just said about common property was very, very impertinent.
It was certainly not meant so. I would be inconsolable if I had given you cause to form opinions about my upbringing. Common property of the heart, I said, and do I not hit upon it? Beauty is defenseless against our feeling. It can remain entirely unmoved, untouched by it. It need not concern it in the slightest, but defenseless it is against it.
You cannot manage to change the subject at last?
The topic? With pleasure. Or if not with pleasure, at least with ease. So, for example, I began in a louder voice, in a parodied conversational tone. May I ask whether you, or rather your esteemed parents, are perhaps acquainted with Herr and Frau von Huon, the Luxembourg minister and his wife?
No. What does Luxembourg have to do with us?
There you are right again. For me, it was fitting to pay a call there. In doing so, I acted in accordance with my parents' wishes. Now I have presumably an invitation to déjeuner or dinner from there to look forward to.
Enjoy yourself.
I have an ulterior motive as well. It is the wish, through Herr von Huon, to be presented to His Majesty the King.
Is that so? A courtier too, are you?
If you wish to call it that. I have lived for a long time in a bourgeois republic. The moment it became clear that my journey would take me to a kingdom, I secretly resolved to pay my respects to the monarch. You may find it childish, but it answers to my needs and will give me pleasure to bow, as one bows only before a king, and to employ in conversation the form of address, Your Majesty, as frequently as possible. Sire, I beg Your Majesty to receive my most humble thanks for the gracious condescension of Your Majesty in... and so on, without end. I would even more willingly seek an audience with the Pope, and shall certainly do so one day. There one even bends the knee, which would afford me great pleasure, and one says, Votre Sainteté.
You pretend, Marquis, to be telling me of your need for devotion?
Not for devotion, for beautiful form.
Patati patata. In truth, you only wish to impress me with your connections, your invitation to the legation, and with the fact that you have access everywhere and move on the heights of human society.
Your mother has forbidden you to say patati patata to me, and moreover,
Maman!
she called, so that Senora Maria Pia turned round.
I must inform you that I have just said patati patata to the Marquis again.
If you quarrel with our young guest,
replied the Iberian woman in her sonorously veiled contralto,
you will not continue walking with him. Come here and let Don Miguel lead you. I shall meanwhile try to entertain the Marquis.
I assure you, madame, I said after the exchange had been effected, that there has been nothing resembling a quarrel. Who would not be charmed by the delightful directness of which Mademoiselle Zuzu sometimes avails herself?
We have surely imposed the child's company upon you for rather too long, dear Marquis,
answered the queenly southerner, whose jet pendants swayed.
The young find the young for the most part too young. The company of maturity is in the end, if not more welcome to them, at least more wholesome.
It is in any case more honourable for them, I returned, endeavouring to infuse a cautious warmth into the formal.
And so we shall,
she continued.
Conclude this walk together. Has it interested you?
To the highest degree. I have enjoyed it indescribably, and it is a certainty to me. This enjoyment would not have been half as intense, not half so intimately would my receptivity to the impressions Lisbon offers me. Impressions through things and people, I had better say through people and things, have been open, without the preparation that a fortunate destiny granted me by causing me on the journey to fall into conversation with your most highly esteemed husband, Senora. If one can speak of a conversation where one party is left only the role of the enraptured listener, without the, if I may so express it, paleontological loosening up that my soul underwent through his teachings, and which made it an enthusiastically receptive ground for these impressions, racial impressions as one might call them, the experience of primordial race, to which the most interesting tributaries from various epochs have been vouchsafed, and which presents to the eye, to the heart, the image of majestic bloodworth. I drew breath. My companion cleared her throat sonorously, not without at the same time increasing the erectness of her posture. It cannot be helped, I continued, that the prefix primordial, le primordial, steals its way into all my thoughts and words. That is just the consequence of the paleontological loosening up I spoke of. What would even the tree ferns have meant to me without it, which we have just seen, even if I had been instructed that according to primordial belief they are serviceable for love magic? Everything has become so charged with significance to me since then. Things and people, I mean, people and things.
The true reason for your receptivity, dear Marquise, will be your youth.
How gladdening, Senora. The word youth sounds in your mouth. You pronounce it with the goodness of maturity. Mademoiselle Zuzu, as it appears, is merely vexed by what is youthful, fully in keeping with your observation that youth is for the most part too young for youth. To some extent, that held true even for me. Youth alone, and by itself, would also not produce the enchantment in which I live. My advantage is that I am permitted to behold beauty in a double image, as childlike bloom and in queenly maturity. In short, I spoke wonderfully well, and my eloquence was received with no lack of graciousness. For when I took my leave at the foot of the cable car that was to carry my companions back up to the Villa Kukuk, in order to return to my hotel, the Senora let fall that one hoped, to be sure, to see me again before my departure on some occasion. Dom Antonio had suggested, she said, that I might, as it pleased me, refresh my neglected skill at tennis with Zuzu's sporting friends. No bad idea, perhaps. Truly, no bad idea, even if a reckless one. I consulted Zuzu with my eyes, and since she indicated with expression and shoulders a neutrality that did not make the acceptance entirely out of the question, an arrangement was settled on the spot for one of the next days, the third from today, for a morning guest appearance, after which I was, as a farewell, to share the family's midday meal once more. Having bowed over Maria Pia's hand and shaken that of Zuzu's and also Don Miguel's with cordial frankness, I went my way, pondering the shape of the near future. Chapter 27.
Lisbon, 25th of August, 1895. Dearest parents, beloved Mama, esteemed and equally dear Papa. These lines follow the telegram with which I announced my arrival at this place at too great a distance, so that I cannot but fear I have incurred your displeasure. It will be redoubled, I must unfortunately be certain of this, by the date of the present letter, which so greatly contradicts your expectations, our arrangements, and my own intentions. For 10 days past, you have imagined me on the high seas, and I am writing to you still from my first destination, from the Portuguese capital. I shall explain to you, dear parents, this state of affairs which was as unforeseen by me as by yourselves, including my long silence, and I hope thereby to stifle in its bud any vexation to be feared on your side.
It all began with my making, on the journey here, the acquaintance of a distinguished scholar by the name of Professor Krull, whose conversation, I am firmly convinced, would have fascinated and inspired your minds, your souls, just as much as was the case with your son. Of German origin, as the name indicates, coming from Gotha, like you, dear Mama, and from a good family, though naturally not of noble birth, he is a paleontologist by profession and lives, married to a thoroughly Portuguese wife, long established in Lisbon as the founder and director of the Natural History Museum here, which I have since visited under his personal guidance and whose scientific presentations, both in paleozoological and in paleoanthropological respects, these expressions will be familiar to you, have touched my heart extraordinarily. It was Krull who first, by admonishing me in conversation not to take the beginning of my world journey too lightly, merely because it was indeed only a beginning, and not to look around a city like Lisbon too hastily, gave me the concern that I had allowed myself too brief an interval for a stay in a place of such great past and so many various present-day sights. I mention here only the tree ferns in the botanical garden, which properly belong to the Carboniferous age. When your goodness and wisdom, dear parents, prescribed this journey for me, you doubtless intended it not only as a diversion from, I confess it, whimsical ideas in which my immaturity had become entangled, but also as an educational experience, such as is so fitting for a young man of family to complete his upbringing. Well then, to this significance the journey has immediately elevated itself here through my friendly intercourse in the Krull household, whose 3, or rather 4 members, for a scientific assistant of the professor, a Señor Hurtado, a taxidermist, if that word means anything to you, belongs in a sense to the household, admittedly contribute to that significance in unequal measure. I confess that I have little idea what to do with the ladies of the house. The relationship with them has, during these weeks, refused to warm itself into anything genuine and would in all probability not do so in however long a time. The Señora, a born da Cruz and thoroughbred Iberian, is a woman of intimidating severity, even hardness, and an ostentatious arrogance whose grounds are, at least to me, not entirely discernible. The daughter, whose age may be somewhat below my own and whose first name I have still not managed to keep in my mind, a young lady one is tempted to assign to the phylum of echinoderms, so prickly is her manner. Besides, if my inexperience sees rightly, the above-mentioned Don Miguel, Hurtado, is presumably to be regarded as her intended fiancé and husband, though certain doubts remain with me as to whether one should envy him on that account. No, it is the master of the house, Professor K., to whom I attach myself, and at most his colleague as well, who is so deeply versed in the entire animal world of forms and to whose reconstructive ingenuity the museum owes so much. From these two, in particular, of course, from K. personally, proceed the revelations and teachings so conducive to my education, which reach far beyond instruction in the study of Lisbon and the architectural treasures of its surroundings, and extend literally to all of being together with the organic life that has arisen from it through spontaneous generation, and therefore from stone to man. For the sake of these two excellent men, who rightly perceive in me something like a crinoid loosened from its stalk, that is to say, a newcomer to mobility in need of counsel, the programmatically irregular extension of my stay here, whose approval I also most filially request of you, dear parents, has become in truth dear and precious to me, even though it would go too far to say that they had been its cause. The external cause was rather the following. I considered it no more than correct, and believed I was acting in your spirit, not to leave the city again without having left cards with our diplomatic representative, Herr von Huon, and his wife. I attended to this formal courtesy on the very first day of my presence here, and given the season, expected no further consequences from it. Nevertheless, a few days later, I received in my hotel an invitation to participate in an all-male evening evidently arranged before my visit at the legation, whose date was already quite close to that of my embarkation. There was still, however, no necessity to alter the latter if I wished to fulfill the wish to accept the invitation. I did so, dear parents, and spent a very pleasant evening in the legation rooms on the Rua Augusta, which I may, in order not to conceal it from your loving interest, enter in the account as a personal success, one that is of course to be credited to your upbringing. The event was held in honor of the Romanian Prince Joan Ferdinand, who, barely older than I, with his military governor, Captain Zamferescu, is currently staying in Lisbon, and had the character of an all-male company for the reason that Frau von Huon is at present at a seaside resort on the Portuguese Riviera, while her husband was obliged to interrupt his holidays for certain affairs and return to the capital. The number of guests was limited, barely exceeding 10 persons, yet there prevailed, from the reception by servants in knee breeches and with frogging on their braided coats, great impressiveness. In honor of the prince, evening dress and decorations were prescribed, and with pleasure I contemplated the neck crosses and breast stars of all these gentlemen who were almost to a man far ahead of me in years and embonpoint. Not without envying them, I confess, for the enhancement of their toilette by these noble baubles. And yet I may, without flattering you or myself, assure you that even in the unadorned evening suit, from the moment I entered the salon, I won, not only by my name, but also by the pliant courtesy and social command of form befitting it, the unanimous goodwill of the host and his guests. At supper, to be sure, in the panelled dining room, in the circle of all these partly native, partly foreign diplomats, military men, and great industrialists, in which an Austro-Hungarian embassy councillor from Madrid, a Count Festetics, distinguished himself picturesquely in his fur-trimmed Hungarian national costume with top boots and curved sabre, I found myself, placed between a mustachioed Belgian frigate captain and a Portuguese wine exporter of rakish exterior, whose swaggering manner indicated great wealth, somewhat delivered over to ennui, as the conversation revolved around political and economic subjects remote from me, so that my contribution was for some time confined to a lively and participatory play of expression. Later, however, the prince sitting diagonally across from me, a weary, milk-faced creature, moreover, afflicted both with a lisp and with stuttering, drew me into a conversation about Paris, in which, for who does not enjoy speaking of Paris, soon everyone joined, and in which I, encouraged by the gracious smile and lisping co-stuttering of His Highness, allowed myself to take the floor somewhat. After dinner, when one had made oneself comfortable in the ambassador's smoking room, taken coffee and partaken of liqueurs, the place beside the distinguished guest fell to me as if of its own accord, with the host seated on the other side of him. The thoroughly irreproachable but colourless exterior of Herr von Huon, with his sparse parting, his watery blue eyes, and his thin, drawn-out moustache, is doubtless familiar to you. Joan Ferdinand turned to him hardly at all, but had himself entertained by me, which also seemed to suit our host well. I had probably my prompt invitation to thank for the wish to offer the prince in this circle, a peer of the appropriate age and birth for his company. I may say that I amused him greatly, and indeed with the simplest means, which were just the right ones for him. I told him of my childhood and early youth at home on the estate, of the fumbling incompetence of our good old radicule, whose imitation drew from him a childish crowing of delight as he insisted he recognized in it exactly the tremblingly mismanaged officiousness of his own chamber valet inherited from his father in Bucharest, of the incredible coquetry of your Adelaide, dearest mamma, whose fairy-like floating through the rooms I also depicted vividly to his tittering pleasure. Furthermore, of the dogs, of Fripon, and the chattering of teeth which a certain occasional condition of the admittedly so tiny Menaime causes him, and of Menaime herself with her disposition, so precarious and ever fraught with peril even for a lapdog, which has already visited so many mishaps upon your robe, mamma. In an all-male company I could of course speak of this, as also of Fripon's chattering of teeth in elegant turns of phrase, and in any case I felt justified by the tears that the royal blood had to keep wiping from his cheeks for laughter at Minami's delicate weakness. There is something touching about seeing a being impeded by a lisp and a stutter like him surrender to so uninhibited a merriment. It may possibly be somewhat vexing to you, dear mamma, that I thus expose the tender frailty of your favourite to amusement, but the effect I achieved with it would have reconciled you to my indiscretion. The whole assembly gave itself over to the hilarity, under which the prince doubled up while his grand cross swayed from his uniform collar and joined in involuntarily. Everyone wanted only to hear from him about Radicule, Adelaide, and Minami, and called for encores. The fur-trimmed Hungarian did not cease slapping his thigh with his hand to such effect that it must have hurt the portly man, decorated multiple times over for his wealth. A button flew from the waistcoat of the bestarred wine merchant, whose vigorous belly laughter had dislodged it, and our envoy was exceedingly well pleased. This, however, had the consequence that at the end of the soirée he drew me aside for a private word and proposed that, before my departure, he arrange for me to be presented to His Majesty the King, Dom Carlos I, who happened likewise to be in the capital at that time, as the flying Braganza standard on the roof of the palace had indeed already indicated to me. It was to some degree his duty, said Herr von Huon, to present to the monarch a son of Luxembourg's high society who was merely passing through, and who was, moreover, so he expressed it, a young man of agreeable gifts. Furthermore, the noble spirit of the king, the spirit of an artist, for His Majesty liked to paint in oils, and the spirit of a scholar besides, since his most exalted self was a devotee of oceanography, that is to say, the study of the ocean's spaces and of the creatures that inhabited them. This spirit, he said, was oppressed by political anxieties that had taken hold of it almost immediately after his accession to the throne 6 years before, through the conflict of Portuguese and English interests in Central Africa. At that time, his conciliatory stance had aroused public opinion against him, and he had been positively grateful for the English ultimatum, which had allowed his government to yield to Britain's demands under formal protest. There had, however, been troublesome disturbances on that account in the larger cities of the country, and in Lisbon a Republican uprising had been forced to be suppressed. And then the fateful deficits of the Portuguese railways, which 3 years ago had led to a severe financial crisis and to an act of state bankruptcy, namely, a decreed reduction of state obligations by 2/3. This had given powerful impetus to the Republican Party and had made it easier for the radical elements of the country to carry on their subversive work. His Majesty had even not been spared the repeated distressing experience of the police uncovering conspiracies to make attempts upon his person only just in time. My presentation, inserted into the course of the day's routine audiences, might perhaps have a diverting and refreshing effect upon the high gentleman. If at all possible, should the conversation permit it, I ought to steer toward the topic of Minime, to which the poor Prince Joan Ferdinand had reacted so warmly this very evening. You will understand, dear parents, that given my strictly and joyfully royalist convictions and my enthusiastic inclination, of which you may not even have been much aware, to bow before legitimate majesty, this proposal of the envoy's held strong attraction for me. What stood in the way of accepting it was the unfortunate fact that the arranging of the audience would require several days, 4 or 5, and that this would cause me to miss the date of my embarkation on the Cap Arcona. What was I to do? My desire to stand before the king merged with the admonitions of my learned mentor Kukuk not to give a city like Lisbon too fleeting an attention, and resolved itself into the decision to alter my plans at the last moment by skipping a sailing. A visit to the travel bureau informed me that the next following ship of the same line, the Amphitrite, which was due to leave Lisbon in some 14 days, was already heavily booked and, being no match for the Cap Arcona, would offer me no properly suitable accommodation. The most sensible course, the clerk advised me, would be for me to await the Cap Arcona's return in some 6 to 7 weeks, reckoned from the 5th of this month, to have my cabin reservation transferred to her next voyage, and to postpone my crossing until the end of September or even the beginning of October. You know me, dear parents. A man of quick decisions, I agreed to the clerk's suggestion, gave the necessary instructions, and need hardly add that I informed your friends, the Meyer Navarros, by means of a well-composed cable of the delay in my travels, and asked them not to expect me until some time during October. In this way, as you see, the period of my stay in this city has become almost too generous, even for my own wishes. But no matter. My hotel accommodation is, without exaggeration, tolerable, and of instructive entertainment I shall never be lacking here until I go aboard. May I therefore count upon your approval? Without it, needless to say, my inner well-being would be quite undone. But I believe you will grant it all the more readily when you hear of the exceedingly happy, indeed exhilarating, course of the audience with His Majesty the King, which has in the meantime taken place. Herr von Huon had informed me of the gracious granting of this honour, and in good time before the appointed morning hour, he drove me in his carriage from my hotel to the royal palace, through whose outer and inner guard we passed, thanks to his accredited status and the official and court uniform he had donned, without difficulty and with distinction. We ascended the exterior staircase, flanked at its foot by a pair of caryatids in poses of overstrained beauty, up to the suite of reception chambers which, adorned with busts of former kings, paintings and crystal chandeliers, decorated chiefly in red silk and furnished in a historical style, are set in front of the royal audience chamber. One passes through them only slowly, from one to the next, and already, in the second, we were invited by the duty functionary of the Lord Chamberlain's office to be seated for the time being. It is, apart from the splendour of the setting, no different from a much-sought physician whose appointments fall ever further behind because the delays accumulate and the patient must wait far beyond the appointed hour. The rooms were peopled with all manner of dignitaries, domestic and foreign, in uniform and formal civilian dress, who stood conversing softly in groups or were boring themselves on the sofas. One saw many feathered plumes, braided collars and orders of chivalry. In each new salon that we entered, the envoy exchanged cordial greetings with this or that diplomat of his acquaintance, and introduced me, so that the waiting time imposed upon us, certainly 40 minutes, passed quite quickly for me through the ever-renewed exercise of my social graces, in which I take pleasure. A wing adjutant with a sash, holding in his hand a list of names, finally asked us to take up our positions near the door leading to the royal study, which was flanked by 2 lackeys in powdered wigs. Out came an elderly gentleman in the uniform of a guards general, who had presumably been giving his thanks for some gracious favour. The adjutant went in to announce us. Then the gold-trimmed double doors were thrown open for us by the lackeys. The king, though barely more than 30, has already thinning hair and is of a somewhat portly constitution. Dressed in an olive-green uniform with red facings and only a single star upon his chest, at the centre of which an eagle held orb and sceptre in its talons, he received us standing at his writing desk. His face was flushed from the many conversations. His eyebrows are coal black. His moustache, however, which he wears full but with the ends twirled to a point, is already beginning to go slightly grey. The envoy's and my own deep bow, he acknowledged with a gesture of clemency, practiced 1,000 times, and then greeted Herr von Huon with a wink into which he managed to put much flattering intimacy. "My dear ambassador, it is a pleasure as always. You too are in the city?" I know. Ce nouveau traité de commerce. Mais ça s'arrangera sans aucune difficulté, grâce à votre habileté bien connue. The health of the charming Madame de Huon is excellent. How that delights me. How that truly delights me. And so then, what sort of Adonis have you brought me today? You must understand, dear parents, this question as a purely jesting courtesy, committed to nothing in the way of fact. Certainly the tailcoat becomes my figure, which I owe to Papa, to advantage. Yet you know as well as I that there is nothing mythological to be discovered in me, with my Borsdorfer apple cheeks and my narrow eyes, which I can never observe in the mirror without vexation. I met the royal pleasantry with a gesture of cheerful resignation, and as though hastening to efface it and consign it to oblivion, His Majesty, taking my hand in his, continued at once very graciously, "My dear Marquis, welcome to Lisbon. I need not say that your name is well known to me, and that it is a pleasure to receive a young scion of the high nobility of a country with which Portugal stands in such warmly friendly relations, not least thanks to the efforts of your companion here. Tell me," and he paused a moment to consider what I should tell him, "what brings you to us? I shall not, dear parents, boast of the winning, in the best sense courtly, simultaneously deferential and easy grace with which I answered the monarch. I shall only note, for your reassurance and satisfaction, that I showed myself neither awkward nor at a loss for words. I told His Majesty of the gift of a year's journey around the world for the purpose of education and cultivation which your generosity had bestowed upon me. This journey, which I had set out upon from Paris, my place of residence, and whose first stop was this incomparable city. Ah, so Lisbon pleases you? Sire, énormément. Je suis tout à fait transporté par la beauté de votre capitale, qui est vraiment digne d'être la résidence d'un grand souverain comme votre Majesté. I had intended to linger here only a few days, but I have come to see the folly of that resolve, and have overturned my entire itinerary in order to devote at least several weeks to a sojourn which one could only wish one need never be compelled to interrupt. What a city, sire! What avenues, what parks, what promenades and prospects! Personal connections brought it about that I made the acquaintance, first of all, of Professor Cook's Natural History Museum, a magnificent institution, Your Majesty, and of personal interest to me, not least on account of its oceanographical emphasis, since so many of its exhibits make the origin of all life from the seawater instructively vivid. But then the wonders of the Botanical Garden, sire, the Avenida Park, the Campo Grande, the Paseo da Estrella, with its incomparable view over city and river. Is it any wonder that, amid all these ideal pictures of nature, blessed by heaven and admirably tended by human hands, an eye grows moist, an eye that is just a little, my God, just a little, the eye of an artist? For I confess that I, very differently from Your Majesty, whose mastery in this domain is well known, have devoted myself in Paris to the fine arts in a modest degree, to drawing and painting, as a diligent, if only humbly bungling, pupil of Professor Estompade at the Académie des Beaux-Arts. But that is not worth mentioning. What is worth saying is this, that in Your Majesty one has the privilege of revering the ruler of one of the most beautiful countries on earth, very probably the most beautiful of all. Where else in the world is there a panorama to compare with that which presents itself to the observer from the heights of the royal palaces of Sintra across the Estremadura, resplendent in grain, wine, and southern fruits? I note in passing, dear parents, that I have not yet in fact paid my visit to the palaces of Sintra, or to the monastery of Belém, whose charming architecture I likewise proceeded to discuss. Until now, I have not found the occasion for this visit, having devoted a good share of my time to the game of tennis within the circle of a club of well-bred young people into which I have been introduced by the Kukooks. But no matter. Before the royal ear I spoke in praise of impressions that had not yet been granted to me, and His Majesty deigned to interpose that he knew how to appreciate my receptivity. This encouraged me to continue speaking with all the fluency that is natural to me, or with which the extraordinary situation endowed me, and to extol to the monarch the land and people of Portugal. One visits a country, I said, not merely for the sake of the country itself, but also, and perhaps above all, for the sake of the people, out of curiosity, if I might so express it, for a form of humanity not yet experienced, out of the desire to look into unfamiliar eyes, unfamiliar physiognomies. I was aware that I expressed myself imperfectly, but what I meant was the wish to take delight in an unknown human corporeality and manner of being. Portugal, à la bonne heure. But the Portuguese, His Majesty's subjects, it was they, properly speaking, who held my entire attention captive. The Celtic primordial Iberian strain, into which all manner of historical admixtures of blood from Phoenician, Carthaginian, Roman, and Arabian sources had been blended. What a charming, sense-captivating humanity that produces, again and again, of a brittle loveliness on one occasion, and on the next, ennobled by a racial pride that commands reverence, indeed inspires awe.
To be the ruler over so fascinating a people, how heartily is your Royal Majesty to be congratulated upon it.
Well now, yes indeed. Very fine, very gracious, said Dom Carlos. I thank you for the kindly eye, dear Marquis, that you turn upon the land and people of Portugal. And already I thought he meant by these words to bring the presentation to a close, and was pleasantly surprised when, on the contrary, he added, "But shall we not sit down? Cher ambassadeur, let us sit down for a little." Without doubt, he had originally intended to conduct the audience standing and to conclude it within a few minutes, it being, after all, merely a matter of my introduction. If he now prolonged and made it more comfortable, you may attribute that, I say it more to give you pleasure than to flatter my own vanity, to the fluency of my speech, which had perhaps entertained him, and to the agreeableness of my general bearing. The king, the envoy, and I took our places in leather armchairs before the marble fireplace, screened by a grate, with its pendulum clock, its candelabra, and its oriental vases on the mantelpiece. A spacious, very well-furnished study surrounded us, which was not without 2 glass-doored bookcases and whose floor was covered by a Persian carpet of enormous dimensions. A few paintings in heavy gilt frames hung on either side of the fireplace, one representing a mountain scene, the other a flowering, flat landscape. Herr von Huon directed my attention to the pictures with his eyes, while simultaneously indicating the king, who was just then reaching across from a carved smoking table to fetch a silver cigarette case. I understood.
If your Majesty would most graciously forgive it, I said, should my attention be momentarily diverted from your person by these masterworks yonder, which compel my gaze irresistibly. Might I take a closer look at them? Ah, this is painting. This is genius. The signature is not quite legible to me, but one and the other alike must have come from the first artist of your country.
The first? Asked the king, smiling. That depends on how one looks at it. The pictures are by me. The one on the left is a view of the Serra da Estrela, where I have a hunting lodge. The one on the right endeavours to convey the atmosphere of our moorland lowlands, where I often shoot snipe. You see, I have attempted to do justice to the loveliness of the Kistus, which covers these plains in great profusion.
One imagines one can smell their fragrance, I said. Yes, good God, before such mastery, dilettantism must blush.
Dilettantism is precisely what it is held to be, answered Dom Carlos with a shrug, while I tore myself away from his works, as it were reluctantly, and resumed my seat. A king is not credited with anything other than dilettantism. The thought of Nero and his qualis artifex ambitions immediately presents itself.
Pitiable people, I replied, who cannot free themselves from such a prejudice. They should rather rejoice in the happy coincidence, when the highest is joined with the highest, when the favour of exalted birth is united with that of the Muses. His Majesty evidently enjoyed hearing this. He sat comfortably leaning back, while the envoy and I properly avoided contact with the inclined back cushions of our chairs. The king remarked, "I take pleasure, dear Marquis, in your receptivity, in the enjoying, uninhibited manner with which you regard things, the world, people, and works, in the beautiful innocence with which you do so, and which is to be envied. It is perhaps possible only at exactly the social level you occupy. The ugliness and bitterness of life is known in its entirety only in the lowest strata of society and at its very highest pinnacle. The common man is experienced in it, as is the statesman who breathes the miasmas of politics." "Your Majesty's observation," I replied, "is full of wit. I only beg most humbly that you will not think my attention rests foolishly upon the surface of things, in the mere enjoyment of appearances, without any attempt to penetrate into their less agreeable depths. I have offered your Majesty my congratulations upon the truly enviable lot of being ruler over so glorious a country as Portugal. But I am not blind to certain shadows that would darken this happiness, and I know of the drops of gall and wormwood that malevolence drips into the golden draught of your life. It is not unknown to me that even here I must say, particularly here, there is no want of elements that call themselves radical, perhaps because they gnaw like moles at the roots of society. Abominable elements, if I may give my feelings toward them a still moderately measured expression, for whom every embarrassment, every political or financial ennui of the state is just what they need to turn to capital for their machinations. They call themselves the men of the people, although their only relationship to the people consists in the fact that they corrode its sound instincts and, to its misfortune, deprive it of its natural faith in the necessity of a well-ordered social hierarchy. How? By inoculating it with the wholly and utterly unnatural, and therefore also alien to the people, idea of equality, and seducing it by a flat-footed rhetoric into the delusion that it is necessary, or even the least bit desirable, to say nothing of possible, to level the distinctions of birth and blood, the distinctions between rich and poor, high and low, distinctions whose eternal preservation nature has allied itself with beauty to secure. The beggar wrapped in rags makes, by his mere existence, the same contribution to the colourful picture of the world as the great lord who drops an alms into the hand humbly outstretched toward him, a hand whose touch he prudently avoids. And, your Majesty, the beggar knows it. He is conscious of the peculiar dignity which the order of the world has assigned to him, and in the deepest recesses of his heart he desires things to be no different from what they are. The agitation by malevolent parties is necessary to lead him astray from his picturesque role and to put into his head the rebellious notion that men must be equal. They are not, and they are born to recognize the fact. Man comes into the world with aristocratic instincts. Such, young as I am, is my experience. Whoever he may be, a cleric, a member of the ecclesiastical hierarchy, or of that other hierarchy, the martial one, a straightforward corporal in his barracks, he reveals a glance and a sensibility, an infallible sense of touch, for coarse or refined substance, for the wood from which a person is carved. Fine friends of the people, truly, those who deprive the coarsely and lowly born of the pleasure they take in what stands above them, in the wealth, the noble manners and forms of the upper stratum of society, and transform that pleasure into envy, covetousness, and insubordination. Those who rob the masses of the religion that keeps them in pious and happy bounds, and who, in addition,
make a show of the notion that changing the form of the state will suffice, that the monarchy must fall, and that through the establishment of the republic the nature of man will be altered and happiness and equality will be conjured into being. But it is time for me to beg your majesty to hold graciously excused the outpouring of the heart that I have permitted myself."
The king nodded to the envoy with raised eyebrows, at which the latter was highly gratified.
"Dear Marquis,"
His Majesty then said,
"you display sentiments that can only be praised, sentiments, moreover, such as not only befit your origins, but also, let me add, suit you personally and individually, thoroughly and to the life." "Yes, yes, I say it as I mean it." "Apropos, you mentioned the incendiary rhetoric of the demagogues, their dangerous art of suasion. It is indeed, and unfortunately, the case that one encounters facility with words predominantly among precisely such people, lawyers, ambitious politicians, apostles of liberalism, and enemies of the established order. The existing order rarely finds advocates of intelligence. It is an exception, and most gratifying to hear once in a while someone speaking well and persuasively on behalf of the good cause."
"I cannot say," I replied, "how much the very word gratifying from your Majesty's lips honours and delights me. It may appear ridiculous if a simple young gentleman ventures to presume that he can bring comfort to a king, yet I confess that this is precisely my endeavour. And what urges me to this endeavour? Compassion, Majesty. It is compassion that participates in my reverence, and if that is a boldness, I would yet maintain that there can scarcely be a more soulful blending of emotions than precisely that of reverence and compassion. What my youth knows of your Majesty's sorrows, of the hostilities to which the principle you represent, and even your illustrious person itself, are exposed, touches me deeply, and I cannot but wish you diversion from these gloomy disturbances, as much cheerful entertainment as possible. It is without doubt this that your Majesty seeks and finds in the beautiful art, in painting. I am also glad to hear that you are fond of devoting yourself to the pleasures of the hunt."
"You are right," said the king. "I confess that I feel most at ease far from the capital and the intrigues of politics, in the open country, in field and mountain, surrounded by a small number of trusted and reliable companions, in stalking and at the stand. You are a huntsman, Marquis?"
"I cannot say that I am, Majesty. Hunting is undoubtedly the most chivalrous of pastimes, but I am on the whole no man of the shotgun and only very occasionally accept such an invitation. What gives me the greatest pleasure in it is the dogs. A pack of hounds and pointers, scarcely to be held in their passion, noses to the ground, tails sweeping back and forth, every muscle tensed. The proud parade trot of one of them as it comes in with head held high, the game bird or the hare in its mouth. I love to watch that for my very life. In short, I avow myself a warm friend of dogs, and have lived with this old companion of man from childhood on. The earnestness of its gaze, its laughter with gaping jaws when one plays with it. It is, after all, the only animal that can laugh. Its lumbering tenderness, its elegance in play, the spring and beauty of its gait when it is a dog of quality, all this warms my heart. Its descent from the wolf or the jackal is entirely obscured in the great majority of breeds. In most of them, it is as little apparent as in the horse is its descent from the tapir or the rhinoceros. Already the peat bog spits of the lake dwellers no longer recalled this ancestry, and who would think of the wolf when looking at a spaniel, a dachshund, a poodle, a Scottish terrier that seems to walk on its belly, or a good-natured St. Bernard? What variability of the species! There is none like it in any other. A pig is a pig, a cow a cow. But would anyone believe that the Great Dane, as large as a calf, is the same animal as the miniature pinscher? And yet, I chattered on, relaxing my posture and now leaning back in my chair after all, whereupon the envoy did likewise. And yet one has the impression that these creatures are not aware of their respective sizes, whether gigantic or tiny, and pay no heed to them in their dealings with one another. Love, in particular, forgive me, Majesty, for touching upon this subject, makes any sense of the fitting and the unfitting quite impossible. At home in the castle we have a Russian wolfhound, Fripon by name, a great gentleman, aloof in manner, with an expression of disdainful drowsiness that corresponds to the scantiness of his brain. And then, on the other hand, there is Minimi, Mamma's Maltese lapdog, a little ball of white silk scarcely bigger than my fist. One would think that Fripon would not close his mind to the insight that this trembling little princess is not, in a certain respect, a suitable partner for him. But when her femininity becomes active, he chatters his teeth so violently with an unrealizable infatuation, though kept at a great distance from her, that one can hear it from clear across the room.
The king was greatly amused by the chattering of teeth.
"Ah,"
I hastened to continue.
"Speaking of which, I must tell your majesty of the aforesaid Minime straight away. A precious little creature whose constitution stands in an anxious proportion to her role as a lapdog."
"And so, dear mamma," I repeated, in a far more accomplished version and with a more comical precision of detail, my recent performance, the portrayal of the unhappily recurring tragedy in your castle, the cries of alarm, the ringing of bells. I painted in full the fluttering arrival of Adelheid, whose incomparable affectation is only heightened by the emergency, and who bears away the squirming beloved unfortunate. The trembling ministrations of Radicule, who attempts to come to the aid of your helplessness with a hand shovel and an ash bucket. My success was all one could desire. The king held his sides with laughter, and truly, it is a heartfelt joy to see a crowned man burdened with cares, with a subversive party in his country, give himself over to such self-forgetful merriment. I do not know what any eavesdroppers in the antechamber may have made of this audience, but it is certain that His Majesty enjoyed the innocent diversion I offered him in quite extraordinary measure. He presently remembered, to be sure, that the name of the envoy, upon whom pride and happiness at having so deserved well of the sovereign's welfare through my introduction were plainly visible, and my own name were by no means the last on the wing adjutant's list, and gave the signal to bring the reception to a close by rising from his seat, wiping his eyes as he did so. But as we offered our deep parting bows, I heard distinctly, though I was apparently not meant to hear, the twofold charmant, charmant, with which the monarch made his acknowledgment to Herr von Huon. And, dear parents, this will doubtless cause not only my small transgressions against filial piety, but also the somewhat wilful prolongation of my stay here to appear in a milder light. 2 days later, I received from the Royal Lord Chamberlain's office a small packet containing the insignia of the Portuguese Order of the Red Lion, 2nd class, which His Majesty had deigned to bestow upon me, to be worn on a crimson ribbon around the neck, so that on formal occasions I shall no longer need to present myself in the bare tailcoat, as I still did at the envoy's.
I am well aware that a man carries his true worth not upon enamel on his shirt front, but in the deeper breast. Yet people, you have known them longer and better than I, desire the visible, the outward appearance, the symbol and the portable badge of honor. And I do not chide them for it. I am full of mild understanding for their need, and it is pure sympathy and neighborly love when I rejoice at being able in future to serve their childlike sensibility with the Red Lion 2nd class. Only so much for today, dearest parents. A rogue gives more than he has. More soon of my experiences and worldly knowledge, for all of which I shall have your generosity to thank. And if a reply from you were to reach me still at the above address, and assure me of your well-being, that would be the most precious contribution to my own. Your tenderly faithful and obedient son, Lulu.
This handwritten letter, composed in a well-studied hand slanting slightly to the left, set down partly in German and partly in French, filling a considerable number of the small sheets of the Hotel Savoy Palace's notepaper, with the signature enclosed in an oval, was dispatched to my progenitors at Château Montrefuge near Luxembourg. I had taken pains with it, since I was genuinely concerned about the correspondence with these persons so close to me, and I awaited their reply with heartfelt curiosity, the reply which, as I imagined, would very likely come from the Marquise. Several days I had devoted to this little work, which, apart from a few concealments at the beginning, gave a wholly truthful account of my experiences, even in the particular that Herr von Huon, with his offer to present me to the king, had anticipated my own wishes.
The care I had expended upon the account is all the more to be esteemed in that I had to steal the time for it from my zealous intercourse, kept only with difficulty within the bounds of discretion at the Kukuk household, which intercourse rested, as who would have thought it, chiefly upon the sport I had never practiced any more than any other, the tennis game with Zuzu and her club circle. To enter upon and to keep that appointment had been no small act of daring on my part. On the third day, then, early in the morning, as arranged, I presented myself on the very neatly kept double court, situated not far at all from Zuzu's parents' house, whose use was reserved for her and her friends by the day and hour, in irreproachable sports dress, white-belted flannel trousers, a snow-white shirt open at the neck over which I wore for the time being a blue jacket, and those noiseless linen shoes with their light rubber soles that encourage a dancer's ease of movement. My state of mind was quite similar to that of former times when I had stepped, with an adventurous yet anxious, yet also joyful resolution in my heart, before the military conscription board. Resolution is everything. Inspired by my convincing dress and the winged shoes on my feet, I made bold to acquit myself in eye-dazzling fashion at a game which I had certainly watched and absorbed into myself, but had never in practice actually played. I arrived early. I found myself still alone on the ground. There was a hut that served as a changing room and storage place for the sports equipment. There I laid aside my jacket, took up a racket and a few of those most charming chalk white balls, and began to try myself out on the court in the playfully familiar handling of these pleasing objects. I made the ball dance on the elastically strung bat, let it bounce from the ground to catch it in the air with the bat, and scooped the ball up from where it lay with that well-known light shoveling motion. To free my arm and test the force needed for a stroke, I sent ball after ball over the net with forehand or backhand, over the net if possible. For most of the time, my shots went into the net or strayed reprehensibly far beyond the boundary of the opposite court, or, when I had thrown myself into it too vigorously, even over the high wire fencing of the playing ground and out into the open beyond. So I was disporting myself, grasping the grip of the handsome striking instrument with pleasure, in singles against no one, when Zuzu Kukuk caught me at it as she came strolling up in the company of two other young people also dressed in white, a young man and a young lady, who were however not brother and sister, but cousin and cousin. If he was not called Costa, then he was called Cunha, and if she was not called Lopes, then she was called Camois. I no longer recall exactly.
Look, the Marquise is training solo. It looks promising,
said Zuzu mockingly, and introduced me to the two young people who, though elegant enough, were incomparably inferior to her in charm. Then also to further arriving male and female members of the club, Saldacha, Vicente, De Menezes, Ferreira, and others of similar name. About a dozen participants in all, myself included, assembled together, of whom, however, several immediately settled themselves on the benches outside the wire fencing, chatting and watching for the time being. 4 at a time took to the 2 courts to play, Zuzu and I on opposite sides of one court. A tall youth climbed onto the high seat of the umpire beside us to note and to call out the number of balls made, the faults and outs, a one game or a set. Zuzu stationed herself at the net, while I gave this position to my playing partner, a young lady with a yellowish complexion and green eyes, and held myself in readiness, in a state of collected physical high spirits, at the back of the court. Zuzo's partner, the little cousin, served first, rather difficult. But springing up to meet it, I had the good fortune at the start to return his ball with a flat and sharp drive of great precision, so that Zuzu said,
"So then."
After that, I committed a great deal of foolishness and botchery concealed within springy back and forth leaping and gliding, which was recorded to the opposing side's advantage. I also made, in an ostentatious display of high spirits, treating the game as a game within the game, and appearing not to take it the least bit seriously,
100 pranks and juggling tricks with the bouncing balls, which, like my appalling missed shots, provoked the amusement of the spectators, all of which did not prevent me from also performing, at intervals and out of sheer ingenuity, things that stood in bewildering contrast to my so often evident lack of training, and could make it appear in the light of mere carelessness and the concealment of my abilities. I astonished by one serviceable ball after another of uncanny sharpness, by the early taking of an oncoming ball, by the repeated return of the most impossible demands, all of which I owed to the physical inspiration fired in me by Zuzu's presence. I can still see myself going down on one knee, the other leg stretched forward to take a low forehand drive, which must have made quite a pretty picture, since it earned me applause from the spectators' benches. I can see myself leaping up to an incredible height, likewise amid bravos and hand-clapping, in order to smash a lob from the little cousin, which had sailed far above my partner's head, down with force into the opposing court, and so on. Of all the wild, enthusiastic successes, there were still more besides. As for Zuzu, who played with sound ability and quiet correctness, she neither laughed at my blunders, such as when I swung my racket at a service ball I had myself tossed into the air and missed it entirely, nor at my improper antics, but neither did she betray the least expression at my unexpected championship performances and the applause they won me. Occurring only too sporadically, these were in any case insufficient to prevent Zuzu's side from having 4-1 games to record after 20 minutes, and having made the set after a further 10, despite the solid work of my partner. We broke off afterwards to make way for others. All quite heated, the four of us sat down together on one of the benches.
The Marquise game is amusing,
said my yellow-green partner, for whom I had spoiled so many a shot.
Un peu fantastique, pourtant,
replied Zuzu, who felt responsible for my conduct, having been the one to introduce me, by which I was entitled to believe that my fantasy had cost me nothing in her eyes. I excused myself on account of being a beginner again and expressed the hope of quickly recovering what I had once known in order to be worthy of such partners and opponents. After some conversation during which we watched those on court and took pleasure in good strokes, a gentleman came over to us who was called Fidelio, who spoke to the cousin and the yellow-green one in Portuguese and took them away from us for some conversation or other. I had scarcely been left alone with Zuzu when she began,
Well, and those drawings, Marquis? Where are they? You know I wish to see them, to take them into my possession.
But Zuzu, I replied, I could not possibly have brought them here. Where should I have put them? And how could I have shown them to you here, where at any moment we would be in danger of being caught in the act?
What a phrase! Caught in the act.
Well, yes, these dreamy products of my thinking of you are not for the eyes of others, entirely apart from the question of whether they would be for yours. By God, I could wish that the circumstances here, in your house and everywhere, were less contrary to the possibility of having secrets with you.
Secrets? Kindly watch your words.
But it is you who are pressing me to secrets that, given the situation, are very difficult to manage.
I simply say that it is a matter of your dexterity to find an opportunity to hand me those sheets. You are not lacking in dexterity. You are dexterous in the game. Fantastic, as I said before by way of euphemism, and so often bungling that one might have thought you had never learned tennis at all. But you were dexterous.
How happy I am, Zuzu, to hear that from your lips.
How do you come to call me Zuzu?
Everyone calls you so, and I am so fond of this name of yours.
I pricked up my ears when I heard it for the first time, and have at once enclosed it in my heart.
How can one enclose a name in one's heart? The name is inseparably bound up with the person who bears it. That is why it makes me so happy, Zuzu, to hear from your lips. How gladly I speak of your lips. A tolerant, a halfway approving critique of my poor game. Believe me, if it was even passably worth watching in its bungling, then it was because I was wholly pervaded by the awareness that I moved before your dear, charming black eyes.
Very fine. What you are practicing there, Marquis, is what one calls courting a young girl. It falls off in originality compared to the fantasy of your game. The majority of the young men here regard tennis more or less as a pretext for this disagreeable occupation.
Disagreeable, Zuzu? Why? Just recently you called love an indecent subject and said fie upon it.
I say it again. You young men are all nasty, depraved boys who are bent on the indecent.
Oh, if you are going to get up and go away, then you are taking from me the possibility of defending love.
That is exactly what I intend. We have been sitting here too long by ourselves in the first place. That is not fitting. And in the second place, for when I say in the first place, I am accustomed not to leave it at that, to be wanting in the second place. And secondly, you find little pleasure in the individual and delight rather in combinations.
She is jealous of her mother, I said to myself, not without satisfaction, as she tossed me an au revoir and took her leave. Would that the queen of breeding might be jealous of her little daughter in equal measure. That would correspond to the jealousy which my feeling for the one so often harbours toward my feeling for the other. The stretch of road from the tennis courts to the Villa Kukuk we covered in company with the young people in whose company Zuzu had arrived, the cousin and the female cousin whose way home led past there. The luncheon, which was meant to have been a farewell dinner but no longer counted as such, was this time taken only by the four of us, since Senor Hurtado was absent. It was seasoned with Zuzu's mockery and derision of my tennis game, toward which Donna Maria Pia, through smiling inquiries, betrayed a certain curious interest, especially since her daughter brought herself to mention even my isolated feats of prowess. I say, brought herself, because it happened through clenched teeth and with furrowed brows, as though in deep vexation. I drew her attention to this as well, and she replied, "Vexation? Certainly. It was unbecoming to your general incompetence. It was unnatural." "Say outright, supernatural," laughed the professor. "All in all, the matter seems to me to come down to the fact that the Marquis was gallant enough to maneuver victory to your side." "You stand far enough removed from sport, dear papa," she replied with ill-concealed irritation, "to suppose that gallantry might play any role therein, and you have very charitable explanations for the absurd behavior of your traveling companion." "Papa is always charitable," the Senora concluded this exchange. No walk followed upon that particular luncheon, which was but one among many that I was yet to be permitted to enjoy in the Kukuk household during the weeks to come. Excursions into the environs of Lisbon attached themselves to later ones. More on that presently below. Here I wish only to recall the joy that was afforded me, some 14 to 18 days after the departure of my own, by a letter from my dear maman, which the concierge handed to me upon my return from an outing. Written in German, it read as follows: "Victoria, Marquise de Venosta, née de Plettenberg, Château Mon Refuge, 3rd September, 1895. My dear Lulu, your letter of the 25th of last month has duly reached both Papa and me, and we both thank you for your conscientious and unquestionably interesting thoroughness. Your handwriting, my good Lulu, has always left something to be desired, and remains as before, not without its affectation, but your style has decidedly gained in refinement and agreeable polish compared to earlier, which I attribute in part to the ever more strongly making itself felt upon you of the influence of the Parisian atmosphere, so friendly to words and wit, which you have breathed for so long. Moreover, it is doubtless a truth that the sense for good, winning form, which has always been your own since we planted it in you, is a matter of the whole person, and does not stop short at bodily manners, but extends to all personal expressions of life, hence to the written as well as the spoken mode of expression. I do not suppose, by the way, that you really spoke to His Majesty King Karl in quite so oratorically elegant a fashion as your account would have it. That is surely an epistolary fiction. Nonetheless, you have given us pleasure thereby, and indeed above all through the sentiments which you took the occasion to advance,
and with which you spoke after the heart of your father and me, no less than of the exalted gentleman. We both share entirely your view of the God-willed nature of the differences between rich and poor, between high and low upon this earth, and of the necessity of the beggar's estate. For where would be the occasion for charity and good works in the Christian spirit, if there were no poverty and misery? This by way of introduction. I make no secret of it, and you have expected no less, that your in truth rather willful arrangements, the considerable delay your onward journey to Argentina has suffered, put us out somewhat at first, but we have come to terms with it, indeed reconciled ourselves to it, for the reasons you advance in its favor are not without merit, and you are right to say that the results justify your decisions. Naturally, I think in the first instance of the conferral of the Order of the Red Lion, which you owe to the King's graciousness and your engaging conduct with him, and to which Papa and I offer you our heartfelt congratulations. That is a very respectable decoration, such as one rarely acquires at so young an age, and which, though of the second class, is by no means to be called second-rate. It reflects honor upon the entire family. This happy event is also mentioned in a letter from Frau Irmingard von Huon, which I received almost simultaneously with yours, and in which she informs me, on the basis of her husband's reports, of your social successes. She wished thereby to gladden a mother's heart, and has achieved this purpose entirely. Nonetheless, I must say, without wishing to wound you, that I read her descriptions, or rather those of the minister, with some astonishment. Certainly you were always a wag, but such parodistic talents and gifts for burlesque travesty that you could dissolve an entire company, including persons of princely blood, into laughter thereby, and free the heart of a care-burdened king to an almost unmajestic merriment. This we would not have credited you with. Enough. Frau von Huon's letter confirms your own assertions on the subject, and here too it must be conceded that the end justifies the means. You are forgiven, my child, for basing your performances on particulars from our domestic life, which would better have remained among ourselves. Minaimi lies in my lap as I write, and would surely join in our indulgence, could her little mind be apprised of the matter. You have permitted yourself gross exaggerations and grotesque liberties in your performance, and in particular have exposed your mother to a rather ridiculous light through the description of how she lies wretchedly bespattered and half unconscious in the armchair while old Radicule has to come to her aid with shovel and ash bucket. I know nothing of an ash bucket. It is a product of your eagerness to entertain, which has indeed borne such gratifying fruit that it need not matter in the end if it somewhat wantonly sacrificed a measure of my personal dignity. Intended for the mother's heart, doubtless, were also Frau von Huon's assurances that you are regarded and described on all sides as so particularly good-looking, indeed as a youthful beauty outright, which again surprised us to a certain degree. You are, to speak plainly, a nice-looking fellow, and you do your own appearance a disservice by speaking with amiable self-mockery of Borsdorf apple cheeks and slanting little eyes. That is certainly unjust. But that you should be counted truly handsome and beautiful, that we were not aware of, and compliments of this tenor made to me put me somewhat out of countenance, even though as a woman I am not unacquainted with how greatly the desire to please can enhance and illuminate an appearance from within, can prove, in short, a means of correcting nature, pour corriger la nature. But why do I speak of your exterior, which one may call handsome or merely passable? What is at stake is your salvation, your social rescue, for which we parents have at times had reason to tremble. And there it is, a true relief to our hearts to gather from your letter, as already from your telegram, that in undertaking this journey we found the right means to free your spirit from the spell of degrading wishes and projects, to make them appear to you in their true light, that is, in the light of the impossible and the ruinous, and to consign them together with the person who, to our great anxiety, instilled them in you to oblivion.
Propitious circumstances have, according to your reports, lent their assistance thereto. I cannot but regard your encounter with that professor and museum director, whose name, to be sure, sounds rather comic, as a happy dispensation, and the intercourse in his house as beneficial and conducive to your recovery. Distraction is good, so much the better, however, when it joins itself with a gain in culture and brilliant knowledge such as makes itself apparent enough in your letter, for instance, through the simile of the sea lily, a plant unknown to me, or through allusions to the natural history of the dog and the horse. Such things are an ornament in every social conversation, and will never fail to distinguish a young man who knows how to weave them in without pretension and with good taste, agreeably, from those who have at their disposal perhaps only the vocabulary of sport. Which is not to say that we have not noted with satisfaction, for your health's sake, your resumption of the long-neglected lawn tennis. If, by the way, the society of the ladies of that household, mother and daughter, whose descriptions you furnish with certain ironic touches, pleases you less, and gives you less than the company of the learned master of the house and his assistant, I need not admonish you, though I would herewith do so none the less, never to let them perceive your lesser esteem, and always to treat them with the chivalry which a gentleman owes the other sex under all circumstances. And so good fortune attend you, dear Lulu. When in about 4 weeks' time, upon the return of the Cap Arcona, you go aboard ship, our prayers for a smooth crossing that should not trouble your stomach for a single day will rise to heaven on your behalf. The delay in your journey means that you will be entering the Argentine spring and will likely experience also the summer of that region, the reverse of our own. You will see to it, I trust, that you are provided with suitable clothing. Fine flannel is most to be recommended, for it affords the best protection against chills, which one contracts, even if the word does not say as much, even more readily in heat than in cold. Should the means placed at your disposal prove occasionally insufficient, trust that I am the woman to advocate successfully with your father for a sensible supplement. Our friendliest regards to your hosts, Herr and Frau Consul Meyer. With blessings, Maman. Chapter 28. When I think of the wonderfully elegant equipages, the gleaming Victorias, phaetons, and silk-lined coupés that I later possessed for a time as my own, I am touched by the childlike pleasure with which, during those Lisbon weeks, I made use of a hired conveyance that was no more than merely decent, one that stood at my disposal by arrangement with a livery stable, so that I had only to have the concierge of the Savoy Palace telephone for it from time to time as the occasion arose. In essence, it was no more than a cab, though with a collapsible hood, and in truth probably a former 4-seater private carriage that had passed into commercial service. The horses and harness were at least presentable, and I had made it a condition, at a slight extra charge, that the coachman wear appropriately private livery, a cockaded hat, blue coat, and top boots. I was glad to mount the carriage before my hotel, whose door a page held open for me, while the coachman, as I had instructed him, touched the brim of his top hat and inclined himself slightly from the box. Such a conveyance was absolutely necessary for me, not only for the pleasure drives and promenades I undertook for my own amusement through the parks and along the boulevards, but also so that I might follow with some degree of distinction the social invitations that the evening at the minister's had set in train, and to which the royal audience had also given stimulus. Thus that wealthy wine exporter named Saldacha and his exceptionally portly wife invited me to a garden party at their splendid estate outside the city, where, as Lisbon society was gradually returning from its summer retreats, a great deal of beautiful company surrounded me. I found much of the same company again, in slight variations and fewer numbers, at 2 dinners, one offered by the Greek chargé d'affaires, Prince Morocordato, and his classically beautiful yet astonishingly forthcoming wife, the other given by Baron and Baroness Vos van Steenwijk at the Dutch legation. On these occasions I was also able to display the ornament of my red lion, for which everyone congratulated me. I had a great deal of greeting to do on the Avenida, for my distinguished acquaintances multiplied. Yet all these relationships remained on a superficial and formal footing. More precisely, out of indifference, I kept them there, since my true interests were bound to that little white house up above, to the double image of mother and daughter. I need hardly say that I maintained the carriage not last, but first on their account. For could I not thereby afford them the pleasure of a drive, to the historic sites, for example, whose beauty I had praised to the king in advance? And nothing was more delightful to me than to sit on one of the rear seats of my hired equipage, facing them both, the mother, august in her breeding, and her enchanting child, with Dom Miguel alongside, who on one occasion and another made himself free to accompany us, coming along particularly to the castle and monastery visit as a guide to the sights. Before the drives and excursions there always came, once or twice a week, the tennis sport followed by an intimate luncheon at the Kukuk house. My game, which I practiced at times as Zuzu's partner, at times as her opponent, and at times, as occasion had it, away from her on the other court, gained in steadiness very rapidly. The feats of daring, born of sudden inspiration, disappeared together with the most laughable revelations of ignorance, and I offered a decent mediocrity, though the thrilling presence of my beloved may have lent my doing and striving more bodily spirit, if one can say so, than is granted to the average player. Had only fewer difficulties stood in the way of being alone with her. The conventions of a southern moral strictness were impressively but vexingly in the way. There was no thought of my being permitted to call for Zuzu at her house and accompany her to the game. We met only on the spot itself. Nor was there any possibility of making the walk home from the courts to the Villa Kukuk together, just the two of us. As though it went without saying, we always had company. Of the inconceivability of any tête-à-tête with her in the house itself, before or after meals, in the drawing-room or wherever, I say nothing at all. Only the resting on one of the benches outside the enclosure of the tennis courts led from time to time to a conversation with her alone, which regularly began with the reminder about the portrait sketches, the demand that she be shown them, or rather, that they be surrendered to her. Without disputing her obstinate theory of her right of ownership over the drawings, I always evaded her demand under the plausible pretext that a safe opportunity to present her with the sheets was lacking. In truth, I doubted whether I might ever let her see those daring representations, and I clung to this doubt just as I clung to her unsatisfied curiosity, or whatever word is to be inserted here, because the unshown pictures formed a secret bond between us that delighted me and that I wished to see preserved. To share a secret with her, to be in some sort of understanding with her before others, whether she liked it or not, was of sweet importance to me. And so, I made a point of telling her of my social experiences first, and alone, before giving the account at table in the company of her family, doing it for her more exactly, more intimately, with greater reflection than later for her people, so that I might then catch her eye and find her in a smile of remembrance at what had previously been discussed with her alone. One example was my encounter with Princess Morocordato, whose divinely noble features and bearing made all the more unexpected a manner that was by no means divine, but that of a soubrette. I had told Zuzu how the Athenian had persistently tapped me with her fan in a corner of the salon, shown the tip of her tongue in the corner of her mouth, winked one eye, and made the most wanton advances to me, utterly heedless of the dignity of gravitas which the consciousness of classical beauty ought, one would have thought, naturally to have imposed upon a woman as a duty. We had spent some length of time on our bench going into the contradiction that gaped there between appearance and conduct, and had agreed that either the princess was not in accord with her exemplary endowments, experienced them as a tiresome constraint, and rebelled against them through her behavior, or that it was a case of sheer stupidity, of the want of self-awareness and self-perception such as a beautiful white poodle might display, which, freshly bathed to a snowy whiteness, makes straight for the nearest mud puddle in order to roll in it. All this fell away when I then recalled the Greek evening and the princess,
and her consummate refinement at luncheon as well. "Which has naturally left a deep impression upon you," said Signora Maria Pia, sitting, as always, very erect, without leaning back, without the least concession in her spine, with her jet pendants swaying gently at table. I replied, "An impression, Signora? No. My very first day in Lisbon already bestowed upon me impressions of feminine beauty that have rendered me, I must confess, quite insusceptible to further ones." Whereupon I kissed her hand, while at the same moment glancing across at Zuzu with a smile. I always acted in this way. The double image required it. When I said something gallant to the daughter, I looked toward the mother, and vice versa. The starry eyes of the master of the house at the head of the little table looked upon these events with a vague benevolence, the product of the Syrian distance from which his observation came. The reverence I felt for him suffered not the slightest diminution from the perception that every consideration of him was superfluous in my courting of the double image. "Papa is always charitable," Signora Maria Pia had justly remarked. I believe that this head of household would have listened with the same well-meaning abstraction and detached mildness to the conversations I conducted with Zuzu at the tennis courts, or when we walked 2 by 2 on outings, conversations extraordinary enough by any standard. They were so by virtue of her principle that silence is not healthy, her phenomenal, wholly unframed directness, and by virtue of the subject upon which this absence of circumlocution exercised itself, the theme of love, toward which she was, as is well known, in the habit of saying "pfui." I had a good deal of trouble with her on that account, for I loved her, and gave her to understand it in every possible way, and she understood it too. But how? The notions this charming girl entertained about love were of the most singular and comically suspicious kind. She seemed to regard it as something like the clandestine doings of naughty little boys, seemed also to attribute the vice called love entirely and exclusively to the male sex, and to hold it as her view that the female had nothing whatsoever to do with it, was by nature not in the least inclined toward it, and that it was only the young men who were perpetually bent on drawing the female into this impropriety, on enticing it thereto, and this through the making of advances. I heard her say, "There you are making advances to me again, Louise." Yes, it is true. She had begun to call me Louis in private on occasion, just as I called her Zuzu, whittling away at your honeyed words and looking at me with your blue eyes in an urgent, or should I say, importunate? No, I should say, loving, but that is a lying word. Manner, those blue eyes which, as you know, contrast so wondrously with your blonde hair against your brunette complexion that one does not know what to make of you. And what do you want? What is it you have in mind with your melting words and glances? Something unspeakably ridiculous, absurd, and childishly distasteful. I say unspeakable, but of course it is not unspeakable at all, and I shall say it. You want me to consent to our entwining ourselves, the one human being around the other, carefully separated and set apart from him by nature, and to your pressing your mouth upon mine, with our nostrils crossing at angles and each breathing the other's breath, a repugnant impropriety and nothing more, though twisted into pleasure by sensuality. So that is what it is called. I know it well, and what the word means is a swamp of indiscretion into which you wish to lure us, so that we may lose our senses in it together with you, and 2 civilized beings conduct themselves like cannibals. That is what you are driving at with your court-making. She fell silent and managed to sit quite calmly without quickened breathing, without any sign of exhaustion after this outburst of directness, which produced no effect of an outburst at all, but merely of the observance of the principle that things must be called by their names. I too fell silent, alarmed, touched, and saddened. "Zuzu," I said at last, and for a moment held my hand above hers without touching it, then performed with the same hand once again, at a certain remove, in the air as it were, a movement of something like protection over her hair and down along her person. "Zuzu,
You do me real injury, in that you tear apart with such words. How shall I call them? Crude, cruel, excessively true, and for that very reason, only half true, indeed untrue. The tender mists with which my feeling for the charm of your person enspins my heart and senses. Do not mock the word enspins. I say it deliberately and consciously, because I must defend the poetry of love with poetic words against your harsh, distorting description. I ask you, how do you speak of love and of what it tends toward? Love tends toward nothing, wants nothing, and thinks nothing beyond itself. It is only itself and wholly interwoven with itself. Do not laugh through your little nose at interwoven. I told you I employ poetic, which is simply to say decent, words deliberately in the name of love. For love is fundamentally decent, and your harsh words are far ahead of it on a path of which it knows nothing, even when it knows that path. I ask you, how do you speak of the kiss, the tenderest exchange in the world, mute and lovely as a flower? This unlooked for, entirely self-occurring event, this sweet finding of two pairs of lips, beyond which the feeling does not dream further, because it is the incredibly blessed seal of its oneness with another. I assure you and swear, I spoke thus. I spoke in this way because Zuzu's manner of reviling love seemed to me genuinely childish, and I held poetry to be less childish than this girl's crudeness. Poetry, however, came easily to me by reason of the delicate hovering quality of my existence, and I had good reason to speak of love as tending toward nothing and thinking no further than, at most, the kiss, because in my unreality I was not permitted to match myself against reality and perhaps to woo Zuzu in earnest. At most I might have set my sights on seducing her, but not only did the circumstances place the greatest obstacles in the way of this, it was also impeded by her fabulously direct and excessively matter-of-fact opinion of the ridiculous indecency of love. Listen only, and with sorrow, to how she continued to meet the poetry I called to my aid. Patati patata, she said, enspun and interwoven, and the lovely flower kiss, all merely the whittling of honeyed words to talk us into your boyish licentiousness. Pfui, the kiss, the tender exchange. It makes the beginning, the real beginning, mais oui, for in truth it is already the whole thing, toute la lyre, and at once the worst of it. And why? Because it is the skin that your love has in mind, the mere skin of the body, and the skin of the lips is admittedly tender, with the blood right behind it. So tender is it, and hence the poetic finding of the pairs of lips, which also want to go everywhere else in their tenderness. And what you are after is to lie with us naked, skin to skin, and teach us the absurd pleasure of how one poor creature tastes another's vaporous surface with lips and hands, without either being ashamed of the pitiable ridiculousness of their doings or reflecting on what would spoil their game outright, something I once read as a little verse in a devotional book. Man, however fair and sleek and fine, is inwardly but offal and brine. That is a nasty little verse, Zuzu, I replied with a gravely disapproving shake of my head. Nasty, pious as it may make itself out to be. I will accept all your crudeness, but the little verse you confront me with cries out to heaven. Why, you wish to know? Indeed, indeed, I assume with certainty that you do wish to know, and I am prepared to tell you. Because this malicious little verse seeks to destroy belief in beauty, form, image, and dream, in every appearance, which is naturally, as the word implies, semblance and dream. But what would life be, and every joy, without which there is no life, if semblance counted for nothing and the sensory delight of the surface were no more? I will tell you something, charming Zuzu. Your devotional verse is more sinful than the most sinful carnal lust, for it is a spoil sport. And to spoil the game for life is not merely sinful, it is roundly and neatly diabolical. What do you say to that? No, please, I am not asking so that you may interrupt me. I have let you speak too, crude as you were about it, but I speak nobly, and it flows to me. If one were to go by the through and through malicious little verse, then the inanimate world, inorganic being, would be at most respectable and not merely apparent. I say at most, for when one thinks upon it spitefully, there is something questionable about its solidity too, and whether alpine glow and waterfall are particularly respectable, more than image and dream, as true as they are beautiful, that is to say, beautiful in themselves, without us, without love and admiration. That too may be doubted in the end. Now, from lifeless, inorganic being, there has, some time ago, through spontaneous generation, which is in and of itself a murky business, proceeded organic life, and that things are not in the cleanest order internally, thereby goes without saying from the outset. A crank might say the whole of nature is nothing but rot and mould upon this earth, but that is only a caustic, crankish remark, and will not succeed until the end of days in killing love and joy, the joy in the image. It was a painter I heard say it, and he painted the mould in all devotion and called himself a professor for doing so. He also had the human figure sit for him as a model, as a Greek god. In Paris, in the waiting room of a dentist who once put a small gold filling in for me, I saw an album, a picture book with the title La Beauté Humaine, which swarmed with views of all those renderings of the beautiful human image that have been produced with pleasure and diligence in all ages in colour, bronze and marble. And why did it swarm so with these glorifications? Because the earth has at all times swarmed with cranks who paid not the slightest heed to the pious rhyming word for fair and fine, but rather beheld truth in form and semblance and surface, and made themselves the priests thereof, and very often became professors for doing so as well. I swear, I spoke thus, for it flowed to me. And not only once did I speak in this manner, but on repeated occasions, as soon as opportunity arose, and I was alone with Zuzu, whether on one of the benches at the tennis courts, or on a walk in company of 4, with Senor Hurtado, after a luncheon in which he had participated, and which was followed by a stroll, along the wooded paths of the Campo Grande, or among the banana plantations and tropical trees of the Largo do Príncipe Real. We had to be 4, so that I could alternately form a pair with the queenly portion of the double image, and with the daughter, linger a little behind with the latter, and oppose with noble and mature words her invariably expressed, with stupendous directness, childish conception of love as a distasteful boyish vice. To that conception she held with tenacity, even if now and again my eloquence brought me to signs of a certain affect upon her and a wavering of resolve. A silent, searching, sideways glance she directed fleetingly at me, which revealed that my fine ardour in pleading the case of pleasure and love had not entirely failed to make its impression upon her. Such a moment came, and I shall never forget it, when we at last, the excursion had long been postponed, drove out in my calèche to the little village of Sintra, had, under Dom Miguel's learned guidance, visited the old palace in the village, and then the far-seeing castles on the rocky heights above, and then paid our visit to the famous monastery of Belém, that is, Bethlehem, erected in honour and remembrance of the profitable Portuguese voyages of discovery by so pious as well as splendour-loving a king as Emmanuel the Fortunate. To be perfectly frank, Dom Miguel's explanations regarding the architectural style of the castles and monastery, and of what had mingled together there of Moorish, Gothic, Italian, with an admixture even of reports of Indian curiosities, went, as one says, in at one ear and out at the other. I had other things to think of, namely how I might make the crude Zuzu understand love, and for the humanly preoccupied mind, just as with the natural landscape, even the most curious building is nothing but decoration, only superficially noted background for the human. Notwithstanding this, I must record that the incredible, otherworldly, falling outside all time and truly settled in no known epoch, enchantment of the cloister of the monastery of Belém
dreamed up, as it were, by a child, with its little pointed turrets and the finest of fine pillars in the arched niches, its fairy tale magnificence carved as if by angels' hands from mildly patinated white sandstone, that did nothing but behave as though one might work in stone with the thinnest of fret saws, and fashion from it jewels of pierced lacework. That, I say, this stony féerie truly enchanted me, elevated my senses to a fantastic height, and was assuredly not without its part in the excellence of the words I addressed to Zuzu. For we four lingered rather a long time in that fabulous cloister, walked around it repeatedly, and since Dom Miguel doubtless perceived that we young people were not paying particular heed to his explanations of the King Emmanuel style, he kept company with Donna Maria Pia, walked ahead with her, and we followed at a distance, for the increase of which I took care. "Well, Zuzu," I said, "I believe our hearts are beating in the same measure for this structure here. I have never come across anything like this cloister." I had in fact never come across any cloister at all, but the first one I saw was forthwith such a child's dream as this. "I am very happy to be taking it in together with you. Let us agree on the word with which we shall praise it. Beautiful. No, that does not fit, although it is naturally nothing less than beautiful. But beautiful. The word is too stern and noble, do you not think? One must drive the sense of pretty and charming quite far up, to its summit, to the extreme, and then one has the right words of praise for this cloister, for it does just that itself. It drives prettiness to the utmost extreme." "You are surely babbling, Marquis. Not unbeautiful, but not beautiful either, only extremely pretty. But the extremely pretty is, in the end, surely beautiful." "No, a distinction remains. How shall I make it clear to you? Your mamma, for instance." "Is a beautiful woman," Zuzu quickly interjected, "and I am at best pretty. Is that it? You wish to demonstrate your chattering distinction to me by means of the two of us?" "You anticipate my train of thought," I replied after a measured silence, "and distort it somewhat in so doing. It runs indeed similarly to the way you indicate, but not identically so. It fills me with delight to hear you say we too, of yourself and your mother. But having enjoyed the conjunction, I separate the two once more and proceed to individual consideration. Donna Maria Pia is perhaps an example of the fact that beauty, in order to fulfill itself, cannot entirely forgo the pretty and the lovely. Were her mamma's face not so large and sombre and intimidatingly severe with Iberian racial pride, but had it a little of the loveliness of yours, she would be a perfectly beautiful woman. As things stand, she is not quite what she should be, a beauty. You, on the other hand, Zuzu, are the pretty and charming in perfection and at its summit. You are like this cloister. Oh, thank you. So I am a girl in the King Emmanuel style. I am a capricious architectural structure. Many, many thanks. That is what I call making advances. You are free to make my heartfelt words ridiculous, to call them court-making, and yourself an architectural structure. But you should not be surprised that this cloister affects me so, that I compare you, who have likewise affected me, with it. I see it for the first time, you know. You have certainly seen it several times before." "A few times, yes." "Then you should be glad to see it once in the company of a newcomer, for whom it is entirely new, for that permits one to see the familiar with new eyes, the eyes of a newcomer, as if for the first time. One should always try to see all things, even the most ordinary, those that seem to be there entirely as a matter of course, with new, astonished eyes, as though for the first time. In this way, they recover their astonishingness, which had gone to sleep within the taken for granted, and the world stays fresh. Otherwise, everything falls asleep. Life, joy, and wonder. The same applies to love. Fi donc, taisez-vous. But why?
You too have spoken of love, repeatedly, in accordance with your presumably correct principle that silence is not healthy. But you have made yourself heard on the subject so harshly, with the citation of nasty devotional verses into the bargain, that one must marvel at how it is possible to speak of love so unlovingly. You have so grossly failed to express emotion at the existence of this thing, love, that it in turn is no longer healthy, and one feels obliged to correct you, to set your head straight, if I may say so. When one looks at love with new eyes, as if for the first time, what a touching and entirely astonishing thing it is. It is nothing more and nothing less than a miracle. Ultimately, in the grand sweep of things, all existence is a miracle, but love, in my estimation, is the greatest. You said the other day that nature has carefully separated and set apart the one human being from the other. Very apt and only too true. That is how it is by nature and as a rule. But in love, nature makes an exception, the most wondrous imaginable, if one looks at it with new eyes. Note well, it is nature itself that allows, or rather arranges, this astonishing exception, and if you take sides in the matter for nature and against love, then nature thanks you for it, not in the slightest. It is a faux pas on your part. You are unwittingly taking sides against nature. I shall elaborate upon this. I have resolved to set your head straight. It is true. A human being lives separated and set apart from others within his own skin, not only because he must, but because he would have it no other way. He wishes to be as isolated as he is, wishes to be alone, and at bottom wants to know nothing of the other. The other, every other person in his skin, is quite genuinely repugnant to him, and repugnant to him alone is exclusively and entirely his own person. That is not the case. That is the law of nature. I say it as it is. If he sits reflectively at table, props his elbow and rests his head in his hand, he may lay a few fingers against his cheek and one between his lips. Well, it is his finger and his lips, and so what further? But to have another's finger between his lips would be intolerable to him. It would cause him outright revulsion. Or would it not? On revulsion is based, fundamentally and by nature, his relationship to the other altogether. The other's bodily proximity, when it becomes too pressing, is fatal to the utmost degree. He would sooner suffocate than open his senses to the nearness of an alien physicality, and so instinctively each respects this within his own skin, and spares the sensitivity of his own separateness only by sparing that of the other. Very well, or at any rate, true. With these words I have sketched, roughly but accurately, the natural and universal state of affairs, and I make, in the speech I have prepared expressly for you, a pause. For now, something occurs whereby nature departs so astonishingly from this, its basic arrangement, something by which the entire loathsome human insistence on separateness and aloneness with one's physicality, the iron law that each is repugnant to no one except exclusively himself, is so completely and wonderfully suspended that one who takes the trouble to see it for the first time, and it is virtually an obligation to do so, may find the tear running from his eye in wonder and emotion. I say tear in the elevated archaic sense, and running too, because it is poetic and thus appropriate to the subject. The ordinary word for tear is too common for me in this context. Tears flow from the eye also when a speck of coal dust has blown into it. But the poetic tear, that is something higher. You must excuse me, Zuzu, if in the speech prepared for you I pause from time to time and begin, so to speak, a new paragraph. I digress easily, as here on the occasion of the running tear, and must collect myself anew each time to the task of setting your head straight. And now then, what is this deviation of nature from itself, and what is it that, to the wonder of the universe, suspends the separateness between one physicality and another, between I and thou? It is love, an everyday matter, yet eternally new and seen in the clear light, nothing more and nothing less than unheard of. What happens? Two gazes meet out of their separateness, as gazes otherwise never meet. Startled and oblivious to the world, confused and somewhat clouded with shame at their complete unlikeness to all other gazes, yet to be turned from that unlikeness by nothing in the world, they sink into one another. If you prefer, I say, they plunge into one another, but plunge is not necessary. Sink is equally good. There is a slight bad conscience about it. To what it relates I leave undetermined. I am a simple nobleman, and no one can demand that I fathom the mysteries of the world. In any event, it is the sweetest bad conscience that occurs at all, and with it in their eyes and hearts the two persons suddenly lifted out of all order move steadfastly toward one another. They speak together in ordinary language about this and that, but both this and that are falsehood, as is the ordinary language itself, and therefore their mouths are slightly falsely curved as they speak, and their eyes are full of sweet falsehood. The one looks at the hair, the lips, the limbs of the other, and then they quickly avert their mendacious eyes or turn them aside somewhere into the world, where they have nothing to seek, and in truth see nothing at all, since both pairs of eyes are blind to everything and every one except the two of them. Those same eyes merely hide in the world for a moment, only to return all the more brightly to the hair, the lips, the limbs of the other, for all of this has, contrary to all custom, ceased to be something strange and more than indifferent, namely disagreeable, yes, repugnant, because it belongs not to the one, but to the other, and has become an object of delight, of desire, of touching longing for contact, a bliss of which the eyes take in advance, steal in advance, as much as is granted them. That is one paragraph of my speech, Zuzu. I make a pause. Are you listening to me attentively, as though you were hearing of love for the first time? I trust so. Before long, there also comes the moment when the uplifted little creatures are mortally weary of the lying and the dissembling about this and that, and the curved mouths, when they throw all that off, as if they were already throwing off their clothes, and speak the one true word in the world, the only true word for them, against which everything else is mere pretense and prattle, the word, I love you. It is a true liberation, the boldest and sweetest there is, and with it their lips sink. One may also say, plunge, into one another in the kiss, that event so unique in a world of separateness and isolation that a tear might well come to the eye. I beg you. How crudely you have spoken of the kiss, which is yet the seal of the wonderful suspension of separateness and of the loathsome will to know nothing of everything that is not oneself. I grant it. I grant it with the liveliest sympathy, that it is the beginning of all else and further, for it is the silent, astonishing declaration that nearness, nearest nearness, nearness as boundless as possible, exactly that nearness which was otherwise burdensome to the point of suffocation, has become the very essence of all that is desirable. Love, Zuzu, does through the lovers everything, does and attempts the utmost, to make that nearness boundless, to make it perfect, to drive it to the actual, complete oneness of two different lives, which, however, comically and sadly, never succeeds for all the striving. To that extent, love does not overcome nature, which, despite having arranged love, remains fundamentally committed to separateness. That two shall become one. This does not happen with the lovers. It happens at best outside of them, as a third thing, with the child that proceeds from their exertions. But I speak not of the blessing of children and domestic happiness. That goes beyond my theme, and I do not take it up. I speak of love in new and noble words, and seek to give you new eyes for it, Zuzu, and to awaken your understanding of its touching, unheard-of nature, so that you may not hold forth upon it so crudely once again. I do it paragraph by paragraph, because I cannot say everything in one breath and make here once more a passage in order to add the following observation in what follows. Love, dear Zuzu, does not reside only in being in love, wherein, remarkably, a separate bodily existence ceases to be disagreeable to another. In tender traces and intimations of its presence, it pervades the entire world. When at the street corner you give not merely a few centavos to the dirty beggar child that looks up at you, but also stroke its hair with your hand, even when you are without a glove, though there are very likely lice in it, and smile into its eyes as you do so, whereupon you walk on a little happier than you were before. What is that but the tender trace of love? I want to tell you something, Zuzu. This stroking of your bare hand over the child's lousy hair, and the fact that you are somewhat happier afterwards than before, that is perhaps a more astonishing manifestation of love than the caress of a beloved body. Look about you in the world. Observe people as though you were doing so for the first time. Everywhere you will see traces of love, intimations of it, concessions to it, on the part of the separateness and the desire to know nothing of one. Another that one bodily existence feels toward another. People shake hands with one another. That is something very ordinary, everyday, and conventional. No one thinks anything of it, except those who are in love and who relish that touch because further ones are not yet permitted them. The others do it without feeling and without a thought that it is love which has established this common usage. But they do it. Their bodies maintain a measured distance, not too close for heaven's sake. But across that distance and across their strictly guarded separate existences, they stretch out their arms, and the strange hands come together, entwine, press each other. And it is nothing at all, the most ordinary thing. Nothing in it, so it seems, so one supposes. But in truth, examined in the clear light, it belongs to the realm of the astonishing, and is a small festival of nature's deviation from itself, the denial of the repugnance of the alien for the alien, the trace of the secretly omnipresent love. My dear mother in Luxembourg would certainly have said that I could not well have spoken so, that it was without doubt only a fine piece of fiction. But upon my honor I swear, so I spoke, for it streamed toward me. It may be put partly to the account of the extreme beauty and complete singularity of the cloister of Belém, through which we were walking, that so original a speech succeeded in me, be that as it may. At any rate, I spoke so, and when I had finished, something uncommonly remarkable occurred. Zuzu, namely, gave me her hand. Without looking at me, her head turned away as though she were contemplating the stone tracery at the side. She reached her right hand across to me. I was, of course, walking on her left, and I took it and pressed it, and she returned the pressure. But in that same instant, she pulled her hand back from mine with a jerk and said, her brows drawn together in anger,
"And those drawings you permitted yourself. Where are they? Why do you not bring them to me at last?"
But Zuzu, I have not forgotten that. Nor am I seeking to consign it to oblivion, only, as you yourself know, there is no opportunity.
"Your lack of imagination in finding an opportunity,"
she said,
"is really quite deplorable. I see that one must come to the aid of your incompetence. With a little more attentiveness and powers of observation, you would know, without my having to tell you, that there behind our house, in the back garden, you understand, there is a bench in an oleander thicket, rather more of an arbor, really, where I like to sit after déjeuner. You might well have known that by now, But of course you do not, as I have said to myself more than once when sitting there. With the least imagination and resourcefulness, you might long since have managed, after coffee, when you had dined with us, to appear to take your leave and actually go a little way, then turn back and seek me out in the arbor in order to hand over your productions. Astonishing, is it not? A brilliant idea? For your way of thinking. You will accordingly be so good as to do this next time. Will you?
Certainly I will, Zuzu. It is indeed as brilliant as it is simple an idea. Forgive me for never having taken notice of the oleander bench. It lies so far back. I had not paid attention to it. So you sit there all alone in the shrubbery after dinner. Wonderful. I shall do it exactly as you have just said. I shall take my leave demonstratively from you as well, and make a show of setting off for home, but instead come to you with the sheets. I give you my hand on it.
Keep your hand to yourself. We can shake hands afterwards, after the drive back in your carriage. There is no point in our pressing each other's hands every other minute in between.
Chapter 29. Certainly I was happy about this appointment, yet it goes without saying that anxiety also came over me at the thought of letting Zuzu see the pictures, which would be a rather bold undertaking, or indeed a downright impossibility. For had I not endowed the pretty body of Zaza, which they depicted in various attitudes, with the meaning of her own body by the addition of those so characteristic temples fringes, and how she would receive this audacious manner of portraying her was a matter of considerable apprehension. Moreover, I asked myself why it was necessary for me to have dined at the Cuckook's beforehand, and to have gone through the comedy of departing before the meeting in the arbor. If Zuzu habitually sat there alone after dinner, I could present myself at the oleander bench on any convenient day at that hour, hopefully unseen, under cover of the siesta hour. If only I might have come to the rendezvous without the wretched, over-audacious drawings. Whether it was because I was not permitted to do so, and feared Zuzu's indignation, of which there was no telling how far it might go in its expression, or because my mercurial spirit was diverted from its longing for the meeting by new, extremely gripping impressions, of which I shall speak immediately. In any case, one day passed after another without my having complied with Zuzu's summons. Something intervened, I repeat, diverting experience of somber festivity, which altered and shifted my relationship to the double image from one hour to the next, flooding the one part, the maternal, with a very strong light, a blood-red light, and thereby placing the other, the delightfully daughterly, somewhat in the shadow. I probably employ this metaphor of light and shadow because in the bullfight arena the difference between the two, between the brightly sunlit and the shadowed half, played so considerable a role whereby, to be sure, the shaded side had the advantage, and there we persons of quality sat, while the common people were relegated to the blazing sun. But I speak too abruptly of the bullfight arena, as though the reader already knew that it is indeed a matter here of visiting that highly remarkable, primordially Iberian spectacle. Writing is no monologue. Order, composure, and an unhurried approach to the subject are indispensable in it. First of all to be stated is that at that time my stay in Lisbon was gradually drawing toward its end. One was already writing the late days of September. The return of the Cap Arcona was imminent, and barely a week remained before my embarkation. This prompted the wish to pay the Museu Ciências Naturais in the Rua da Prata one final visit on my own account. Before I departed, I wanted to see once more the white stag in the vestibule, the Archaeopteryx, the poor dinosaur, the great armadillo, the exquisite nocturnal lemur, slender loris, and all the rest, and not least the dear Neanderthal family and the early man presenting his bouquet to the sun, and so I did. My heart full of universal sympathy, I wandered one morning, without any companion, through the rooms and halls of the ground floor, the corridors of the basement of Cuckook's creation, whereupon I did not fail to call briefly upon the master of the house in his study, for he ought to know that it had drawn me hither again. As always, he received me with great cordiality, commended me for my attachment to his institution, and then made me the following communication. Today, Saturday, was the birthday of Prince Luis Pedro, a brother of the king. On this occasion, a corrida de toros, a bullfight, which the illustrious gentleman would attend, had been arranged for the following Sunday at 3 in the afternoon in the great arena at the Campo Pequeño, and he, Kukuk, intended to attend the popular spectacle with his ladies and Senor Hurtado. He had tickets for it, seats on the shaded side, and he had one for me as well, for he thought it would work out admirably for me as a traveller on a journey of education that, just before I left Portugal, an opportunity should be offered me to attend a corrida here. What did I think of it? I thought of it rather apprehensively, and I told him so. I was rather blood-shy, I said, and, as I knew myself, not quite the right man for popular slaughtering spectacles. The horses, for example, I had heard that the bull not infrequently ripped open their bellies so that their entrails hung out. I would not care to witness that, to say nothing of the bull himself, for whom I should simply feel sorry. One might say that a performance to which the ladies' nerves did not object should also be endurable for me, if not enjoyable. But the ladies, as Iberians, had been born into these robust customs, whereas I was a somewhat delicate foreigner, and so forth, in that vein. But Kukuk reassured me. I should not, he rejoined, form too repellent a conception of the festivity. A corrida was certainly a serious affair, but not an abominable one. The Portuguese were animal-loving people, and permitted nothing abominable in connection with it. As for the horses, they had long since been fitted with resistant protective padding, so that nothing much serious befell them any more, and the bull died a more knightly death than in the slaughterhouse. Besides, I could look away whenever I pleased and give my attention rather to the festive public, its procession, the spectacle of the arena, which was picturesque and of great ethnographic interest. Very well, then, I saw plainly that I must not disdain the opportunity nor his thoughtfulness, for which I thanked him. We agreed that I should await him and his family in good time with my carriage at the foot of the funicular, in order to travel to the scene of the spectacle together with them. That would, Kukuk thought it necessary to forewarn me, proceed only slowly. The streets would be thronged. I found this confirmed when on Sunday I left my hotel at 2:15 to be safe. Truly, I had never seen the city like this, though I had already spent many a Sunday here. Only a corrida, evidently, could rouse it to such a degree. The avenida, in all its splendid breadth, was covered with carriages and people, horse and mule teams, donkey riders and pedestrians, and so were the streets through which I drove, almost always at a walk on account of the congestion, toward the Rua Augusta. From every corner and alley, from the old town, the suburbs, the surrounding villages, townspeople and country folk were streaming, festively attired for the most part, in costumes brought out only today, and accordingly with faces bearing, as it seemed to me, a kind of proud expression, animated of gaze, yet dominated by dignity, yes, even by devotion, in a composed mood, without noise and shouting, without quarrelsome collisions, unanimously in the direction of the Campo Pequeño and the amphitheatre. Whence comes that feeling of peculiar oppressiveness, mingled from reverence, pity, and a melancholy-tinged gaiety that assails the heart at the sight of a crowd of people uplifted by a great day, filled with and united by its meaning. There is something murky, primordial in it, which while inspiring that reverence also gives rise to a degree of unease. The weather was still high summery. The sun shone brightly and flashed in the copper fittings of the long staves that the men set before them as they made their pilgrimage. They wore coloured sashes and broad-brimmed hats. The women's dresses of gleaming cotton fabric were adorned at the breast, the sleeves, and the lower hem with much gold and silver trimming in open work. In the hair of many of them one saw the tall Spanish comb, and not infrequently above it also that head and shoulder covering veil of black or white, which is called the mantilla. At pilgriming peasant women, this could cause no surprise, but I was indeed surprised, indeed startled, when at the funicular station Donna Maria Pia also came toward me, not in the popular glittering dress, to be sure, but in an elegant afternoon toilette, yet also in a black mantilla above the high comb. She saw no reason for an apologetic smile on account of this ethnic masquerade, and still less did I. Deeply impressed, I bent over her hand with particular reverence. The mantilla became her admirably. Through the fine fabric, the sun painted filigree-like shadows upon her cheeks, her large, southerly pale and severe face. Zuzu was without a mantilla. In my eyes, the charming temples fringes of her black hair sufficed as ethnic designation. She was dressed even darker than her mother, a little as though for church-going. And the gentleman, too, the professor as well as Dom Miguel, who joined us on foot during our greetings, were in serious attire, black cutaway coats and stiff hats, whereas I had contented myself with a blue suit of light-coloured stripes. That was somewhat awkward, but the ignorance of the foreigner might be excused. I instructed my driver to take the route via the Avenida Park and the Campo Grande, where it was quieter. The professor and his wife sat in the back. Zuzu and I occupied the forward seats, and Dom Miguel took the place beside the coachman. The drive passed in a silence, or at least in a sparseness of exchange, that was determined chiefly by Senora Maria's extraordinarily dignified, indeed rigid bearing, which admitted of no small talk. Her husband now and then addressed me calmly, yet I involuntarily glanced, as though asking permission, at the solemn woman in the Iberian headdress, and replied with restraint. The black amber pendants of her ears swayed, set in motion by the light jolts of the carriage. The press of vehicles at the entrance to the ring was considerable. Advancing only slowly among other equipages, we had to wait in patience for our turn to draw up and alight. Then the vast circle of the arena with its barriers, pillared balustrades, and tiers of seats rising in their thousands received us, of which only a few were still empty. Liveried attendants directed us to our shaded seats, at a moderate height above the yellow ring of the arena, strewn with a mixture of tan and sand. The enormous theatre filled rapidly to the very last seat. Of the picturesque grandeur of its aspect, Kukuk had not told me too much. It was the colourful collective picture of a national society, in which the nobility adapted itself, at least suggestively and shamefacedly, to the brightly sunlit popular character of the opposite side. Not a few ladies, even foreigners such as Frau von Huon and Princess Marocordato, had equipped themselves with the tall hair comb and mantilla. Indeed, some of them imitated at their gowns the rustic gold and silver trimming, and the formality in the attire of the gentleman appeared as a gesture of courtesy toward the people. At any rate, it paid tribute to the popular character of the occasion. The mood of the enormous ring seemed expectant, yet subdued. It differed, even on the sunny side, and precisely there, perceptibly from the ignoble spirit of the plebeian, which is at home on the stands of profane sports grounds. Excitement, tension, I felt them myself. But what was to be read from them in the faces of the many thousands looking down upon the still empty arena floor, whose yellow surface would soon be stiffened with pools of blood, appeared contained, restrained by a certain consecration. The music broke off and shifted from a concert piece of Moorish Spanish character into the national anthem as the prince, a lean man with a decoration on his frock coat and a chrysanthemum in his buttonhole, entered his box with his consort, who also wore the mantilla. People rose from their seats and applauded. This was to occur once more later, in honour of another. The entry of the royal party took place a minute before 3. On the stroke of the hour, with the music continuing to play, the procession of participants began to move out from the great central gate. In the vanguard, 3 sword-bearers with epaulets over short embroidered doublets, equally colourfully bordered close-fitting breeches reaching halfway down the calf, white stockings, and buckled shoes. Bandarilleros, pointed, gaily ribboned staves in their hands, and capemen dressed in the same style, a narrow black cravat running over the shirt, short red cloaks over their arms, walked behind them. A cavalcade of lance-armed picadors in hats with chin straps, mounted on horses fitted with quilted coverings, mattress-like, at breast and flanks, developed after them, and a mule team adorned with flowers and ribbons brought up the rear of the procession, which moved straight across the yellow ring toward the royal box, where it dissolved after everyone had made a chivalric bow before it. I saw some toreros cross themselves as they made their way to the protective barriers. Suddenly, in the middle of the piece, the small orchestra fell silent once more. A single, very bright trumpet call rang out. The stillness all around was great, and from a small gate which I had not noticed and which had suddenly swung open, something elemental breaks forth, rushing. I choose the present tense here because the event is so present to me. The bull, black, heavy, mighty, an evidently irresistible accumulation of engendering and murdering force, in which early, ancient peoples would certainly have seen a god animal, the animal god, with small, threateningly rolling eyes and horns curved like drinking horns, which, anchored to his broad forehead and spreading wide, bore death on their upward curving tips. He charges forward, halts with forelegs braced, glares with indignation at the red cape which one of the cape men, bowing in service, spreads on the sand at some distance before him, rushes upon it, bores his horns into it, bores the cloth into the ground, and while, in the instant when he tilts his head to change the thrusting horn, the little man, pulling away the cloth, springs behind him, and the mass of power turns heavily upon itself, 2 bandarilleros drive their pair of coloured staves apiece into the fat cushion of his neck. There they sat. They had barbs, presumably, and held fast. Swaying, they protruded at an angle from his body during the further play. A third had planted a short feather dart precisely in the middle of his neck. He carried this ornament henceforth, which resembled a pair of spread dove wings, at the front of his back during his death-threatening struggle against death. I sat between Kukuk and Donna Maria Pia. The professor supplied me, speaking quietly, with a comment here and there on the proceedings. The names of the various ranks of the combatants I heard from him. I heard him say that the bull had until this day led a lordly life on the open pasture, kept and treated with the greatest care and courtesy. My neighbour on the right, the stately woman, kept silent. From the engendering and murdering god down below, and from what was happening to him, she turned her eyes away, only to turn her head reprovingly toward her husband when he spoke. Her severe, southerly pale face in the shadow of the mantilla was immobile, but her bosom rose and fell with quickened breath, and I, secure in her disregard, looked more frequently at this face, at this bosom heaving in imperfect self-control, than at the sacrificial animal beset with barbs, absurdly fledged with little wings at the back, and somewhat streaked with blood. So I call it, because one must have been very obtuse not to feel the simultaneously oppressive and sacredly entertaining mood, incomparably mingled from buffoonery, blood, and devotion, of released primordial popular festivity, of deeply unearthed funerary celebration, that lay over the whole. Later, in the carriage, when he was permitted to speak, the professor expressed himself about this, but his learning had nothing essentially new to say to my very fine and excitable sense of perception. The buffoonery, mingled with rage, broke out when after some minutes the bull, apparently in a fit of insight that this could not turn out well, that force and cunning were playing a rather unequal game here, turned toward the door through which he had been let out and, with his ribboned staves in fat and muscle, would rather have trotted back to the stable. There was a storm of indignant, derisive laughter, particularly on the sunny side, but among us as well, people sprang to their feet, whistled, yelled, hooted, and reviled him. My stately lady too sprang up, whistled unexpectedly and piercingly, thumbed her nose at the coward, and ho-ho guffawed with a sonorous laugh. Picadors galloped into his path and thrust at him with their blunt lances. New coloured staves, some of which were fitted with fireworks as encouragement, and burned on his hide with bang and hiss, were rammed into his neck, his back, his flanks. Under these irritations, the mass of inflaming small rational impulse was rapidly transformed into the blind rage appropriate to his strength in the death play. He took part again and was faithful to it no more. A horse rolled with its rider in the sand. A Cape man who stumbled was unfortunately caught on the mighty drinking horns and hurled into the air, whence he fell heavily. While the wild animal was distracted from the motionless body by the exploitation of its idiosyncrasy against the red cloth, that body was lifted up and carried out amid an honorary applause, of which it was not entirely clear whether it was meant for the fallen man or for the Twiro. It was probably meant for both. Maria de Cruz participated in it, alternating between clapping and rapidly crossing herself and murmuring something in her language that may have been an intercession for the fallen man. The professor thought it might be nothing worse than a few ribs and a concussion. "That is Ribeiro," he then said. "A remarkable young fellow." One of the espadas detached himself from the group of combatants, received with ahs and admiring calls that testified to his popularity, and, since everyone else held back, took sole possession of the ring together with the bleeding and raging bull. He had already caught my attention during the procession, for the beautiful and elegant is at once singled out by my eye from the ordinary. 18 or 19 years old, this Ribeiro was indeed strikingly handsome. Beneath black hair that hung smooth and unparted deep into his brows, he showed a finely cut Spanish face which, with a quite faint smile on the lips, perhaps produced by the applause, perhaps merely suggesting contempt for death and the consciousness of his skill, gazed out with quiet seriousness from narrow black eyes. The embroidered little jacket, with the shoulder falls and the sleeves tapering toward the wrist, became him. With just such a one my godfather Schimmelpriester had once costumed me, became him as excellently as it had once become me. I saw that he had slenderly articulated, altogether noble hands, with one of which he set down a bare, bright Damascene blade on the ground as one might a walking stick as he walked. With the other he held a small red cape against himself. He let the sword fall, however, when he reached the middle of the already considerably torn up and blood-stained ring, and merely waved a little with the cape at the bull, who was shaking his staves at some distance from him. Then he stood motionless and watched with that barely perceptible smile, that seriousness of the eyes, the onrush of the fearful martyr, to whom he offered himself alone as a target, like a solitary tree to the lightning bolt. He stood as though rooted. Too long. One could not doubt it. One needed to know him well to avoid being convinced with horror that at the next blink of an eye he would be knocked to the ground, gored, massacred, trampled underfoot. Instead, something extremely graceful occurred, gently superior and productive of a magnificent image. The horns had him already. They took something of the embroidery from his jacket, when a single light movement of his hand, communicated to the cape, directed the murderous things toward where he had by then ceased to be, since a supple swing of the hips had brought him to the side of the flank of the monster, with which the human figure, one arm stretched along the black back in the direction where the horns were raging against the fluttering cape, merged into a group that sent the crowd into rapture. The spectators leapt up jubilantly, called Ribeiro and Toiro, and clapped. I did so myself, and beside me the queen of her race with her heaving bosom, whom I looked at, alternating with the quickly dissolving man and animal tableau, for the severe and elemental presence of this woman was becoming more and more one thing to me with the blood play down below. Ribeiro performed in duet with the Toiro, one and another brilliant little feat, and it was very evident that what mattered was graceful, dance-like poses in the face of danger and plastic compositions uniting the mighty and the elegant. Once, while the bull, already weakened it seemed, and disgusted by the futility of all his rage, stood with his back turned, brooding dully before himself. One saw his partner kneeling in the sand with his back to him, and raised very slenderly from that position, with uplifted arms and inclined head, spreading the cape behind himself. That seemed audacious enough, but he was evidently sure of the momentary torpor of the horned underworld. Once, running before the bull, he half fell onto one hand, and with the other let the always lust-enticing red cloth flutter far to one side, so that he himself escaped, back onto his feet, to spring in the next moment in a light vault over the beast's back. He received his applause, for which he never gave thanks, since he visibly always included the Toiro in it, and the Toiro had no sense for homage and thanks. I almost feared he might have a sense for the impropriety of playing such pranks with a sacrificial animal that had been courteously kept on the pasture. But that was precisely the buffoonery that was popularly consonant with the devotion to blood. To end the play, Ribeiro ran to the discarded blade, stood there, spreading the cape before himself in the customary inviting posture with one knee bent, and watched with grave eyes as the bull approached him with horns levelled, but already in a rather laboured gallop. He allowed him to approach a long way, quite close, seized the sword from the ground at the most precise moment, and drove the narrow, bright blade with lightning speed into the animal's neck, up to half its hilt. It crumpled, rolled in its massive way, bored its horns for an instant into the ground as though it were the red cloth, then lay down on its side, and its eyes glazed. It was indeed the most elegant manner of slaughter. I still see Ribeiro, his cape under his arm, slightly on his toes as though wishing to tread softly, withdrawing to one side while he looked back at the fallen animal, which stirred no more. But already during its brief death struggle, the entire audience had risen as one man from their seats and rendered to the hero of the death play, who had after all acquitted himself admirably since that attempt to withdraw, the salute of their hands. This continued until he had been carted out in the colourful, mule-drawn vehicle that came to collect him. Ribeiro walked alongside it, at the side of the cart, as though to do it final honour. He did not return. Under a different name, in a different role in life, as part of a double image, he reappeared to me, he himself exactly, somewhat later, but of that in its proper place. We watched 2 more bulls, which were less good, as was also the espada, who struck the one so inadequately with the blade that it only suffered a hemorrhage, but did not fall. Like someone retching, it stood, its legs braced, with outstretched neck, and vomited a thick wave of blood into the sand, unpleasant to see. A thick-set, excessively glitteringly dressed, very vain-mannered matador had to administer the coup de grâce so that the handles of 2 swords jutted from its body. We left. In the carriage then, accordingly, Maria Pia's husband furnished us with learned commentary on what we had, what I had seen for the first time. He spoke of an ancient Roman sanctuary where one descended from the upper Christian level deep down into the cult stratum of a deity highly disposed toward blood, whose worship had once come within a hair's breadth of wresting from that of the Lord Jesus the preeminence as world religion, since its mysteries had been extremely popular. The neophytes of this faith were baptized not with water, but with the blood of a bull who was perhaps the god himself, though the god also lived again in the one who shed his blood. For this doctrine had had something inextricably cementing, something that forged together in death and life all its adherents, and its mystery had consisted in the identity and unity of slayer and slain, axe and victim, arrow and target. I listened to all this with only half an ear, only insofar as it did not disturb me in the contemplation of the woman, whose image and being had been so greatly heightened by the popular festival, and as it were for the first time truly brought to itself, made ripe for contemplation. Her bosom had now come to rest. I longed to see it heave again. Zuzu, I did not conceal it from myself, had gone entirely from my mind during the blood play. All the more resolutely, I resolved to comply with her persistent demand at last, and to lay before her, in God's name, the pictures she claimed as her property, the nude drawings of Zaza with Zuzu's temples fringes. For the following day, I was once again invited to déjeuner at the Krull's. A cooling that had set in after nightly rain showers justified the wearing of a light overcoat, in whose inside pocket I stored the rolled sheets. Hurtado was there as well. At table, the conversation turned once more on what had been seen yesterday, and to please the professor, I made further inquiries about the religion that had been driven from the field, the one to which the stairway led downward from Christianity. He had not much to add, but replied that those devotional customs were not so entirely driven from the field, since popular devotion had at all times been steamed through with sacrificial blood, divine blood, and he intimated connections between the meal of the mass sacrifice and yesterday's festive blood play. I looked at the bosom of the mistress of the house to see whether it might be heaving. After coffee, I took leave of the ladies, reserving a final visit for the near and uttermost day of my stay here. In the company of the gentlemen, who were returning to the museum, I descended by funicular, and, once at the bottom, took leave of them as well, with 1,000 thanks, warmly commending a reunion to the benevolence of the future. I made a show of directing my steps toward the Savoy Palace, looked well about me, turned back, and ascended again by the next funicular. I knew the garden gate before the little house to be open. The weather had from early morning recovered its mild autumnal sunniness. For Donna Maria Pia, it was the hour of the siesta. I could be sure of finding Zuzu in the back garden, which a gravel path led to along the side of the house. With light and rapid steps, I walked along it. Dahlias and asters bloomed in the middle of a small lawn. In the background to the right, the afore-discussed oleander thicket enclosed with its sheltering semicircle the designated bench. The beloved, somewhat placed in shade, sat there in a dress very similar to the one in which I had seen her on the first day, loose as she liked it, with blue stripes, with the sash of the same material and a little lace embroidery at the hem of the half-length sleeves. She was reading a book from which she did not look up, though she must have heard my cautious approach, until I stood before her. My heart was beating. She said, with open lips which seemed to me, like the lovely ivory complexion of her face, rather paler than usual.
Still here?
Here again, Zuzu. I was already below. I have come back secretly as I had planned, to redeem my promise.
How commendable,
she said.
The Marquis has bethought himself of his duty without undue haste. The bench here has gradually become a sort of waiting bench.
She had said too much and bit her lips.
How could you think, I hastened to reply, that I would not keep faith with our arrangement in the beautiful cloister? May I sit down beside you? The bench here in the shrubbery is decidedly more cosy than our others by the tennis courts. I fear I shall neglect and unlearn the game again now.
Well, the Meyer Novaros over there will surely have a tennis court.
Possibly. It would not be the same. The parting from Lisbon, Zuzu, will be hard for me. I have said farewell to your esteemed papa below. How memorably he spoke just now about the pious observances of mankind. The corridor yesterday was quite, I will say at least, a curious impression.
I looked on very little. Your attention also seemed divided, as it preferentially is. But to the point, Marquise. Where are my drawings?
Here, I said. It was your wish. You understand, they are products of dreaming, come into being unconsciously, as it were.
She held the few sheets and studied the topmost. There was Zaza's body, drawn with love in such and such a position. The flat ear buttons were faithful, the temples' fringes still more so. The face bore little resemblance, but what did the face count here? I sat as upright as Donna Maria Pia, prepared for everything, consenting to everything, and already gripped in advance by everything that might come. A deep flush spread over her face at the sight of her own sweet nakedness. She sprang up, tore rich and ratch, crosswise and through, the artworks apart, and scattered the fluttering pieces into the air. Certainly all of that had had to come about so. But what did not have to come, and yet came, was this. For an instant she stared with a despairing expression at the scattered scraps on the ground, and in the next her eyes overflowed. She sank back onto the bench, threw her arms around my neck, and hid her glowing face against my breast. Beneath small catches of breath that were soundless, and yet made audible the most unutterable thing imaginable, while at the same time, and this was the most touching thing of all, her little clenched fist, the left one, kept hammering rhythmically against my shoulder. I kissed her bare arm about my neck. I lifted her lips to mine and kissed them as they kissed back, just as I had dreamed, yearned, set as my goal for myself when I had seen her, my Zaza, for the first time in the Praça do Rocio. Who among those whose eyes skim these lines will not envy me those sweet seconds, and will not also envy her, who, albeit with a little fist drumming, had been won over to love? And now, what a stroke of fate, what a reversal of fortune. Zuzu jerked her head suddenly to one side and tore herself from our embrace. Before the shrubbery and the bench, before us, stood her mother. Mute, as though struck on the still ardently joined lips, we looked up at the stately woman, beside whose great southerly pale face, with its severe mouth, its taut nostrils, its darkened brows, the jet pendants swayed, or rather, only I looked up at her. Zuzu pressed her chin to her breast, and now applied her little fist drumming to the bench on which we sat. But let it be believed of me that I was less thunderstruck by the maternal apparition than one might have expected. For she seemed to me, though so unforeseen, full of necessity, as though summoned, and in my natural confusion joy was mingled.
"Madame," I said formally, rising, "I regret the disturbance of your afternoon rest. What occurred here came about as of itself and in all decency."
Be silent,
commanded the mistress with her wonderfully sonorous, slightly southerly, husky voice. And turning to Zuzu,
Susanna, you will go to your room and remain there until called.
then to me,
Marquis, I have to speak with you. Follow me.
Zuzu ran across the lawn, which had evidently also muffled the approaching footsteps of the Senora. Now the latter turned onto the gravel path, and obedient to the word, I followed her. That is to say, kept not at her side but a little obliquely behind her. Thus we went into the house and into the salon, from which one door led into the dining room. Behind the opposite door, not quite closed, there appeared to be a more intimate room. The hand of the mistress drew it shut. I met her gaze. She was not pretty, but very beautiful.
Luis,
She said,
the most obvious course would be to ask you whether this is your way of repaying Portuguese hospitality. Be silent. I spare myself the question, and you, the answer. I have not summoned you here in order to give you an opportunity for foolish excuses. You would try in vain to surpass the foolishness of your actions by that means. It is unsurpassable, and all that remains for you, the only thing that befits you, is to be silent and leave it to more mature persons to conduct your affairs, to guide you onto the right path, away from the path of irresponsible childishness which you were youthful enough to enter upon. It has seldom led to more ruinous childishness and more egregious nonsense than when youth joins itself to youth. What were you thinking? What do you want with this child? Ungratefully, You carry nonsense and confusion into a house that opened itself hospitably to you on account of your birth and certain other acceptable qualities. A house in which order, reason, and firm plans prevail. Susanna will, sooner or later, probably within a short time, become the wife of Dom Miguel, the worthy assistant of Dom Antonio José, whose authoritative wish and will it is. Consider in light of that what a piece of foolishness your amorous inclination committed when it chose the path of childishness and took it into its head to confuse the head of a child. That was not to choose and act like a man, but like a fool. Mature reason should have intervened before it was too late. You said to me once, in the course of a conversation, of the goodness of maturity, of the goodness with which it names the name of youth. To be so fortunate as to meet, it requires, to be sure, a man's courage. If acceptable youth showed this man's courage rather than seeking its salvation in childishness, it would not need to withdraw like a wet dog, would not need to seek the open road uncomforted.
"Maria!" I cried, and
Ole, he-ho, ahe!
she cried with mighty jubilation. A whirlwind of primordial forces bore me into the realm of rapture, and high, more stormily than at the Iberian blood play, I saw, beneath my glowing caresses, the royal bosom heave.
This was a Voice of Europe production. All rights reserved. Voice of Europe is an open-source project aiming to bring awareness to lesser-known European literature traditions, with the aim of helping connect Europeans through cultures. To learn more, find other titles, give feedback, and support the project, visit www.voiceofeurope.eu.